Chapter 879. There are gods in this world. According to myths and legends, the Dark Transcendent King came here from another world and defeated the three Transcendent Kings in one fell swoop. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Angleiman Federation's Air Force, Hart has a high status and power. He is naturally aware of the existence of the Transcendent Church, has seen some extraordinary phenomena of the Transcendent Church, and has studied the myths and legends of this world. Only then did he guess that Yang Feng is an alien. In fact, Hart's guess is correct. For this world, Yang Feng is indeed an alien. Purple Lily Academy. The Type 3 Undyings landed in front of Yang Feng. Brigitte looked at the Type 3 Undyings brimming with a sci-fi aura. At a glance, they look beautiful and ferocious, and her heart filled with excitement. These are These are the robots of Berlin's novel story of the future machines. After the gods of this world went into hibernation, humans embarked on the same technological path as Earth. Ever since the invention of the steam engine, there have been novelists who have begun to write fantasy novels based on the future world. Robots are one of the protagonists of the novelists. The fourth-generation battle robots are far beyond the robots described in Berlin's novel, which made Brigitte very excited. Dahlia took a deep look at Yang Feng and mused, "His not George's." The big boy George's is very shy to even look at Dahlia. Yang Feng just glanced at Dahlia, and then didn't pay her any more attention. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the fourth-generation battle robots, Dahlia naturally knows that Yang Feng is no longer the Georges of the past. Let's go conquer the world. Yang Feng took a step, appeared on a Type 3 Undyings, and a gust of wind swept Brigitte to his side. The spectral wolf transcendent released a cloud of demonic chi, swept the 5 believers and the gunner Nico around him, and flew to another Type 3 Undyings. Amidst a series of loud noises, the Type 3 Undyings strode towards the Goretzi Palace, the center of the Angleiman Federation. Heavens, what's that? Robots, oh, transcendent above, those are robots. The robots in Berlin's novels are so cool. Senior Brigitte, the one standing on that robot is Senior Brigitte. She's so beautiful and majestic. George, why are you with Brigitte? In the Purple Lily Academy, the students who were studying were startled by the loud noises the robots made when they walked on the ground. All of them looked over in shock. Each of the Type 3 Undyings weighed about 100 tons. If the anti-gravity system inside their bodies was activated, they could move silently. However, in this world, Yang Feng activated the anti-gravity system of the Type 3 Undyings and controlled the weight of the Type 3 Undyings to be about a few tons. Any heavier, and the Type 3 Undyings would leave a big hole in the ground. When Claire saw Yang Feng and Brigitte standing together from the window, her face turned pale. That's Big Brother George, why is he with Senior Brigitte? At this time, the city of Bogas has fallen into chaos. Fleeing crowds can be seen everywhere on the streets. Many people, however, are hiding in their homes and peeking at the army of fourth-generation battle robots through the cracks in their homes. We are the 7th Corps of the Holy Moon Empire. From now on, the city of Bogas is under the control of the 7th Corps. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. The city of Bogas is now under the control of the 7th Corps of the Holy Moon Empire. Anyone who commits murder, arson, rape, and pillage will be killed without mercy. Type 3 Undyings spread out in the city of Bogas to maintain order. A number of energy beams flashed, and those thugs who had seized the opportunity to commit murder, arson, rape, and pillage were directly blasted into pieces by the energy beams. The city of Bogas is the capital of the Angleiman Federation, and there is a rapid reaction force stationed in the city. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion has just arrived on a street in front of the Goretzi Palace, when they saw simple fortifications formed from sandbags everywhere. Light and heavy machine guns formed crude positions and aimed their muzzles at Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Open fire! Following the decisive order of an officer, the light and heavy machine guns suddenly spewed tongues of flame, and countless metal bullets formed a barrage that locked down everything and fired towards the Type 3 Undyings. A despairing scene appeared. A transparent shield appeared around the Type 3 Undyings. When the metal barrage formed by the light and heavy machine guns slammed into the transparent shield, it set off ripples and was repelled. Open fire! Under the roar of an officer, the 20 cannons that were hastily mobilized in a simple artillery position let out loud sounds, and the cannonballs blasted in the direction of the mechanical army. Boom! Boom! A series of huge explosions rang out, and countless fragments and huge shockwaves spread out in all directions. Did we kill them? The soldiers of the Angleiman Federation looked at the site of the explosion with anticipation. Boom! 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 When the huge robots walked, they emitted a unique loud noise from the smoke and dust. The orderly mechanical army slowly walked out of the explosion, and there was not even a scratch on their bodies. No. Freaks, these damn freaks. How is this possible? Demon God above, can't these freaks be killed? The eyes of the soldiers of the Angleiman Federation shimmered with despair, and their morale fell to rock bottom. Faced with such fearsome freaks that can't harm them no matter how they attack, no matter how elite an army is, they will despair. Those who surrender will not be killed, but those who resist will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came from the huge robot. Stop attacking and surrender. Major General Gareth, the commander of the Rapid Reaction Force, sighed slowly with a bitter look in his eyes. If there is a chance to defeat the enemy, he won't give up fighting. But he knows that if he continues to fight, only death will await him. In the command center, the eyes of the officers flashed with bitterness and despair. No. Long live the Angleiman Federation. An officer picked up a revolver, pointed it at his temple, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A corpse suddenly appeared in the command center. The death of the officer didn't have any effect. A white flag of surrender was raised in the command center of the Rapid Reaction Force. 10 battle robots were left behind to receive the captives, while the rest followed Yang Feng into the Angleiman Federation's brain, the Catracy Palace. I am President Borny of the Angleiman Federation. Honorable Sir, I can order the Angleiman Federation to surrender unconditionally. However, I hope that you can treat the citizens of the Federation well. Surrounded by a group of officials, a middle-aged man with short hair and an extraordinary temperament appeared in front of Yang Feng and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Borny was well aware of the battle on the street. These terrifying robots, which even humanity's strongest artillery weapons couldn't harm, were not existences that the Angleiman Federation could resist. They didn't even stand a chance of defeating them. Thus, he chose to surrender decisively. Yang Feng smiled and said in a somewhat mischievous tone, "Order the Federation at once. From today on, the Angleiman Federation will become the Holy Moon Empire's 7th district. The first governor of the 7th district will be my pet Brigitte." Borny took a deep look at Brigitte and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." Brigitte is in a trance. She is an ambitious woman with a great desire for control. However, her greatest ambition is to overcome all kinds of difficulties, defeat one heir after another, inherit the title of Grand Duke Ankh, and become a Grand Duchess. She never thought that she could become the master of the Angleiman Federation. After all, the Angleiman Federation is one of the world's 3 major states. It has colonies all over the world and is known as the Empire where the sun never sets. According to Yang Feng's order, Borny quickly issued an order throughout the country. The Angleiman Federation surrendered unconditionally and merged into the Holy Moon Empire, becoming the Holy Moon Empire's 7th district. Borny's order set off a great uproar in the Angleiman Federation. The 67 states that make up the Angleiman Federation declared their independence. Borny's presidency was abolished, and presidential decrees are no longer valid. In a military camp in the state of Phony, a bald, chubby, middle-aged man with a beer belly looked down at the neatly organized soldiers below and smiled. Borny, that idiot. He actually surrendered to that *TTY Holy Moon Empire. What a fool. However, it's because of his foolishness that I can ascend to the throne of the president. The middle-aged man shouted at the soldiers below, "Brave soldiers, I am Jan Ison, the governor of the Phony state. President Borny betrayed the Angleiman Federation. I, Jan Ison, will lead you to send the traitor and the supporters behind him to the gallows. Long live the Angleiman Federation! Long live the Angleiman Federation!" The 20,000 soldiers below the Phony state, their blood boiling, roared loudly. Traitors discovered and annihilated. An improved gunner robot flew over from afar, hovered above the military camp, and issued a cold, electronically synthesized voice. Chapter 880. More than a dozen energy cannons extended from the gunner robot. The cannons roared, and countless energy beams rained down. Swept by the energy beams, the neat phalanx formed by the 20,000 soldiers of the state of Phony suddenly burst apart, and a copious amount of blood splashed about. Fire! The officers of the state of Phony roared wildly. The 20,000 soldiers of Phony raised their rifles and fired continuously at the sky. When the dense hail of bullets hit the energy shield of the gunner robot, they were immediately ricocheted, unable to harm the gunner robot. Gunner robots were the weakest primary battle units of the Shizu. They were mainly responsible for suppressing some weak races and maintaining law and order in the surface world. Gunner robots were far inferior to undyings, dazzling light units, and other battle robots in terms of fighting strength. They couldn't even be regarded as cannon fodder. The reason why they could exist was that their structure was simple, they were easy to manufacture, and they were cheap. With Yang Feng's current production capacity, he could manufacture 10 million gunner robots in a day. Moreover, the strengthened gunner robots were comparable to the weakest Starry Sky Warlocks in terms of fighting strength. However, in a top-level battle, these gunner robots couldn't even be regarded as cannon fodder. In front of the soldiers of the state of Phony, the gunner robots that couldn't even be regarded as cannon fodder were invincible existences. Jan Ison looked at the gunner robot in the sky, trembled, and his eyes shimmered with despair. What is this? How can such a monster be resisted? With a flash of an energy beam, Janison's head was blasted apart, and he fell to the ground as a corpse. The energy beam of the cannons shrank in a fan shape. The fan formed by the energy beams closed slightly, and there was not a single living person within the fan. After the gunner robot wiped out the 20,000 soldiers here, there was a flash of light in the sky, and 20 gunner robots descended from the sky. On the back of a gunner robot, an official from Grand Duke Ank's family looked down at the barracks and felt a chill in his heart. How terrible. The 20,000 elites of the state of Phony are gone just like that. Under the guidance of the official, the 20 gunner troops drove directly to the state of Phony and began to take over the power of the state. The terrifying Mechanical Legion quickly moved towards the various places of the Angleiman Federation. The gunner robots, which acted as security guards, easily crushed the forces of the Angleiman Federation. Brigitte used Grand Duke Anka's connections and President Borny's connections to send out countless officials and quickly took over the states that declared independence. The governors were all killed. In less than 3 days, all the resistance forces in Angleiman were completely suppressed without any suspense. Swarms of gunner robots appeared in various places of the Angleiman Federation to maintain law and order. At the same time, countless humanoid robots entered various areas of the Angleiman Federation as Yang Feng's tentacles to control the entire Angleiman Federation. There were countless spies in the Angleiman Federation. The spies of various countries quickly reported everything that happened in the Angleiman Federation to the whole world through telegrams. Immediately, the entire world was shocked, and all the countries were in a state of panic, falling into chaos. A telegram was quickly sent from the Angleiman Federation to inform the whole world. The Angleiman Federation has been incorporated into the Holy Moon Empire and has become the 7th district under the rule of the Holy Moon Empire. The Holy Moon Empire has declared war on the Raganha Empire and ordered the Raganha Empire to surrender unconditionally. The Holy Moon Empire has declared war on the Povestan Empire and ordered the Povestan Empire to surrender unconditionally. In the telegram, the Holy Moon Empire declared war on all countries in the world and ordered the countries in the world to surrender unconditionally. All the countries in the world were in an uproar because of that telegram. Countless people were tossing and turning restlessly in bed because of that telegram, unable to sleep for the entire night. As one of the 3 empires in the world, the Raganha Empire's comprehensive national strength was only slightly inferior to the Angleiman Federation. The capital of the Raganha Empire, Rizhao City, in the Imperial Palace, the white-haired emperor is sitting on the throne, and the ministers of the empire are standing on both sides of the hall. There is a strange atmosphere in the hall. The white-haired and imposing Emperor Route 3 said unhurriedly, "The Holy Moon Empire has declared war on our empire. What do the ministers think about this matter?" The ministers of the Raganha Empire are silent. Before the Holy Moon Empire, anyone who would dare to declare war on the whole world would be a fool or a madman. But the Angleiman Federation, which is on par with the Raganha Empire and even slightly superior to the Raganha Empire, was quelled by Yang Feng in 3 days. When they thought of this terrifying fact, everyone shuddered. The Raganha Empire also has spies in the Angleiman Federation, and the information sent back by the spies is simply unbelievable. A few robots destroyed the elite army of a major province of the Angleiman Federation, and the streets are filled with fearsome and invulnerable robots. After communicating with the intelligence systems of other countries several times, the Raganha Empire confirmed that its spies did not betray it, but sent back true information. After confirming the true information, the ministers of the Raganha Empire felt even more despair. The strength of the Raganha Empire's army is comparable to that of the elite army of the Angleiman Federation. The elite army of the Angleiman Federation can't even kill a few robots, and the Raganha Empire can't kill a few robots either. The most terrifying thing was that there wasn't just one robot. There were hundreds and thousands of them, as many as the hairs on a cow. Seeing the shrewd and capable ministers in the palace remain silent, Route 3 frowned slightly and sighed helplessly. Faced with an enemy who can't harm a hair of the other party even if they go all out, anyone would despair. Your Majesty, are you still worried about how to deal with the Holy Moon Empire? As long as you agree to a condition of mine, I can help you deal with the Holy Moon Empire. A chuckle suddenly came from the hall, a breeze blew, and a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes with a mark of divine grace on his forehead appeared in the center of the hall. Seeing the young man suddenly appear in the palace, the complexion of the ministers changed slightly. The palace was heavily guarded, and there were elite soldiers of the Raganha Empire standing guard everywhere. The fact that this young man could appear in this palace without a sound was simply unheard of. The minister of the Raganha Empire, Sila, frowned slightly and asked unhurriedly, "Young man, who are you?" The young man replied with a smile, "I am Paulent, a divine son of the Transcendent Church's Vajra Transcendent." The Transcendent Church. Upon hearing this name, the minister's hearts stirred slightly. In the past, the Transcendent Church once dominated the whole world. Later, the gods fell and the miracles disappeared. The Transcendent Church collapsed and disappeared into history. In recent years, the Transcendent Church has risen again, displayed various extraordinary powers, attracted countless people to join, and formed a force that cannot be underestimated. Even in the palace, there are many ministers who collude with the Transcendent Church for various reasons, and some are even people of the Transcendent Church. Route 3 said lightly, "What are you capable of?" Paulent smiled and took a step forward. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, the earth burst open and revealed a huge hole, as if it was blasted by a heavy artillery. Seeing this scene, the complexion of the ministers changed dramatically. Dozens of guards rushed out from both sides of the hall and pointed their rifles at Poleniton. Route 3 waved his hand, and the dozens of guards put away their rifles and stood aside. Route 3 asked, "What are the conditions?" Paulent said with a smile, "Make the Transcendent Church the state religion of the Raganha Empire and introduce a series of supportive policies to help the Transcendent Church grow. If a church force has the support of a state, it will expand and strengthen geometrically." Route 3 hesitated for a moment, and then responded decisively, "Okay, I promise you. As long as the Transcendent Church can help my empire defeat the Holy Moon Empire, I will establish the Transcendent Church as the state religion and support it. Once the Transcendent Church grows stronger, its religious authority will inevitably erode the imperial authority." Route 3 also understands that the Transcendent Church is not a good thing. But even if he has to quench his thirst with poison, he must use the Transcendent Church to fight the Holy Moon Empire. Interesting. You want to compete with me by yourself? Accompanied by a chuckle, the space inside the royal palace twisted slightly, and a black void gate opened in the center of the royal palace. Yang Feng slowly walked out of the void gate and looked at Paulent with a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, the countenance of His Majesty the Emperor and the ministers of the Raganha Empire changed dramatically, but no one dared to act rashly. Yang Feng's appearance was far beyond the imagination of the Raganha Empire's people. He looked like a god. Polent's complexion changed, his eyes filled with apprehension, and he said respectfully to young Feng, I am Polent, a divine son of the Transcendent Church's Vajra Transcendent. May I ask who you are, Your Excellency? Using spatial force to freely travel through the void and cross countless distances, this is a method that only true gods can use. Although Polent is a divine son, but he is still far from a true god. Chapter 881. Yang Feng glanced at Polinan, and Infinity Warlock rank might press down on Polinan like a mountain. Polent's face fell at once. As if he is carrying a huge mountain on his back, he sank into the ground with a rumble. Yang Feng uttered flatly, You are not qualified to talk to me. Let the primary god you believe in talk to me. The complexion of Polent, who was full of confidence a moment ago, who was neither servile nor overbearing in front of Route 3, suddenly changed dramatically, and he said humbly, Yes, Your Majesty. I will contact the great primary god. The sigil between Polerniton's eyebrows that represented a god's chosen shone brightly as if it was communicating with an unimaginable space. From that space, endless divine might spread out and shrouded the entire land. Just a sliver of that incomparably terrifying divine aura was released, but all the mortals in the hall had a drastic change in expression. They couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. They all prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled incessantly. The dozens of guards guarding the palace were also suppressed by that trace of divine might. They prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering all over. Beams of golden holy light sprinkled down from the unseen space, and with Poleniton as the channel, they condensed into a 3-meter-tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed, terrifying Vajra demon god in the middle of the hall, exuding traces of powerful divine power fluctuations. The Vajra Transcendent glanced at Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered frigidly, I am the guardian of this world, Vajra Transcendent. Outsider, this world is under our protection. Get out of here. To dare talk to me like this, it seems that you have recovered strong divine force rank power. However, it's not like I haven't killed strong divine force rank gods before. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he extended the fingers of a hand, and a huge hand appeared out of thin air and shot towards the Vajra Transcendent. Lowly outsider, go to hell. The Vajra Transcendent projection was enraged at once. With a roar, it turned into a bright gold hand barreling towards Yang Feng. Rumble. Two formidable forces exploded in the hall. The Vajra Transcendent's giant hand was smashed by Yang Feng's palm, and then the giant hand slammed into the Vajra Transcendent's projection and blasted it to pieces. Lowly outsider, I'll remember you. At the moment before the Vajra Transcendent projection collapsed, it issued a furious roar, and gold light suddenly gathered and turned into a gold rune that shot towards Yang Feng. I'm not who I used to be. Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he flicked his finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly flew out and swept towards the gold rune. Burned by the 7-color skyfire, the gold rune was burned to ashes before it could get close to Yang Feng. After Yang Feng became a supreme Infinity Warlock, he can even fight some weaker Warlock monarchs. It is almost impossible for a tracking rune cast by a strong divine force rank god to stick to him, unless they have some heaven-defying god armaments. Yang Feng extended his hand and grabbed a wisp of gold divinity from the Vajra Transcendent's projection that hasn't dissipated yet. The true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, and Yang Feng tossed the wisp of gold divinity into the imprint. The true god Empyrean imprint was born from the Empyrean grade secret method transcendent text. It is the most effective secret method against gods, fiends, archdevils, and other transcendent existences. As soon as the wisp of gold divinity entered the true god Empyrean imprint, Yang Feng obtained a lot of information. Yang Feng glanced at Route 3 and them and said flatly, I am the Emperor of the Holy Moon Empire, Yang Feng. Do you surrender, or die? If it weren't for the fact that Yang Feng protected the people present when he fought the Vajra Transcendent just now, none of the ordinary people present would have survived. Route 3's complexion changed several times, and then he finally sighed and prostrated himself on the ground, saying respectfully, The Raganha Empire is willing to submit to your majesty unconditionally. I will send someone to take over the Raganha Empire. There was a flash of satisfaction in Yang Feng's eyes, and then he disappeared with the wind, leaving only a voice behind. In the vast starry sky, Yang Feng looked up at the stars in the starry sky, and his eyes shimmered coldly. This world has been scanned once, and no traces of him were found. There is only one possibility, that is, he is hiding in his divine country, blocking the scan. When the Red Rhombus Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse escaped, he was locked on by the Starfield Battlestar using a special method. As long as he is within a certain distance, the Red Rhombus Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse won't be able to get rid of the Starfield Battlestar's lock. Of course, there are countless powerful and mysterious existences in the vast universe. The Gamana universe must have some powerful secret methods and secret treasures that can block the Starfield Battlestar's lock. But if the Red Rhombus Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse had the ability to get rid of the Starfield Battlestar's lock, then he should have used this secret method long ago when he was being chased. At the very least, he wouldn't have been injured and almost killed by Yang Feng. In this world, only the divine kingdoms of the gods contained boundless mysteries and could block the lock-on of a star sector-level interstellar battleship. The divine country of gods is a treasure refined over countless years with a plane as its foundation, a divine authority as its bones, countless treasures of heaven and earth, and crystallized divine force as its flesh and blood. The longer a god lives, the more resources they invest in their divine country, and the stronger their divine country will be. Even intermediate divine force rank gods wouldn't dare to step into the divine country of a feeble divine force rank god who has lived for 1,000,000 years. Yang Feng looked at the stars suspended in the sky, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Since you dare to take in the rebels of the Gamana universe, then let me destroy you. A star sector-level interstellar battleship slowly emerged from the star. The hatch opened, and blazing sun battleships, star destroyer battleships, and aircraft carriers flew out of the star sector-level interstellar battleship. Warp gate technology is the most powerful of the many black technologies grasped by the Shizu. The most heaven-defying aspect of warp gate technology is that as long as there is a warship with a built-in warp gate somewhere, after a while, many Shizu warships and armies will appear. When the huge fleet emerged, it flew towards a starry sky. Not long after, the huge fleet appeared in a vast and empty starfield. The Starfield Battlestar's main artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam of light shot into the empty void. A series of strange ripples suddenly appeared, and an incomparably huge star suddenly appeared in the empty void. The star suddenly shone, and a dazzling barrier containing the law of Vajra suddenly appeared. The beam of the Starfield Battlestar's main artillery slammed into the barrier. The powerful barrier that contained the law of Vajra crumbled inch by inch, shattering into pieces. The first layer of the barrier directly collapsed. The second layer of the defensive barrier appeared once again. After the beam of light from the Starfield Battlestar's main artillery blasted through 9 barriers in a row, its power was exhausted, and it collapsed. The huge fleet shone brightly, and the dense secondary cannons bombarded the diamond barrier like raindrops. However, it only set off a slight ripple. It couldn't even break the first layer of the barrier. As expected of the divine country of a strong divine force rank god, and a strong divine force rank god who is most proficient in defense. With my current strength, it will take me at least decades to break through this divine country by force. Despite being destroyed by the Dark Transcendent King once, this divine country is still so powerful. Before he was injured, the Vajra Transcendent was definitely a pinnacle existence among strong divine force rank gods. Yang Feng looked at the Vajra divine country being bombarded by artillery fire with enigmatic light in his eyes, and he quickly made an analysis. Divine countries are the ultimate means of defense of gods, and their defensive power is terrifying beyond compare. Therefore, the best way to conquer the gods was to kill all the churches of the gods in the mortal world and the mortals who believed in them, leaving no one alive. In this way, they would be able to force the gods out of their divine kingdoms and fight them outside of their divine kingdoms. However, even if all intelligent life forms in a world die, the god will only slowly weaken. They can still rely on the divine force crystals they have accumulated in the past to live for hundreds or even 1,000 years. Therefore, if you want to deal with a god as quickly as possible, you have to destroy their divine country by force and kill the god's true body inside. Although Yang Feng knows the best way to attack a god, but he can't use it. He can only choose the fastest way to deal with a god. Because once the Warlock Monarch rank Red Rhombus rank powerhouse fully recovers from his injuries and recovers his full strength, Yang Feng won't be able to kill him. With a thought, Yang Feng waved his hand, and a swarm of devourers flew out like raindrops and slammed into the Vajra Transcendent's divine country's barrier. The densely packed devourers frantically devoured the divine power and the power of laws within the indestructible Vajra Transcendent divine defense boundary. The devourers rapidly devoured the divine power and the power of laws within the boundary. In just 5 minutes, the barrier of the Vajra Transcendent's divine country dispersed on its own initiative, exposing the inside of the divine country to Yang Feng's army. The devouring power of the devourers is too terrifying. If the Vajra Transcendent keeps the divine country's barrier open, his reserve of divine force crystals will be depleted within 3 days. Without the reserve of divine force crystals, the Vajra Transcendent's combat power will be weakened by more than half. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively gave up on the barrier. Chapter 882. So this is the Vajra Transcendent's Divine Legion? Interesting. Outside the divine country, Yang Feng looked at the Vajra Transcendent's divine country. He saw that the Vajra Transcendent's divine country is filled with 10-meter-tall humanoid weapons engraved with Vajra runes and exuding golden light. Angels are the most favorite general-purpose weapons of gods. No matter the environment, the gods could use different angelic pools to create different types of angels. However, angels are not the only divine legions of gods. On the Feisuor plane, the Titan celestial race likes to use martyrs' palaces to fight. The Titan celestial race's martyrs' palaces select heroes of various eras of the Titan Empire and attract their souls into the martyrs' palaces to be reincarnated as martyrs. The martyrs not only have their memories of fighting, but can also fight and improve their strength in the martyrs' palaces. Once the martyrs in the martyrs' palaces are released, each of them is a dragon among men, a hero among heroes. Their fighting strength and growth potential are far greater than that of angels. The only drawback is that the martyrs need to consume much more divine force than angels, and the cost of cultivating a martyr is much higher than that of an angel. The Vajra Transcendent has evidently obtained a manufacturing method for another type of divine legion, which is how he created these giant-like humanoid weapons engraved with mysterious runes. Attack! With a thought from Yang Feng, the strengthened 4th-generation battle robots poured into the Vajra Transcendent's divine country like a tide. Starry Sky Explorers took this opportunity to fly into the Vajra Transcendent's divine country. As soon as the Starry Sky Explorers flew into the Vajra Transcendent's divine country, they extended countless tentacles and scattered in all directions. As soon as the tentacles appeared, they began to analyze the situation of the Vajra Transcendent's divine country. Starry Sky Explorers are top interstellar scouts to begin with. Not only can they search for enemies and resource celestial bodies, but they also have the important function of analyzing the structure of celestial bodies and evaluating the fighting strength of enemies. Vajra Transcendent's divine country, degree of completeness 43. 6%. The law embedded in it is the law of Vajra, a defensive law. A deity who wields the Vajra law has a defense far beyond that of an ordinary deity. Their weakness is that their movement speed is generally slightly weaker than other deities of the same level. A series of information and intelligence reports were sent back by the interstellar explorer. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, a completion rate of 43.6%. In other words, the divine country of the Vajra Transcendent has yet to recover from the blow of the Dark Transcendent King. Just as I expected. During those few days, Yang Feng collected information about this world's mythological era to corroborate the information about the spectral wolf demonic god. From the various information he had gathered, the 3 demon gods had indeed been severely injured by the Black Demon God King, and their divine nations had nearly been shattered from the starry sky. Although the divine kingdom was the home of the gods and the final fortress of defense, there was also a limit to what it could bear. The Dark Transcendent King is a peerless expert of the quasi-holy step. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 transcendent gods aren't ordinary greater divine force rank experts, their divine countries would have long since been destroyed by the Dark Transcendent King. Their divine countries are extremely sturdy and possess all kinds of incredible extraordinary powers. However, it is very difficult to repair them, requiring the consumption of a large number of divine force crystals. It has been less than 100 years since the Transcendent Church, where the Vajra Transcendent is located, reactivated. The amount of faith force that can be provided to the Vajra Transcendent during that period of time is not worth mentioning. Even if the Vajra Transcendent has faith in other planes and can harvest divine force crystals, but it is impossible for him to obtain too many divine force crystals in a short period of time. It is on this basis that Yang Feng launched a brazen attack on the Vajra Transcendent's divine country without hesitation. With the Type 3 Undyings as the vanguard, the dense crowd of fourth-generation battle robots appeared in front of the Vajra Transcendent's divine legions in almost an instant and brandished their blades to slash at the divine legions. Along with ear-piercing sounds of slashing, the giant-like divine legions were slashed into pieces by the Type 3 Undyings, and a copious amount of gold blood sprinkled on the ground. How is this possible? Damn it, my Vajra giant has a defense that far surpasses that of angels. How could it be so easily slashed by those golems? In the center of the Vajra Transcendent's divine country, in a gold hall, the complexion of the Vajra Transcendent, who exudes a fearsome aura, changed dramatically, and he roared wildly. The tremendous voice reverberated in the gold hall and formed powerful shock waves. Even if it is a starry sky warlock rank powerhouse who hears the Vajra Transcendent's roar, they will be easily shattered. Vajra giants are divine legions refined by the Vajra Transcendent using a special method. Each Vajra giant has a fearsome defense. Even a feeble divine force rank god will have to spend a lot of divine force to kill one. The fact that the Vajra giant was easily slashed to pieces by the Type 3 Undyings filled the Vajra Transcendent with anger and fear. A god of war, radiating the light of battle and exuding intermediate divine force rank fluctuations of power, stepped forward and said solemnly, "My lord, please let me go and kill your enemy." The Vajra Transcendent looked around and saw that only the god of war remained in the temple that was originally full of gods. The rest of the gods either died at the hands of the Dark Transcendent King or fell into a deep sleep. "Let's go together and kill that outsider." The Vajra Transcendent's eyes shimmered coldly, and he raised the strong divine force rank god armament Vajra scepter and frantically burned divine force. In the Vajra divine country, divine light shone, and all the power in the divine country was extracted and transformed into the law of Vajra. Vajra runes bloomed on the Vajra giants, and gold light revolved around them. When the Type 3 Undyings slashed at the Vajra giants with their blades, they opened huge wounds on the Vajra giants, yet they couldn't cut them in two in an instant. The Vajra giants formed a battle formation and slammed the huge wolf tooth clubs in their hands into the Type 3 Undyings, blasting them apart. At the same time, the wounds on the Vajra giants healed at a speed visible to the naked eye amid the gold light. As soon as the god of war appeared on the battlefield, he burned divine force and waved the god armament sword of the god of war, and powerful assistive divine spells enveloped an area 10,000 kilometers in radius with him as the core and blessed the Vajra giants. Blessed by various auxiliary divine spells, the speed, defense, and resilience of the Vajra giants were upgraded by a level. Yang Feng watched the Vajra giants get upgraded again and smiled coldly. Unfortunately, no matter how much they are upgraded, the essence of the Vajra giants is still too poor. They are no match for my mechanical legion. Each of the Vajra giants was a terrifying weapon with battle prowess infinitely close to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. In terms of defense, they even surpassed many Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. But the fourth-generation battle robots were ferocious, comparable to Moonlight Warlock rank experts in terms of battle prowess. In essence, they were far superior to the Vajra Transcendent. Millions of fourth-generation battle robots poured into the Vajra Transcendent's divine country and madly besieged the Vajra Transcendent's subordinates, the Vajra Transcendent. As the Vajra Transcendent had just recovered, he had only produced 300,000 Vajra giants. Besieged by millions of fourth-generation battle robots, the 300,000 Vajra giants collapsed and shattered at every moment. The countless collapsed components of the Type 3 undeads destroyed by the Vajra giants automatically assembled and formed new Type 3 undeads that continued to attack and tear the Vajra giants to pieces. With a roar, the Vajra Transcendent turned into a 10,000-meter tall giant. Holding a 10,000-meter long wolf tooth club, He rushed into the crowd of 4th-generation battle robots and slammed the 10,000-meter-long Wolf Tooth Club into the 4th-generation battle robots. Boom! 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 The sound of huge explosions lingered in the ears. The Vajra demon god was like an undefeatable demon god. Each of his attacks contained the law of power. As long as the huge mace smashed onto the bodies of the 4th-generation battle robots, everything would be smashed into smithereens. The Type 3 undeads couldn't even reassemble themselves. In just a dozen-plus breaths of time, thousands of 4th-generation battle robots were destroyed by the Vajra Transcendent. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng continued to order the 4th-generation battle robots to attack the Vajra Transcendent and the intermediate Divine Force rank God of War. Besieged by countless 4th-generation battle robots, the divine light of the intermediate Divine Force rank God of War dimmed bit by bit. Although gods were extremely powerful in terms of battle prowess, but they also had a weakness, that is, they needed to burn a large number of Divine Force crystals to keep them in their strongest state. The God of War and the Vajra Transcendent of this world had just awakened not long ago, and their reserve of Divine Force crystals was insufficient, which was why they were in such a decline. For gods who had a divine country for hundreds of thousands of years, it would be a pipe dream to exhaust their reserve of Divine Force crystals in a short period of time. 6 minutes later, the Starfield Battlestar's artillery in the sky flashed, and a resplendent beam of light slammed into the Vajra Transcendent. The Vajra Transcendent roared and frantically burned Divine Force. Countless runes appeared in his divine country, and a nearly infinite amount of power poured into him. Chapter 883. As the beam of light from the Starfield Battlestar's main artillery slowly dissipated, half of the 10,000-meter-tall Vajra Transcendent's body collapsed and disappeared, leaving only the other half. A large amount of blood scattered on the ground from the Vajra Transcendent's body. Seeing this scene, Yang Feng exclaimed in admiration, "What a fearsome defense!" As expected of the Vajra Transcendent with the strongest defense. The Starfield Battlestar's main artillery can kill a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse with a single shot. The Gamana universe's Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses don't dare to block the Starfield Battlestar's main artillery. Yet the Vajra Transcendent didn't die after taking a shot from the Starfield Battlestar's main artillery. This is simply heaven-defying. Engines roared, and a swarm of 4th-generation battle robots flew towards the Vajra Transcendent like shooting stars and slashed at him. Ding, 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 ding. Crisp sounds of metal striking metal rang. The Type 3 Undead's blades, which can injure Warlock Monarchs, couldn't cut the Vajra Transcendent's skin. However, most of the Type 3 Undyings drilled into the Vajra Transcendent's wound caused by the Starfield Battlestar and frantically slashed at the Vajra Transcendent's body, causing the wound to become even bigger. "Outsider, I'll kill you." The Vajra Transcendent roared, erupted with a fearsome force field, and sent the Type 3 Undead inside him flying. Exuding a fierce aura, he rushed out of the Divine Country. The Vajra Transcendent knows that once he leaves the Divine Country, his strength will drop by several times. But if he stays in the Divine Country, it will only be a matter of time before he and the God of War die after his Vajra Giant Legion is annihilated. The Vajra Transcendent's only way to survive is to destroy the Starfield Battlestar and kill Yang Feng. "My lord." The God of War roared, burned what little Divine Force crystals he had left, and turned into a sword of the God of War that soared into the sky. The 4th-generation battle robots blocking in front of the God of War were slashed to pieces by the sword of the God of War. Lightning, ice cones, gravity, light beams, and other attacks slammed into the sword of the God of War, causing the sword of the God of War to tremble, and drops of gold blood dripped from the sword of the God of War. Once a Moonlight Warlock enters the realm of transcendence. An attack of a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse can even injure a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. The God of War Avatar's Sword of the God of War endured the attacks of countless 4th-generation battle robots, which was equivalent to being besieged by countless Moonlight Warlocks. With a dazzling sword light, the Sword of the War God slashed through the siege of countless 4th-generation battle robots and appeared outside the Divine Kingdom. Yang Feng sneered, "Fool, the God of the Transcendent God of War. God." Battled by World, the Warlock, the Transcendent rank powerhouse God of Battlestar, the Light, the Bright Light, the Light World, the God of World from War's World. Besieged by a dozen-plus Bright World Warlock rank dazzling light units, the god of war was torn to pieces. The brilliant star hunters slashed at the Vajra Transcendent with their brilliant star battle swords and opened wounds of various sizes. The Vajra Transcendent roared wildly and slammed his huge wolf tooth club into the brilliant star hunters, dazzling light units, and other fifth-generation battle robots. The movement speed and reaction speed of the fifth-generation battle robots are far above that of the fourth-generation battle robots. There is a civilization gap between the two sides. Every time the Vajra Transcendent attacks with all his might, he can only destroy a dozen-plus fifth-generation battle robots. The swarm of fifth-generation battle robots shrouded and devoured the Vajra Transcendent like a ferocious army of marching ants. Countless explosions and gold god blood drifted in the area. At the same time, the Vajra Transcendent's roars came. The fierce battle lasted for 3 minutes. The Vajra Transcendent, whose limbs were severed and covered in wounds, was captured by the fifth-generation Mechanical Legion and brought to Yang Feng. Vajra Transcendent, we meet again. Sitting on the bridge, Yang Feng looked at the Vajra Transcendent who has recovered his human form and uttered with an enigmatic smile. The Vajra Transcendent glanced at Yang Feng with disdain in his eyes and sneered, "Damn human warlock, you only know how to rely on golems to fight. If you have the ability, come to my divine country and fight me fair and square. If you can defeat me in my divine country, I will acknowledge you." "Acknowledge me? Loser. I don't need you to acknowledge me. I just need you to obey me and serve me." Yang Feng smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. The true god Empyrean imprint suddenly appeared, and countless strange runes emerged from the true god Empyrean imprint and formed rune chains that stabbed into the Vajra Transcendent. The Vajra Transcendent roared and struggled desperately, but he still couldn't resist the erosion of the true god Empyrean imprint's runes. The real God Emperor Seal was a secret skill created based on the Demon God Emperor Seal. The Demon God Empyrean Seal was a peerless secret technique recorded in the Demon God scripture that specialized in restraining demon gods. No matter how the Vajra demon god struggled, he couldn't break free from the curse seal's corrosion. In the end, the strange curse seal corroded his entire body. "Greetings, Master." After a quarter of an hour, the eyes of the originally unruly and overbearing Vajra Transcendent surged with gloomy light, and his severed limbs flew back to his body. He got up and saluted Yang Feng coldly. Originally, with the pride of the Vajra Transcendent, even if he was killed by Yang Feng, he will never submit to Yang Feng. However, after he was seriously injured, he was eroded by the true god Empyrean imprint. In the end, under the control of the imprint, he could only submit to Yang Feng. The demonic god lord was a peerless genius. The demonic god Bible that he created was terrifyingly powerful and had all sorts of miraculous and extraordinary abilities. The demon god Empyrean imprint was the nemesis of all demonic gods. At the time, the demonic god lord relied on the power of the demon god Empyrean imprint to sweep across the world and order transcendent gods. All transcendent gods either submitted to him or fled into the universe. When the Lord of Fiend Gods was at his peak, he even had 12 overgods serving him, and his might was monstrous. Existences like the supreme gods could only be born in secondary planes of secondary planes and above. Once a supreme god was born in a secondary level 2 plane, that plane would no longer be able to give birth to other gods, and all divine force and laws would be occupied by the supreme god. Every supreme god was tyrannical to the extreme. In their own plane, every supreme god was equivalent to a great holy step powerhouse in terms of battle prowess. Some supreme gods with long lifespans and tyrannical strength could even compare to warlock emperor rank powerhouses in their divine country. At the time, the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord didn't have any supreme gods as subordinates. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the demonic god lord was. Born from the demonic god Empyrean imprint, the true god Empyrean imprint naturally had a strong restraining effect on demonic gods. Even the strong divine force rank Vajra Transcendent couldn't resist it. Yang Feng looked at the Vajra Transcendent standing respectfully in front of him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. At the time in the Feisuor plane, a strong divine force rank god was already an unreachable and powerful existence in Yang Feng's eyes. But now, a great divine power rank god had become his servant. Yang Feng said, "A few days ago, a powerful outsider entered this world. As the guardian of this world, do you know where he went?" Killing the warlock monarch rank red rhombus race powerhouse is Yang Feng's goal in coming to this world. The Vajra Transcendent pondered for a while, and then said, "The six-eyed Transcendent, he entered the divine country of the six-eyed Transcendent." When the warlock monarch red rhombus race powerhouse was chased by Yang Feng, he didn't restrain his aura and plunged into this world. It is impossible for such a powerful existence to hide from the Vajra Transcendent, who is the guardian of this world. In a world guarded by a god, gods are a part of the world's rules. Even if it is a warlock powerhouse, if they want to sneak into a world guarded by a god, they must cast secret methods to conceal their essence and soul. After concealing his aura and soul, Yang Feng sneaked into this world, incarnated into Idu, and took advantage of the opportunity to analyze the rules of this world. Yang Feng uttered, "The coordinates of the six-eyed Transcendent's divine country." The Vajra Transcendent's eyes fired two golden rays that formed a golden sphere in Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng pinched the golden sphere, and the coordinates of the six-eyed Transcendent's divine country appeared in his mind. Yang Feng ordered decisively, "Set off, the destination is the divine country of the six-eyed Transcendent." Countless battle robots flew back from the divine country of the Vajra Transcendent and entered the warships. A bright world warlock rank dazzling light unit flew back with the godhead of the god of war and the god armament sword of the god of war and handed them to Yang Feng. The huge fleet flew into the starry sky and soon appeared in front of a celestial body. "I am the goddess of the earth, and this is the six-eyed Transcendent. Outsider, this is the world we guard. May I ask what brings you here?" In the starry sky, a blonde woman with a sexy figure and a beautiful appearance exuding a kind and gentle aura as well as a transcendent with six eyes with a ferocious expression blocked the path of Yang Feng's fleet. "Respected goddess of the earth, I came to hunt down a ferocious transcendent from another universe. He fled into the divine country of the six-eyed Transcendent. Give him to me, and I will leave this world." With a flash of light, Yang Feng's holographic projection appeared in front of the two strong divine force rank gods and said slowly. Chapter 884. If the other universe's powerhouses hadn't invaded, Yang Feng would have found a way to annex this world, strengthen his forces, and obtain more resources. But now that the other universe's powerhouses have invaded, it is best to unite all forces that can be united to defeat the other universe's powerhouses. If the Vajra Transcendent didn't give Yang Feng a chance to speak, he wouldn't have used his mechanical legion to destroy the Vajra Transcendent's divine country in one fell swoop and capture him. The six-eyed Transcendent rolled his six eyes and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? You said that he fled into my divine country, so he fled into my divine country? Scram, this world doesn't welcome you. In that case, go to hell." Yang Feng's expression changed, and a beam from a blazing sun-grade primary artillery suddenly fired, slammed into the projection of the six-eyed Transcendent, and purified it. The beautiful eyes of the goddess of the earth shimmered coldly, and she uttered in a frigid voice, "Outsider, this is the world we guard. Aren't you being too overbearing? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit?" A beam from a blazing sun-grade primary artillery suddenly slammed into the projection of the goddess of the earth and blasted it to pieces. After the two projections were blasted to pieces, the huge fleet continued to fly into the starry sky. In a space filled with dense laws of earth, the ground was covered in forests, and beautiful flowers grew everywhere. It was like a paradise on earth, and there was a colossal divine hall at the center of the divine kingdom. On the throne in the center of the temple sits a beautiful blonde woman of unmatched beauty. She is this world's goddess of the earth. Below the goddess of the earth stand 20 female angels, each of whom exudes moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. Damn it! All of a sudden, the face of the goddess of the earth flickered, her eyes shimmered with anger, and her delicate shout reverberated in the space like a clap of thunder. A beautiful bright world warlock rank blazing angel saluted the goddess of the earth and asked respectfully, "My lord, what made you so angry?" The goddess of the earth sighed slightly. "The outsider refused our kindness and decided to wage war." The beautiful bright world warlock rank blazing angel said solemnly, "Then I can fight for my lord and offer you the head of that outsider." The Mother Earth goddess slowly said, "This enemy's strength is extremely terrifying. Even the Vajra demon god has been suppressed by him." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the angels in the hall changed slightly. The Vajra demonic god was one of the three great divine powers in this world, and his defense was the best. Even though the Vajra demonic god had been in a deep slumber for tens of thousands of years, he was still extremely powerful. Compared to the goddess of the earth, she is only slightly inferior. For such a terrifying existence to be suppressed by Yang Feng naturally shocked the angels. As the war weapons of the gods, the angels were not afraid of death in battle. However, they were also highly intelligent and understood that the enemy this time would not be easy to deal with. The goddess of the earth originally planned to have a good talk with Yang Feng. But with a few words from the six-eyed transcendent, both sides shed all pretense of cordiality. There was no room for reconciliation. The beautiful bright world warlock rank blazing angel asked solemnly, "My lord, what should we do now?" There was an enigmatic gleam in the eyes of the goddess of the earth goddess, and she said slowly, "Without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. Now we can only do our best to support the six-eyed transcendent. Otherwise, if the six-eyed transcendent is destroyed, I'm afraid that the next one will be me. This world is a grade 3 plane that can accommodate quasi-holy step powerhouses. There are countless resources in this plane. At the same time, the divine authority of this plane can be used to accommodate many powerhouses. When the goddess of the earth sent an avatar to travel the astral boundary, she secretly entered the Tsangji plane to study. She naturally knows that human warlocks are extremely aggressive. If the two sides are evenly matched, then human warlocks may respect the opponent and carry out a series of cooperation. But if there is a huge difference in strength between the two sides, and there is no friendship between the two sides, then human warlocks will attack the plane, occupy it, and turn it into their own territory. Since the era of the 8 warlock dynasties, human warlocks have never stopped exploring and invading other planes. By absorbing the essence of the civilizations of countless races, human warlocks have been able to create a brilliant, prosperous, and diverse warlock civilization. The goddess of the earth flicked her wrist, and a yellow scepter appeared in her hand. She pointed with a finger, and yellow light shone and formed a huge yellow gate in the void. That yellow gate was called the Gate of the Divine Kingdom. It was a powerful artifact developed by the Earth Mother Goddess. With the Gate of the Divine Kingdom, the forces that possessed the Gate of the Divine Kingdom could easily travel between the Divine Kingdoms, gather their forces, and resist their enemies. Six-eyed Transcendent, the outsider has gone to attack your divine country. Give up your divine country immediately and come to my divine country. The two of us will join forces to contend against the outsider." The goddess of the earth pointed with the scepter in her hand, and divine force surged and formed the projection of the six-eyed transcendent in the void. She spoke calmly. The six-eyed transcendent uttered unhurriedly, "Goddess of the earth, please come to my divine country for support. As long as you get through this tribulation, I can give you the souls of 20 saints. Saints are the most precious treasures of every god. Not only do they possess formidable power, but they are also very pious to their god. They dedicate their entire body and mind to the god they serve. The souls of every saint are top materials for refining blazing angels. The souls of 20 saints can allow the goddess of the earth to produce 5 more blazing angels. For gods, this is a huge sum." The goddess of the earth responded calmly, "My divine country is full of the law of earth. As long as I am in my divine country, it is the same as standing on the earth. I will never die or fail. But if I go to your divine country, my strength will be weakened by at least 50%. Come to my divine country, and I will support you. You don't have to pay me anything." Among the 3 transcendent gods, the Vajra transcendent is rude and upright, the goddess of the earth is kind and gentle, and the six-eyed transcendent is eccentric and acts in an equally bizarre manner. The goddess of the earth doesn't dare to set foot in the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent lightly. In this world, no matter where it is, the goddess of the earth doesn't fear the six-eyed transcendent in the slightest, except in the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. The six-eyed transcendent uttered with a smile, "Without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. Goddess of the earth, if I'm killed by that outsider, His next target will definitely be you. Helping me is equivalent to helping yourself. The goddess of the earth responded lightly, not necessarily. As long as I try to negotiate with him, there's always a possibility of discussion. If worst comes to worst, I'll give up my position as a god and leave this world. The six-eyed transcendent sneered, leave this world? Impossible. Once you give up your position and leave this world, all your power will disappear. You will no longer be the aloof goddess of the earth, but an ordinary person. Can you really give up everything and be willing to be an ordinary person? Gods have far longer lifespans than ordinary warlocks and terrifying battle prowess. However, they are also bound by the plane. Once a god's true body leaves their plane, they will slowly weaken after a week. If a god gives up their divine country and everything else, all their power will gradually disappear, and they will become an ordinary person. They may even die due to the backlash. Therefore, unless it is a last resort, no god will give up their world to ascend to godhood. The goddess of the earth uttered calmly, I have Annie and Vega to protect me. Even if I leave this place, I won't die. I can go to another place and start over again. Annie and Vega are two bright world warlock rank blazing angels subordinated to the goddess of the earth. When a god leaves their plane, their strength will decline, and they may even die due to the backlash. However, as long as there are angels around them, the angels will protect them and help them get through their weakest period. The six-eyed transcendent's face flickered, and he contemplated for a while before saying, Goddess of the earth, come and help me. As long as you help me this time, then for 10,000 years, I will only keep enough believers to maintain my existence in this world. The goddess of the earth took a deep look at the six-eyed transcendent and pointed with the yellow scepter in her hand, and the projection of the six-eyed transcendent collapsed and disappeared. Annie asked curiously, My lord, aren't we going to help him? The eyes of the goddess of the earth shimmered gloomily, and she uttered hatefully, The six-eyed transcendent harbors evil intentions. If I go, I'm afraid that I will die at his hands, or even become his puppet. The doctrine of the six-eyed transcendent is full of slaughter, betrayal, conspiracy, and other darkness. He is a dark transcendent. Such a dark transcendent is the most untrustworthy. The goddess of the earth has lived for who knows how many years. She has seen many gods enter the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent and either become his servants or disappear. At the time, the three transcendent gods joined forces to resist the dark transcendent king, but they chose to fight in the divine country of the Vajra transcendent. Even the Vajra transcendent wouldn't set foot in the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. Naturally, the goddess of the earth wouldn't be so stupid as to enter the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. Yang Feng's fleet soon appeared outside the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. The divine country of the six-eyed transcendent is a dark celestial body, and a copious amount of dark divine force pervades the divine country. Yang Feng glanced at the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent and smiled coldly. So this is the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. Dark divine force is best at eroding the mind. Any intelligent life form that enters it will be affected. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on robots. The doors of the huge fleet opened, and a swarm of battle robots poured into the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent like a tide. A legion of dark angels, with their pitch-black wings spread, emerged from the endless demonic chi, and they look very similar to fallen angels. Chapter 885. How dare you break into my divine country? You won't be able to leave this place alive. In the center of the divine country, inside a huge temple, the six-eyed transcendent looked at the countless battle robots that appeared in the sky, snorted coldly, raised a black halberd, and pointed at the sky. Violent divine force fluctuations suddenly surged, and mysterious runes appeared in the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent in an instant. A tremendous amount of darkness divine force entered the Dark Angel and forcibly increased the Dark Angel's fighting strength by a level. At the same time, the darkness divine power of the six-eyed transcendent's divine kingdom was constantly eroding the fourth-generation battle robots. The strengthened fourth-generation battle robots activated their energy shields to resist the erosion of the dark divine force. At the same time, they launched a frenzied attack on the Dark Angels. After the Dark Angels advanced by a level, but there was still a terrifying gap between them and the 4th-generation battle robots in terms of battle prowess. As soon as the Undyings rushed into the midst of the Dark Angels, they brandished their blades and chopped the Dark Angels into pieces. In an instant, a huge hole was torn open in the dense swarm of Dark Angels, and countless Dark Angels were chopped into pieces. As soon as the Dark Angels were smashed, they turned into strands of black gas that entered the void. Dark freaks once again condensed in the void and flew out, pouncing on the huge mechanical legion. When the Dark freaks collided with the Type 3 Undyings, they were easily killed, and then turned into dark divine force that entered the divine country. As if there was no end to the Dark freaks, they kept appearing and consuming the power of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Although the Dark freaks aren't strong, but their ability to be reborn from the divine country is terrifying. Besieged by them, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse will have their strength consumed. Without a powerful secret method, they may even be exhausted to death. The six-eyed demonic god looked at the darkness freaks that were constantly being reborn and curled his lips into a mocking smirk. "Fool, this is my god country. To think that you would dare to attack my god country after being ridiculed. What a fool." In this divine country, the six-eyed transcendent is even confident in defeating warlock monarch rank powerhouses. The Dark Fiend Deity King was a terrifying half-saint expert, which was why he had no choice but to join forces with the Mother Goddess of the Earth and the Vajra demonic god. It's a pity that Mother Earth didn't fall for it. Otherwise, I could have a taste of the Mother Earth. The six-eyed demon god turned to take a deep look at a blood-red cross that was engraved with countless runes and gave off a strong smell of blood. A look of pity flashed through its eyes. Within his divine kingdom, the six-eyed demon god was 100% confident that he could swiftly suppress the Mother Earth goddess, who was at the same level as him. That was why he requested the Mother Goddess of the Earth to come to his divine kingdom. He wanted to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and have a taste of the Mother Goddess of the Earth, whose strength was above his. Yang Feng sneered, "Unkillable freaks." This was the unique characteristic of the complete divine kingdom of the six-eyed demonic god. If this characteristic was encountered by others, it would give them a huge headache. Unfortunately, the opponent is my mechanical army. A level 5 stronghold flew out of the Starfield Battlestar and flew into the divine kingdom of the six-eyed demon god like a meteor. The level 5 stronghold extended 365 tubes, which frantically inhaled, and the dark divine power of the slashed freaks in the sky was sucked into the level 5 stronghold. Inside the level 5 stronghold, the eternal propulsion furnaces roared and absorbed the darkness divine force and transformed it into high-energy crystals. Huge whirlpools suddenly appeared in the divine kingdom of darkness and frantically devoured the darkness divine force inside. The eternal propulsion furnaces specialized in absorbing all kinds of energy and transforming them into high-energy crystals. Darkness divine force was just one kind of energy, so it was naturally absorbed and transformed by the eternal propulsion furnaces. Curses, how is this possible? How can this be? The six-eyed demon god watched as the chopped freaks were absorbed into the level 5 stronghold and the darkness divine force in his divine kingdom decreased at a frightening rate, and his face fell at once. Inside the divine country, the six-eyed demon god can clearly perceive that the darkness divine force in his divine country is disappearing at an alarming rate. Hongsha Jiangyuan, go destroy that thing. With a ferocious gleam in his eyes, the six-eyed demon god barked at the warlock monarch rank red rhombus rank powerhouse engraved with countless mysterious runes and a lifeless look in his eyes. As soon as the warlock monarch rank red rhombus rank powerhouse escaped into this world, he was deceived by the six-eyed demon god into his divine country, where he was suppressed and refined into a golem weapon. The golem forged from the warlock monarch rank red rhombus rank powerhouse is extremely powerful, and its combat power is comparable to that of the six-eyed demon god. Naturally, the six-eyed demon god wouldn't hand over such a treasure to Yang Feng, which is why this war broke out. Yes, Master. With a sluggish aura, the warlock monarch rank red rhombus saluted the six-eyed demon god. Suddenly, the red rhombus on the forehead of the warlock monarch rank red rhombus rank powerhouse burst out with a rune, and warlock monarch rank red light shone on the six-eyed transcendent. Illuminated by the red light, the six-eyed demon god froze for a moment. At this moment, The hands of the warlock monarch rank red rhombus rank suddenly burst out, and 6 red rays pierced into the 6 eyes of the 6-eyed demon god like swords. In the nick of time, the 6-eyed transcendent released fearsome black light that formed a divine light barrier around him. The 6 red rays pierced into the 6 eyes of the 6-eyed transcendent and crushed them, and drops of blood dripped from the 6 eyes of the 6-eyed transcendent. "You damn beast, how dare you injure me? How dare you injure my eyes?" The 6-eyed transcendent let loose an earth-shattering roar of anguish. Each of the 6 eyes of the 6-eyed transcendent possesses different extraordinary powers. 2 of them can seriously injure or even kill a warlock monarch rank powerhouse if they are hit by them. As a warlock monarch rank powerhouse of the Gamana universe, Hongsha Jiangyuan is a seasoned and experienced powerhouse, which is why he chose to seriously injure the 6 eyes of the 6-eyed transcendent. "Thank you for helping me recover, idiot." With a flash of derision in his eyes, the red rhombus warlock monarch rank powerhouse radiated red light, and he soared into the sky and flew outside. "Then let us die together." There was a hint of madness in the 6-eyed demon god's voice. He waved his hand, and a mirror with an eye on it suddenly appeared and shone on crimson stone Jiangyuan. 28 runes emerged from the strange eye and resonated with the runes inside the red rhombus warlock monarch rank powerhouse. "Damn it, you really did something to my body." Many parts of Hongsha Jiangyuan's body twisted. He gritted his teeth, and the red rhombus on his forehead released rays of light that enveloped him. Many parts of Hongsha Jiangyuan's body exploded, and his flesh and blood merged with the dark divine force in the void and formed a freak exuding bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. As soon as the freak took shape, Hongsha Jiangyuan's power weakened by 30%. Hongsha Jiangyuan glanced coldly at the freak, and then turned into a stream of light and flew out of the divine country of the 6-eyed demon god. His top priority is to escape from here and get rid of Yang Feng's pursuit, rather than fight the 6-eyed demon god to the death. "Go to hell." Dark verdict. The 6-eyed demon god roared wildly, took out the black spear dark verdict, and threw it at Hongsha Jiangyuan. Within the divine kingdom, countless strands of black divine power poured into the dark judgment, constantly strengthening it until it reached the pinnacle. It turned into a beam of black light that could destroy everything, pierce through everything, and stab at Hongsha Jiangyuan. The dark verdict is one of the strongest trump cards of the 6-eyed demon god. In the divine country, it can even seriously injure or kill warlock monarch rank powerhouses. "You're crazy." Hongsha Jiangyuan was both shocked and angry. He shouted, and the red caltrop on his forehead shone with a terrifying red light, forming a red defensive barrier in front of him. When the dark verdict stabbed into the red barrier, it pierced through the red barrier, and then stabbed Hongsha Jiangyuan, and the lower half of his body was blasted to pieces. Hongsha Jiangyuan's blood scattered, but he still gritted his teeth and flew out of the divine country. If he had continued to fight the 6-eyed demon god when he launched a sneak attack, he might have had a chance to kill the other party. But now, he has no chance to kill the 6-eyed demon god. Within a breath of time, Hongsha Jiangyuan flew out of the divine country. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." When Hongsha Jiangyuan flew out of the divine country, he was just about to cast a secret method, when he saw a huge palm carrying primal chaos breath barreling towards him. The red rhombus between Hongsha Jiangyuan's eyebrows shone, turned into a sharp awl, and pierced through the huge palm. As if a spear, a mechanical flood formed from 1 million 5th-generation battle robots engulfed Hongsha Jiangyuan in an instant. Amid flashes of red light, 5th-generation battle robots were destroyed by Hongsha Jiangyuan one after another. "Haha, you damn aboriginal of the inferior universe, you want to capture me alive? It won't be that easy. Let's die together." After destroying more than 1,000 5th-generation battle robots, Hongsha Jiangyuan burst into laughter, shone with red light, and exploded in an instant. The terrifying explosion engulfed the 3,000 5th-generation battle robots around him. Chapter 886. The 6-eyed transcendent appeared, its body riddled with wounds. Dark divine force surged, and a large amount of god blood sprinkled on the divine country. After struggling for a quarter of an hour, the 6-eyed transcendent's soul was finally eroded, and it bowed respectfully to Yang Feng. Of course, level 5 strongholds aren't invincible. As long as Yang Feng's mechanical legion can't resist the attack of the gods, the level 5 stronghold will be destroyed. At the moment when the small black imprint appeared, 3 black sword rays flew out of the level 5 stronghold and stabbed into the six-eyed transcendent. Without hesitation, an earth-yellow warship flew out of the divine country of the goddess of the earth and plunged into astral boundary. Countless runes pierced into the six-eyed transcendent, entangled his soul, and eroded his soul. After a stalemate, the black beam formed from the magic eye black ray collapsed and disappeared. Each of the advanced strongholds of the Shizu had the ability to absorb all kinds of strange energies. Many worlds filled with chaotic energies could be suppressed, refined, and turned into new colonies of the Shizu. Within the divine country, the six-eyed transcendent laughed loudly, his eyes flashed with madness, and he pointed at the level 5 stronghold with a huge scepter in his hand. The six-eyed transcendent was defeated. And he lost so miserably. There's no chance of victory at all. Within the divine country of the goddess of the earth watched through a mirror as the six-eyed transcendent was captured by the 3 blazing angels and brought to Yang Feng, and she felt a chill in her heart. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, a red crystal covered in cracks flew into the distance like a stone. Yang Feng uttered calmly, "No, since this grade 3 plane is my foundation, there naturally can't be any variables. Although the STYX oath is difficult to break, but it's not impossible. As a warlock monarch rank powerhouse from another universe, every inch of Hongsha Zhongyuan's remains has great research value. Only a living god like the goddess of the earth would leave behind the wealth of a divine country for Yang Feng to plunder." The six-eyed demon god's hand that was holding the black seal was also severed. 200,000 fifth-generation battle robots flew out from the level 5 stronghold and attacked the six-eyed transcendent the moment the dazzling beam disappeared. The mother goddess hesitated for a moment before saying, "If I choose to submit to you, can I use the method of signing the Nether River Oath to confirm our relationship?" Damn it. Once controlled by the true god Empyrean imprint, everything would belong to the owner. Even if the demonic god wanted to commit suicide, it would be extremely difficult. Every god's divine kingdom was constructed from some kind of law of authority, crystallization of divine power, and all kinds of natural treasures. Every divine kingdom was a huge treasure trove. Idiot. Within the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent, countless dark angels and dark freaks suddenly knelt on the ground and stopped attacking. "Yes," Yang Feng ordered, "have your people stop." Third-class planes were extremely precious and rare. The Battle Demon sect had existed for tens of thousands of years, but its headquarters was only a fourth-class plane. The Battle Demon sect had also discovered some Grade 3 and Grade 2 planes, but they all had masters. Containing terrifying power, fallen angel fire erupted in an instant and burned the six-eyed transcendent. The Nether River Oath was one of the highest oaths in the universe. However, there were countless treasures and mysterious secret methods in the universe. One of the leaves of an extraordinary plant known as the Deceit Magic Tree, which had been passed down from the Eternal Era, could break the Nether River Oath. There were countless dark angels and dark freaks in the divine country of the six-eyed transcendent. Although those weapons were not a match for Yang Feng's mechanical legion, but they could still destroy a part of it. In addition to the Deception Tree, there were also several rare treasures in the universe that could break the Nether River Oath. Since Yang Feng wanted to turn this plane into his foundation, he naturally couldn't allow any accidents and variables to exist. There was a flash of ridicule in Yang Feng's eyes. The Starfield Battlestar's artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam slammed into the six-eyed transcendent. When the six-eyed transcendent was pulled out of the divine country, a true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, and countless rune chains flew out and stabbed towards the six-eyed transcendent. A transparent energy shield emerged from the level 5 stronghold. "Greetings, Master." With a flash of light, a projection of the goddess of the earth appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "How can I allow others to sleep soundly next to my bed? This is a rare Grade 3 plane that can give birth to warlock monarch rank powerhouses. It is the foundation for the prosperity of a large force. I can't give up." One of the main reasons why the six-eyed transcendent provoked Yang Feng to attack him is that the Grade 3 plane is extremely important to Yang Feng. "Well done. Since Yang Feng discovered this grade 3 plane, he won't let it go easily. The goddess of the earth uttered decisively, "In that case, I choose to leave." In front of the starfield Battlestar, the goddess of the earth lowered her posture, saluted Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully, "Congratulations on killing a strong enemy, sir. I am sorry for what happened before. Please allow me to apologize to you. Now that the level 5 stronghold can absorb the divine force of the divine country, Yang Feng has another trump card to deal with the divine country of the gods. Black Light of the Demon Eye was one of the most powerful long-range attack spells that the six-eyed demon god had mastered. Within the Darkness Divine Kingdom, even a strong divine power rank god would be severely injured or even killed by the Black Light of the Demon Eye. Besieged by a swarm of 5th-generation battle robots, the six-eyed transcendent struggled bitterly. With a flick of his wrist, a small black imprint suddenly appeared. Yang Feng looked at the level 5 stronghold below and raised the corners of his mouth into a smile. So that's how it is. The divine country of gods can be attacked in this way. After a god dies, their divine country will be pulled by astral boundary and fall into astral boundary. No one can get the wealth of their divine country. In their divine country, as long as they burn their divine force, gods can freely appear in any corner of the battlefield. This is the authority of gods in their divine country. The most troublesome aspect of a god's divine kingdom was that it was filled with the power of a certain type of divine power. This divine force authority can weaken the enemy and strengthen oneself. Countless battle robots flew up one after another, carrying different wreckages as they flew towards the star sector-level interstellar battleship. The goddess of the earth raised her eyebrows and said slowly, "Can't we coexist peacefully in this world?" Yang Feng looked at the beautiful goddess of the earth and uttered flatly, "There's no need for that. Goddess of the earth, I am now the guardian of this world. You have 3 choices. The first choice is to submit to me and become my subordinate. The second choice is to leave this world. The third choice is to die in this world." The goddess of the earth doesn't want to be like the six-eyed transcendent, whose life and death are completely under Yang Feng's control. Burned by the fallen angel fire, the soul of the six-eyed transcendent screamed in pain. Unable to cast any divine spells, it was forcibly pulled out of the divine country by Agnipe and the other 2 supreme infinity warlock rank fallen angels. Once the goddess of the earth left this world, there is no longer any power in this world that can contend against Yang Feng. The mechanical legion Yang Feng sent swept through the world. Without exception, the countries of this world surrendered and became members of the Holy Moon Empire. 3 black chains shot out from the 3 supreme infinity warlock rank fallen angel marshals, pierced into the six-eyed transcendent, coiled around it, and burned its divine force and soul. In the divine country, countless runes churned, and a huge demonic eye 100 meters in diameter suddenly appeared. The huge demonic eye looked in the direction of the level 5 stronghold, and a black beam shot out from the huge demonic eye and blasted into the level 5 stronghold in an instant. Black divine spell shields emerged from the six-eyed transcendent, and then collapsed. A dazzling light unit appeared in front of the red crystal, grabbed the red crystal, and blurred into motion, and then flew towards the Battlestar. Although the six-eyed transcendent's 6 eyes were pierced by Hongsha Jiangyuan, but it still has a way to perceive the situation around it. When it saw the countless rune chains, it trembled slightly. It was just about to cast a powerful spell, but it felt a sharp pain on its soul, and it couldn't cast any spell. When the magic eye black ray slammed into the transparent shield, it caved in. As soon as the goddess of the earth withdrew from her divine country, countless battle robots entered it and began to dismantle it. The six-eyed transcendent roared in rage as he combusted his divine force in a frenzy. In an instant, he appeared above the level 5 fortress, raised a black greatsword, and slashed at the level 5 fortress. The six-eyed transcendent responded respectfully. He waved the scepter in his hand, and a powerful wave of divine power entered his divine kingdom. Huge whirlpools appeared on the level 5 stronghold, devoured the surrounding dark divine force, and formed new energy crystals. Chapter 887. Do the 2 of you know the whereabouts of the Dark Transcendent King? In the back garden of a luxurious villa, Yang Feng is sitting on a beach chair, with the Vajra Transcendent and the six-eyed Transcendent standing beside him. The Vajra Transcendent replied, I don't know. Nourished by formidable divine force, the six-eyed transcendent, who has recovered an eye, said unhurriedly, "At the time, I used the Black Death Eye to attack the Dark Transcendent King and established a connection with him. I know his whereabouts. Among the Vajra Transcendent, the six-eyed Transcendent, and the Goddess of the Earth, although the six-eyed Transcendent isn't the strongest, but his 6 eyes are extremely strange. Even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses wouldn't dare to be hit by his eyes." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he uttered slowly, "In that case, he is still in a weakened state. If the Dark Transcendent King was at his peak, with his quasi-holy step strength, he could easily eliminate the six-eyed Transcendent's Black Death Eye." The six-eyed Transcendent hesitated for a while, and then uttered, "That should be the case, unless he wants to lure me to a dangerous place and kill me." In the past, the Black Devil Deity King had forced his way into the divine kingdoms of the 3 great divine powers and had a decisive battle with them. He had attempted to kill the 3 great divine power level gods with the terrifying strength of a semisaint, but in the end, both sides had suffered great losses. The extremely arrogant Black Fiend God King might have also absorbed the confidence of his past arrogance and set up such a trap. Yang Feng thought for a while, and then shook his head. Impossible. At the time, the Dark Transcendent King was seriously injured by the 3 of you and fled in a sorry state. He must have suffered serious injuries that are difficult to recover from. Under such circumstances, the most important thing for him to do is to restore himself and remove all the foreign powers in his body. Since he couldn't eliminate the power of your Black Death Eye, it proves that he is still in a weakened state. As Yang Feng analyzed, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. A half-step sage expert was a huge treasure in itself. It was an incomparably huge resource. If you can get a quasi-holy step soul core, you may be able to promote a quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouse to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Yang Feng ordered, "Take me to him." The six-eyed transcendent replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." Outside the star domain of a blue planet, ripples flashed, and a star sector-level interstellar battleship appeared silently in the starry sky of that planet. This is where the Black Fiend God King is hiding? This should be a 5th-grade realm. Inside the Starfield Battlestar, Yang Feng felt a powerful binding force envelop him and suppress his cultivation base to the Moonlight Warlock realm, and he couldn't help but frown. The limit of powerhouses a Grade 5 plane can accommodate is the Bright World Warlock rank. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, their strength will be suppressed to the Bright World Warlock realm. For this place to be the hiding place of the Dark Transcendent King, Yang Feng was surprised. The six-eyed demon god replied respectfully, "Yes, Lord, this is the place. My Black Death Eye sent me the coordinates of this place." With a thought from Yang Feng, a hatch on the invisible Starfield Battlestar opened, and Starry Sky explorers flew out, activated the stealth system, and silently flew towards the celestial body. After all, the Dark Transcendent King is a quasi-holy step powerhouse. Whatever he has set up, it must be an extremely earth-shaking and dangerous trap. Yang Feng naturally became cautious. As soon as the space explorers flew into the planet, they saw that the planet was covered with countless extraordinary plants. Giant trees that reached 10,000 meters in height were everywhere. All of a sudden, a monster with a black hole on its head emerged from the pitch-black sea. As soon as the monster emerged, a flow of devouring power Upanishad emerged and swept across the void. Within an area of 100 kilometers in radius, all life forms and trees were devoured by the monster. A Starry Sky explorer was also devoured by the monster and fell into its stomach. After the monster devoured everything within an area of 100 kilometers in radius, it plunged into the Black Sea, satisfied, and disappeared. In another place, there is a 3-headed gold dragon exuding archaic breath flying. The 3-headed gold dragon exuding pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power is fighting a Feng Huang exuding pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power. Gold dragon breath and Feng Huang fire that can burn everything surged in the sky, and fearsome fluctuations of power spread in all directions. In the wake of the 2 pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank existences, countless flames ignited. In another place, a golden-winged rock exuding pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power flew to a cliff with an archaic dragon in its mouth, and then flung the archaic dragon to the ground. 3 golden-winged rock hatchlings rushed over and pecked at the archaic dragon. This world is really strange. How come there are so many immemorial and archaic life forms? Inside the Starfield Battlestar, Yang Feng looked at the immemorial and archaic life forms with formidable bloodlines, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Feng Huang, golden-winged rock, they are all existences at the pinnacle of extraordinary life forms. Once the pureblood Feng Huang with the noblest bloodline reaches adulthood, they will possess Bright World Warlock rank power and have the potential to evolve into the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. The pureblood archaic golden-winged rock also has such fearsome evolutionary potential. In this world that seems to be a barbaric era, it is definitely a huge treasure trove with the bloodline of countless pinnacle extraordinary life forms. In this world, many pinnacle extraordinary life forms have disappeared from the Zhangji plane for many years. In the Zhangji plane, many secret methods created by pinnacle bloodline warlocks have become collectibles, just for people to study. This is because they lack the corresponding bloodline. The bloodline of the 2 Infinity Warlocks Yu Yang and Yu Tianling is just between the bloodline of ordinary Black Feng Huang and ordinary Feng Huang. If they get the bloodline of the archaic pureblood Feng Huang, their bloodline will evolve again, their strength will increase sharply, and they will have the possibility to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. A treasury, what a huge treasury. As long as I can analyze the plain origin will of this world will be mine. Yang Feng's level 5 Mechanical Legion with Glorious Sun Warlock rank level 5 robots as the main force besieged this world's pinnacle extraordinary life forms, which are only at the Bright World Warlock rank. As long as the plain origin will of this world is analyzed, this world will become Yang Feng's backyard for harvesting bloodline force. This celestial body is 100 times the size of the Earth. However, the speed of the interstellar explorer is terrifying. Even though it hasn't accelerated to the speed of light, but it still explored the celestial body within an hour. 3 days later, relying on the level 5 optical computer network's computing power comparable to that of a pinnacle warlock monarch, Yang Feng analyzed the plain origin will of this world. In a mountain range that Yang Feng casually named the Super Beast Plain, Yang Feng pointed ahead and said unhurriedly, "Is this the place where you sense the dark transcendent king?" In front of the mountain range, there is a huge pitch-black mountain towering into the clouds. The entire mountain range was constructed from an extremely rare mineral, the primordial starstone. The defensive power of primordial star rock is extremely fearsome. Even an all-out attack from an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse will find it difficult to destroy it. Unless it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, it will be very difficult to destroy the mountain made of primordial star rock. The six-eyed transcendent said, "Yes, it's here. However, there is no entrance to this mountain. I wonder how the dark transcendent king got in." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "This is the place where the dark transcendent king hides and recuperates. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled to this place." All of a sudden, Devour Black Moons appeared and slammed into the primordial star rock. Tremendous Devour force spread from the Devour Black Moons and eroded the primordial star rock. The primordial star rock didn't budge, letting the Devour Black Moons devour it. The Devour Black Moons look fierce and fearsome, but they can't harm the primordial star rock in the slightest. Yang Feng frowned slightly and withdrew the Devour Black Moons. "I can't absorb any power. My essence of Devour is still not mature enough. However, it's not impossible to break the primordial star rock." Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, and countless Devourers turned into a black insect swarm that pounced on the primordial star rock. Countless Devourers pounced on the Zhu Yuan Star Rock Mountain, devouring everything in a frenzy. They forcefully devoured the Zhu Yuan Star Rock Mountain inch by inch, gnawing out a passage leading to the inside. Devourers are one of the ultimate weapons of the Shizu. They possess terrifying might, and their devour force is far above that of Yang Feng's. As soon as the passage appeared, a starry sky explorer flew inside. At the end of the passage, there is a huge palace. On a throne in the palace, there sits a handsome young man with long blue hair, a mysterious rune on his forehead, and a domineering aura. Wisps of distorted life force diffused from him and radiated the entire palace. As though they had sensed something, The distorted ghostly figures let out mournful howls as they pounced towards the devourers. The devourers pounced into the midst of the ghostly figures and inhaled frantically, causing the ghostly figures to scream miserably, before turning into black smoke and disappearing. Chapter 888. Yang Feng looked at the phantoms pouring out of the passage, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Did he die? I didn't expect that the Dark Transcendent King, who broke into the divine country of a strong divine force rank powerhouse, would die here. The phantoms in the passage are extremely terrifying. They can even kill moonlight warlocks. But for an infinity warlock like Yang Feng, they pose no threat at all. Many warlock treasure troves are dangerous. Unless there is a special reason, ordinary people will be easily killed even if they enter a warlock treasure trove. The six-eyed transcendent looked into the depths of the cave with regret in his eyes. He had already awakened decades ago, but the terrifying half-holy expert, the Black Fiend God King, had beaten him into a state of fear, so he did not dare to seek out the Black Fiend God King. He was afraid that the Black Fiend God King would recover and crush him to death. At the time, the Dark Transcendent King fought 3 people by himself. If it wasn't for the blessing of the divine country, the 3 Transcendent Kings wouldn't be his opponent. The six-eyed Transcendent looked around and comforted himself in his heart, but even if I found this place, with my strength, I wouldn't be able to open the Starstone Mountain. If I'm not careful, I might die here. With a thought from Yang Feng, a bright world warlock rank flesh golem suddenly flew out from the side and flew towards the depths of the passage. So this is a quasi-holy step powerhouse. How fearsome, he's completely different from the fake red monarch. When Yang Feng's flesh golem avatar flew to in front of the Dark Transcendent King's corpse, he sensed fearsome power coming from the Dark Transcendent King. Although the Dark Transcendent King has died, but the breath he exudes is still much stronger than Yang Feng's. If he was at his peak, Yang Feng wouldn't be his opponent at all. Yang Feng carefully sized up the surroundings of the palace. In the palace, there is a pond inscribed with countless mysterious runes. Clearly, it is a top magic pond specially responsible for restoring the body. At this time, there is no longer a drop of magic liquid in the top magic pond. There are only some phantoms and strange phenomena left in the pond. Clearly, the Dark Transcendent King has sucked the top magic pond dry. But even so, he still couldn't save his life. In addition to the top-notch magic pool, only the materials of the palace could enter Yang Feng's eyes. By demolishing the palace, Yang Feng can manufacture 400,000 fifth-generation battle robots. At the same time, he can harvest some treasures that can be used to upgrade the stronghold to level 6. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the Dark Transcendent King, he scanned the Dark Transcendent King's corpse with his tremendous soul force, looking for the treasures hidden on him. As a quasi-holy step powerhouse, the Dark Transcendent King carries the Transcendent King's body, the Dark Transcendent Feng has with his body. At the moment when Yang Feng's soul force landed on the Dark Transcendent Monarch, the Dark Transcendent Monarch's eyes released black light that entered Yang Feng's flesh golem. King with Transcendent Master. A tremendous force gushed out of the Dark Transcendent King and poured into Yang Feng's flesh golem. Yang Feng's flesh golem broke through frantically and advanced to the Infinity Warlock realm in an instant. The flesh golem avatar is an avatar Yang Feng refined by combining Shizu technology, avatar technology of the world of warlocks, and various bloodline strengthening techniques. It possesses the bloodline of the strongest archgod and possesses terrifying evolutionary potential. As soon as the flesh golem avatar advanced to a bright world warlock rank powerhouse, its body suddenly expanded to 7 meters, countless runes appeared, a 1-meter-long horn grew on its head, and the power of its bloodline was stimulated, becoming stronger and stronger, and its aura rose steadily. Under the infusion of terrifying power, the flesh golem avatar broke through all the way. Finally, with a roar, the flesh golem avatar turned into a 10-meter-tall freak covered in mysterious runes, with a horn on its head and a long tail, and exuding junior warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power. The quasi-holy step corpse of the Dark Transcendent Master drifted away with the wind and disappeared. When Yang Feng sensed the terrifying power contained in the flesh golem, he was speechless. Warlock Monarch, my golem avatar has promoted to a Warlock Monarch. Each quasi-holy step powerhouse has unfathomable means. There may be great traps hidden in their corpses. Once someone touches their corpses, they will activate a method to kill the other party. Yang Feng didn't expect the Dark Transcendent Master to gather all of his power into a powerful force and pour it into the first person who came into contact with him. Yang Feng looked at the flesh golem avatar and raised the corners of his mouth. However, even if my true body obtains this power, I can't break through the bottleneck and promote to a Warlock Monarch. It's not bad to have a Warlock Monarch rank avatar. At this time, Yang Feng's true body is already a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. He is only a step away from promoting to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. However, he has set up 9 small worlds inside him. He wants to make the 9 small worlds perfect before advancing to a Warlock Monarch. Even if the Dark Transcendent Master's power is directly transmitted to Yang Feng, he will only absorb it to strengthen himself, but won't break through and promote to a Warlock Monarch. At the moment when the Dark Transcendent Master's body turned into ashes, a copious amount of information poured into Yang Feng's flesh golem along with the Dark Transcendent Master's power, allowing him to learn a lot of secrets. The Dark Transcendent Master is a human warlock of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty. In order to obtain a long lifespan, he once snuck into a grade 5 plane, ignited his divine fire there, and became one of the guardians of that plane. Later, when one of his avatars was traveling in the astral boundary, he found an eternal relic site, entered the relic site by luck, and had a great fortuitous encounter. After the Dark Transcendent Master came out of the relic site, he collected resources, abandoned his identity as a god in one fell swoop, got rid of the shackles of the plane, and became a human warlock again. Relying on the secret methods he obtained from the relic site and the countless precious bloodlines of the world of superbeasts, he cultivated to the Warlock Monarch realm step by step. In the Tsangji plane, there are 4 dynasties in the surface world and Holy Spirit warlocks in the core world. Unwilling to submit to others, the Dark Transcendent Master practiced cultivation all the way to the quasi-holy step, and then found the plane where the Vajra Transcendent and company are located, wanting to seize it by force. When the Dark Transcendent Master fought the 3 Transcendent Masters, in fact, he invited a pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank friend. Originally, if the Dark Transcendent Master and his friend teamed up, they could easily defeat the 3 Transcendent Masters. But after the Dark Transcendent Master and the 3 Transcendent Masters suffered heavy losses, his friend didn't show up. Just as the Dark Transcendent Master was about to escape, his friend finally appeared and tried to ambush him. But the Dark Transcendent Master took the lead and used a fearsome secret method to seriously injure his friend in one fell swoop. After he fled back to his lair, he found that his origin has dried up and his soul has shattered. He is powerless to reverse the situation. When the Black Demon God King was about to die, he used a secret technique to condense all his power and life essence into a single point. Once someone scanned him with their soul force, he would pour his power into the body of that person. Originally, ordinary warlocks couldn't bear the power of the Dark Transcendent Master. However, there are all kinds of strange phenomena in the palace, which can even kill Moonlight warlocks easily. Additionally, the Starstone Mountain can't be broken without powerful means. Therefore, the Dark Transcendent Master chose to give his power to the first person to scan him with soul force. But Yang Feng was too careful. He poured all the power of the Dark Transcendent Master into his flesh golem avatar, leaving him speechless. Eternal imperishable body, this is the secret method the Dark Transcendent Master obtained from the relic site. This secret technique is the most precious treasure I've obtained this time. After rummaging through the information transmitted by the Dark Transcendent Master, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. The secret method Yang Feng currently cultivates is the Empyrean grade secret method Primal Chaos Imperishable Body created by the Taboo Lord. The Primal Chaos Imperishable Body is definitely one of the top secret methods in the world. But after all, the Taboo Lord was only one of the strongest Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses at the time, and not an Eternal who can become eternal and indestructible. The eternal imperishable body created by an Eternal is far more valuable and powerful than the Primal Chaos Imperishable Body created by the Taboo Lord. It seems that the universe's favor I obtained by killing a large number of other universe powerhouses has begun to take effect. As Yang Feng examined the eternal imperishable body secret method, A trace of enlightenment welled up in his heart. By killing other universe powerhouses, you can harvest the universe's favor. Although the universe's favor can't immediately enhance a warlock's strength, but it can make a person luckier. Yang Feng obtained the eternal imperishable body secret method so easily. Even though the Dark Transcendent Master only obtained a partial fragment of it at the time, but this is already a great fortuitous encounter. In addition, although Yang Feng didn't obtain any treasures in the Dark Transcendent Master's dwelling, but in the world of superbeasts, there are ancient extraordinary life forms with fearsome bloodlines everywhere. For Yang Feng, who is extremely powerful and has an endless supply of battle robots, this world of superbeasts is a huge treasure trove. The Grade 3 plane where the Vajra Transcendent and the other two Transcendent Masters are located is also a huge treasure trove, which can become Yang Feng's new foundation. In fact, Yang Feng's sniping of the other universe's powerhouses is a huge profit. Chapter 889. The Tsangji Plains Surface World, the Bright Province, one of the 36 greater provinces of the Eastern world, outside the capital of the Bright Province. The earth suddenly shook violently, and 3 giant cyan steles suddenly extended out from the earth. What happened? What's going on? Why is there an earthquake? Rays of light shone from the radiant city, and warlocks flew out and flew towards the 3 huge green stone steles. A warlock came to in front of a green stele and enunciated each syllable. First place on the human holy merit stele, Shan Yunsheng, 136,587,432 merit points. Is this a record of the merit points obtained from fighting with the other universe's powerhouses? This is the human monarch merit stele. As expected, the top 6 are the 6 monarchs of the 6 warlock dynasties. Why isn't the Golem monarch of the Golem dynasty on the list? The Golem dynasty doesn't seem to be fighting. They want to preserve their strength. Damn it. Sure enough, they obtained merit points from fighting with the other universe's powerhouses. When the human warlocks flew to in front of the green steles and took a closer look, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. The information that the 2 universes are about to merge and annex each other is no longer a secret in the Tsangji Plain. Because the powerhouses of the 6 warlock dynasties took the initiative to seal the biggest rift connecting the Gamana universe to the main universe. However, the changes in heaven and earth can no longer be concealed from the Tsangji Plain's warlocks. In the world of warlocks, all kinds of news spread extremely quickly. Now in the Tsangji Plain, except for the crude and isolated subcontinents, most human warlocks already know that the 2 universes are about to merge and annex each other. When the 3 green steles appeared and looked at the merit points recorded on them, the smart warlocks guessed that the merit points recorded on the 3 green steles are related to something. The human infinity merit stele, ranked 4th, Yang Maoan, who is he? Is there such an infinity warlock in the Tsangji Plain? He should be a powerhouse from the core world. The Human Infinity Merit List. This is a ranking of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Interesting. I wonder how many people from the surface world can be on the list. After glancing at the Holy Grade and Monarch Grade merit lists, the Warlocks focused their gazes on the C Grade merit list. There are less than 10 names on the Holy Merit list and less than 50 names on the Monarch Merit list. Moreover, the names on the Monarch Merit list are unfamiliar to Warlocks from the surface world. They were more interested in the C-Class merit list. Human Clan's C-Class merit stele, ranked 3rd, Lian Wui, 37331 652 merit points. Who is Lian Wui? It should be an expert from the core world. The essence of human warlocks is in the core world. Human Clan's C-Class merit stele, ranked 2nd, by Wuqing, 97331 652 merit points. It's His Majesty. As expected of His Majesty. His Majesty's merit points are 3 times that of Lian Wui's. As expected of Your Majesty. When the surrounding warlocks saw Bai Wuqing's name, their spirits were roused, and they revealed excited smiles. Bai Wuqing is the Emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty and is recognized as the #1 expert in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although he forcibly expelled the 10 great sects from the Tsangji Plain, but in all fairness, he is indeed a wise monarch. There are no major omissions in his administration, and he is quite popular among the people. Human Clan's C-Class merit stele, ranked 1st, Yongfeng, 41. 725361 merit points. Yongfeng, who is he? Why haven't I heard of him? Wait, I seem to remember him. By the way, it seems that the Battle Demon sect's true disciple is called Yongfeng. A few years ago, he suppressed all the peerless geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City. That Yongfeng is just someone with the same name. It has been less than 100 years since the battle for the Time Sky City. At the time, he was just a moonlight warlock. How could he have promoted to an infinity warlock so quickly? The Zhangji Plain is extremely vast. This Yongfeng might just be someone with the same name as that Yongfeng. That's right. This Yongfeng might be a reclusive old monster from the core world. Lacking information and shallow knowledge, these ordinary warlocks naturally don't know that the Yongfeng on the human clan's C-class merit stele is the true disciple Yongfeng of the Battle Demon sect they speak of. The sky suddenly distorted, and a huge magic eye suddenly appeared above the 3 merit steles. Staring at the 3 merit steles, the magic eye emanated Infinity Warlock rank might and enveloped the area below. Infinity Warlock. An Infinity Warlock is here. The faces of the human warlocks below changed dramatically, and some weaker warlocks flew towards the Bright Light City. Each Infinity Warlock is extremely powerful. The aftermath of their battle can easily kill human warlocks below the Starry Sky Warlock rank. In this chaotic era where the Great Calamity had already arrived, those who knew how to protect themselves would live longer. The huge eye exclaimed, Yongfeng, Battle Demon sect's true disciple Yongfeng, I didn't expect him to take this step. A mirror emerged from the void, looked at the 3 merit steles, and transmitted a cold voice. Battle Demon sect's Yongfeng is also Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. Since he occupies the resources of the 3 provinces, his cultivation speed naturally won't be too slow. It's not surprising that he has advanced to an Infinity Warlock. What? Battle Demon sect's Yongfeng is Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is Yongfeng? If he is Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming and Grand Duke of the North, then it makes sense that he reached the Infinity Warlock rank. The eyes of the many warlocks watching the 3 merit steles flickered with enigmatic light, and they commented spiritedly. Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming rose from the Li Gui province, occupied the Li Gui province, Yu province, and Bright Moon province, and was conferred the title of Grand Duke of the North. He is a famous bigwig in the Zhangji Plain. His reputation is much more resounding than that of Battle Demon sect's true disciple Yongfeng. Scram! A cold and ruthless voice full of hostility suddenly broke out in the sky, and a warlock monarch rank breath swept down. Shit! The countenance of the surrounding warlocks changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light and flew towards the Bright Light City. The mirror and the magic eye, the 2 existences transformed from Infinity Warlocks, also flew aside. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and a tremendous amount of demonic chi gathered and formed a black cloud that covered an area 10,000 kilometers in radius. When the warlocks in an area 10,000 kilometers in radius saw the black cloud in the sky, a dignified shade streaked past their eyes. They could all sense that the demonic clouds were nurturing an incomparably terrifying power. A 10,000-meter-tall ogre engraved with countless mysterious runes, a pair of horns on the head, and countless mysterious runes exuding quasi-holy step might descended from the sky and sent a fist barreling towards the 3 merit steles. For ordinary warlocks, the 3 merit steles are a topic of conversation. For some powerhouses, however, the 3 merit steles will reveal some details about them. They are existences that need to be erased. Boom! When the quasi-holy step ogre's fist slammed into the 3 merit steles, it produced an earth-shaking sound, and a violent shockwave spread in all directions. Under the impact of the violent shockwave, all life forms within an area of tens of kilometers in radius were killed. The Bright Light City activated a defensive barrier, and a huge bright light barrier suddenly appeared and blocked the fearsome shockwave. If the shockwave was allowed to enter the Bright Light City, then the ordinary people in the Bright Light City would all die. In the Eastern world's Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary people who cannot practice cultivation still make up the vast majority. But because of the large population base, the number of warlocks here is far higher than that of other subcontinents. The half-step sage ghost god crazily bombarded the 3 merit steles. One punch after another, he bombarded the 3 merit steles like a meteor shower. Within an area of tens of kilometers in radius of the 3 merit steles, the earth quaked, the mountains shook, the earth cracked, and magma erupted. But the 3 merit steles are still unscathed. Damn it, who the hell did this? The quasi-holy steppe ogre roared angrily, then blurred, entered the clouds of demonic chi in the sky, and disappeared. With a flash of green light, the environment within an area of tens of kilometers in radius around the 3 merit steles strangely reversed, and the environment returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Outside the area of tens of kilometers, however, mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, magma gushed, and life was plunged into misery and suffering. It's a scene of the end of the world. A fight between Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses is too powerful. Therefore, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses generally fight outside the starry sky. Warlock pagodas were built in every major city of human warlocks, forming formidable defensive barriers in order to withstand the aftermath of duels between experts. After all, not all Infinity Warlocks will take the initiative to go outside the starry sky to duel. The Tsungji Plain, in a palace, the warlock monarchs of the 6 warlock imperial courts are sitting around a round table. In the center of the round table, there is a crystal suspended in the air. The crystal exudes rays of light that formed a lifelike projection of the 3 merit steles. The taboo monarch looked at Yang Feng's name on the Infinity Merit stele with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose into a smile. First place on the Infinity Merit stele, how amazing. As expected of someone I fancy. Chapter 890. Even so, the Endless Abyss has never been completely brought under the control of the 8 warlock dynasties. Because the erosion of abyssal force is too terrifying, top human warlock powerhouses cannot stay in the Endless Abyss for a long time. Like a huge whirlpool, the hives frantically devoured the abyssal force in the Endless Abyss, as if they are the abyssal natives of the Endless Abyss. The numerous exits of the hive closed slightly, and the black beam slammed into the hive and twisted aside. What's going on? In the Endless Abyss, aren't only abyssal life forms unweakened? As long as an abyssal demonic creature enters a bloody battlefield and survives, they can evolve into a Marquis rank abyssal fiend lord at most. It will be very difficult for a Marquis rank abyssal fiend lord to promote to a Duke rank abyssal fiend lord. The Star Monarch frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "This merit stele is a treasure that someone used a peerless secret method to draw the will of the universe and refine. But now that it has appeared, it smells like sowing discord. For a Duke rank abyssal fiend lord to promote to an abyssal king, it is even more difficult, to the point that it is virtually impossible. Compared to human warlocks, the probability of an Infinity Warlock advancing to a Warlock Monarch is 100 times lower. Now that there is no Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, and the strength of the 6 Warlock dynasties isn't much different, it is naturally the choice of the 6 Warlock dynasties to establish the Human Supreme Council and integrate the forces of the human race. Judging from the performance of the Gamana universe's powerhouses, they have a deep understanding of the universe where the world of Warlocks is located. They have countless spies and backup plans. Moreover, the energy level of the Gamana universe's universe is half a level higher than that of the world of Warlocks. For the world of Warlocks, this universe annexation war is extremely dangerous. The Floor Lords, who are observing what is happening here through various means, frowned slightly, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. They aren't weakened. Agreed. The Taboo Monarch uttered unhurriedly, "We can destroy them with Empyrean-grade secret treasures. However, this is meaningless. They already have a connection with the will of the universe. Even if they are destroyed, they will soon regenerate somewhere in the world. Unless an existence on the same level as my lord erases them from the laws, they can only be completely destroyed." There was a flash of wisdom in the Time Monarch's eyes, and he said, "The Human Supreme Council should also be established. We have to gather the power of all the humans in order to survive this great calamity." However, the 17,000 levels of the Endless Abyss were already fixed, while the 362 levels were still in a half-formed state. They were born and destroyed, unable to give birth to a Lord of the Abyss. They were in an extremely strange and chaotic state, and could not be considered fully formed. In the past, when the Tsangji Plains 8 warlock dynasties suppressed the plains, the various powerful existences in the Endless Abyss were destroyed again and again by the 8 warlock dynasties' powerhouses and turned into various cultivation resources. Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar opened his eyes, and regret shimmered in his eyes. No, the potential of this Floor Lord avatar has been exhausted. Unless I get a secret treasure like the King Fiend Heart, it will be difficult to evolve into an abyssal king even after hundreds of thousands of years. Agreed. Something's wrong. The other 5 kings didn't hesitate and agreed. Countless spells shone, and the dragon-head devil elephant was blasted to death by the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Even infinity warlocks can't get rid of fame and fortune. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. The appearance of the strange Merit Steely not only exposed the top human race powerhouses in this universe, but it also provoked the competition between the top human race powerhouses. In order to compete for a ranking, many infinity warlocks on the infinity list fought each other endlessly, forming deep enmity. Such infinity warlocks are beneficial to the 6 warlock dynasties. The Infinity, Monarch, and Holy lists in the core world are the actions of the 6 warlock dynasties to sow discord and disintegrate the warlock geniuses of other forces. With the 36 Tier 2 hives as the core, hives plunged into the Endless Abyss and moved towards the deepest part of the abyss. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he looked into the distance, and countless runes appeared in his eyes. Someone is invading the Endless Abyss. Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar mused silently. Hiding in the Endless Abyss is really a smart choice. Unless it is a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, it is impossible to attack the abyss occupied by the Gamana universe's powerhouses. But in the Endless Abyss, with the blessing of the Floor Lord and the weakening of abyssal force, even if it is a Holy Spirit warlock, if they enter the Endless Abyss alone, they may be besieged and killed by the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Yang Feng felt a chill in his heart. There's really something strange about the Endless Abyss. Once the Infinity, Monarch, and Holy Merit Steelies appear, the narrow-minded and perverse powerhouses will attack the other powerhouses on the Infinity list, which will be detrimental to the unity of human warlocks. The Time Monarch frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "The appearance of the Merit Steelies is a bit strange. In the Endless Abyss, even if it is a quasi-holy step powerhouse, if they stay for a long time, they will be eroded by the abyssal force and become an abyssal lord. This is how many abyssal kings were born. A 1,000-meter tall abyssal demonic creature with a dragon head and an elephant body, with 2 dragon horns on its head and a pair of dragon wings on its ribs, exuding abyssal Grand Duke rank fluctuations of power, flew out, opened its maw, and fired a black beam barreling towards a hive. Although the Endless Abyss is said to be endless, but in fact, it still has a number. Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar has examined it carefully. At present, there are about 17,362 floors. The will of the universe has no corporeal body. It can only realize a certain will through a series of coincidences similar to the final destination. The 3 Merit Steelies cannot be naturally born in the universe. They can only be treasures refined by other powerful beings. The Endless Abyss was the nest of all kinds of filthy, dark demons and monsters condensed from all kinds of negative energies and broken souls in this universe. As long as there are intelligent life forms in the universe, the Endless Abyss will not be completely destroyed. If there is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse in the human race, then human warlocks will naturally establish a new human empire with the Warlock Emperor as the core. It is because the floors of the abyss are in a strange state that the number of floors of the Endless Abyss cannot be determined. As Yang Feng watched the Gamana universe's powerhouses sneak towards the deepest part of the Endless Abyss, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. At the time in the Julan Imperial Court, Poidal should have been working for the Gamana universe's powerhouses. This shows that the Gamana universe has made a lot of arrangements in our universe. The Floor Lord of the 17,000th floor was a bit slow in reacting. Unable to escape at once, the Floor Lord of the 17,000th floor was besieged by the Gamana universe's legion. The Floor Lord authority was seized, and the Floor Lord authority was stationed on the 17,000th floor. When the Gamana universe's legion penetrated deep into the 17,000th floor of the abyss, they brazenly attacked the Floor Lord of the 17,000th floor of the abyss, and then engaged in a fight with the floor lord of the 17,000th floor. Although the 6 great warlock dynasties were the most powerful forces of the Zhangji Plains human warlocks, standing far above the rest of the warlock groups. However, only by establishing the Human Supreme Council can the 6 warlock imperial courts grasp all the power of the human race. The universe cannot form the sea, monarch, and holy merit steles. However, as long as a powerful existence can communicate with the universe will and refine such a secret treasure, it will be extremely difficult to erase the steles. Empyrean-grade secret treasures can naturally destroy them, but they can quickly be born in other places. Logically speaking, the Gamana universe's powerhouses are the other universe's powerhouses. Rejected by this universe, they should be eroded by the negative force of this universe. However, when the Gamana universe's powerhouses entered the endless abyss, they were like fish in water, which made Yang Feng feel the aura of a conspiracy. 50 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 1,000 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses flew out from the other hives and rushed towards the dragon-head devil elephant. Agreed. The endless abyss is filled with abyssal force, which can suppress other races that enter the endless abyss. Except for abyssal life forms born in the endless abyss, other existences will be eroded by abyssal force once they enter the endless abyss, and eventually transformed into abyssal life forms. Agreed. Only existences that are favored by the endless abyss and are children of the plane may break through the bloodline shackles and become abyssal kings. Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar is clearly not a child of the plane favored by the endless abyss. Therefore, his limit is the Duke rank abyssal fiend cultivation base. Only by obtaining a peerless treasure like the King Fiend Heart can his avatar break through the bloodline shackles and promote to an abyssal king. Agreed. In the endless abyss, the abyssal fiends are violent, ferocious, chaotic, and irrational. However, the floor lords of each floor of the abyss have wisdom. They can only watch as the Gamana universe's powerhouses move towards the depths of the endless abyss, none of them taking action. The magic note monarch frowned and asked, "Can I destroy him?" On the 666th floor of the endless abyss, Yang Feng's floor lord avatar is quietly practicing cultivation and absorbing the surrounding abyssal force. Chapter 891. Besieged by countless powerhouses of the world of warlocks, the Gamana universe's vanguards have suffered heavy casualties. Of course, the Gamana universe's vanguard destroyed many planes and destroyed many human warlock groups in the first place. After the Gamana universe's vanguards destroyed their designated targets, they went into hiding. The endless abyss is evidently one of the bases they chose to hide in. In the endless abyss, there are many floor lords who are avatars of human warlocks. The news of the Gamana universe's powerhouses entering the endless abyss cannot be concealed from the human warlocks. However, in the endless abyss, the Gamana universe's powerhouses have the geographical advantage. Only a warlock group on the level of the 6 warlock dynasties and a Holy Spirit warlock may be able to wipe them out. Without the protection of a Holy Spirit warlock, it is impossible for a warlock group to threaten the Gamana universe's powerhouses hiding in the endless abyss. This is an open and above-board plot. Yang Feng's floor lord avatar mused, however, the Gamana universe's powerhouses hiding in the endless abyss are just a big problem for human warlock groups. As long as the 6 warlock dynasties make up their minds and bring out their underlying strength, they can wipe them out. Unless they have another plot. Due to the lack of clues, Yang Feng's floor lord avatar can't figure out the plot of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. As such, he can only give up and send people to keep an eye on the 17,000th floor of the endless abyss. The news that the Gamana universe's powerhouses sneaked into the endless abyss quickly spread in the world of warlocks and caused a sensation. Many powerful warlock groups originally wanted to continue to encircle the Gamana universe's powerhouses. But when they heard that they were hiding in the endless abyss, they could only choose to give up. The gazes of the warlock groups focused on the 6 warlock dynasties. Only the 6 warlock dynasties have the power to crush the Gamana universe's powerhouses in one fell swoop. You can also follow the 6 warlock imperial courts and fight the Gamana universe's powerhouses together. The reaction of the 6 warlock dynasties is very calm. Before long, invitation letters fell into the hands of the leaders of the warlock groups. The metal elemental plane was the plane Yang Feng seized from the three transcendent gods. The metal element plane was a third-class plane, one level higher than the battle demon sect's lair, the battle demon plane. As soon as this plane fell into Yang Feng's hands, he invested a lot of resources and began to transform the metal plane into his second base. Near a scenic beach in the metal element plane, more than a dozen beautiful women in swimsuits were frolicking around the beach. Yang Feng, who was sitting on a beach chair, looked at the dozen or so beautiful women frolicking around with an invitation letter in his hand, constantly flipping it. Yang Feng looked at the invitation letter, frowned slightly, and sank into his thoughts. The Human Supreme Council? With my current strength, it would be easy for me to become a counselor in the Human Race Supreme Council, but it would be difficult for me to become one of the chairmen. Since the battle against the Gamana Universe's vanguard, Yang Feng has received a large number of arms orders. A large number of fifth-generation battle robots have been manufactured and joined Yang Feng and his allies. At present, the number of fifth-generation battle robots directly under Yang Feng has reached 9 million, and the number is still increasing. Even so, Yang Feng's force still can't be regarded as a top warlock group. It can only be regarded as a first-rate warlock group. One of the most important factors is that there is no Holy Spirit warlock in his force. Yang Feng frowned slightly and sighed slowly. Without becoming a Holy Spirit warlock, I'm just an ant. Infinity warlocks, known as almighty experts, are regarded as powerhouses no matter what plane they are in. However, Holy Spirit warlocks are the protectors of a race. Only a race guarded by a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse can be called a superior race in the universe and won't be bullied too much. Only Holy Spirit warlock rank existences have the power to threaten warlock emperor rank powerhouses. Before the warlocks of the core world emerged, Infinity warlocks were already the strongest human warlocks of the Zhangji plane. Now that the core world's warlocks have emerged to deal with the Great Tribulation, Holy Spirit warlocks are the pinnacle powerhouses. In the battle to defend the Bai family's base, Yang Feng has already seen the terror of Holy Spirit warlocks. At that time, any Holy Spirit warlock could destroy the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Although Yang Feng has millions of fifth-generation battle robots and hundreds of millions of fourth-generation battle robots, but they can't withstand a single blow from a Holy Spirit warlock. The establishment of the Human Supreme Council is an organization that the 6 warlock imperial courts want to integrate the resources of human warlocks and take control of the world's human warlocks. This is an open and above-board plot. Yang Feng admits that at this juncture involving the survival of the universe, the existence of such a powerful organization is of great significance. However, if he doesn't take control of this powerful organization, he will always feel a little uneasy. After all, there was basically no connection between Yang Feng and the 6 warlock imperial courts. The relationship between the two parties couldn't be considered close. Although the Taboo Imperial Court is on good terms with Yang Feng, but in the face of great benefits, the Taboo Imperial Court's powerhouses will naturally choose to take care of their own interests. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he made up his mind. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. The connection with the Taboo Imperial Court cannot be severed. However, it would be best if I can get the position of chairman. Yang Feng's body blurred, and then he disappeared. The Moon Magic Sea is a strange sea in the Zhangji Plain. In this sea, whenever night falls, 9 bright moons will appear in the sky. The Moon Magic Sea is an important transportation route from the Velos subcontinent to the Western world. The Velos subcontinent is one of the largest subcontinents of the Zhangji Plain. It has a close connection with the Western world, is rich in resources, and is guarded by 3 infinity warlocks. It can't be mentioned in the same breath as a barren land like the Turandot subcontinent. A 3,000-meter-long and 100-meter-tall luxury cruise ship is sailing above the Moon Magic Sea. On the deck of the luxury cruise ship, a grand ball is being held. A number of well-dressed handsome men and beautiful women were dancing gracefully at the ball, walking around with wine glasses in their hands, making friends. The warlocks on this luxury cruise ship are either rich or noble. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to afford the tickets to the Velos subcontinent. Sitting in a corner of a bar on the luxury cruise ship, Yang Feng quietly tasted fine wine. On the table in front of him, There are a dozen plus plates of precious food from the moon magic sea. Delicious, this moon magic sea monster egg is really a delicacy. It's elastic, fragrant, and sweet. It's really memorable. Yang Feng used his chopsticks to pick up a peanut-sized, ruber-like egg, emitting a faint radiance, placed it in his mouth and chewed for a while. His eyes blossomed with joy. There are countless extraordinary life forms in the Tsangji Plain, and the food cooked by extraordinary life forms is not something that ordinary food can compare to. Whenever Yang Feng goes to a place, he doesn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy all kinds of top food. As an Infinity Warlock, there are very few things in the world that he can't buy with magic crystals. "Hello, can we sit down?" A crisp voice sounded. Yang Feng's gaze swept slightly and he saw a blonde, blue-eyed, tall and sexy great beauty with light makeup as well as a similarly tall and sexy great beauty with short blue hair and spirited eyes as well as a similarly tall and sexy great beauty arrive in front of him. In the world of warlocks, female warlocks would generally use spells to adjust their appearance. Many female warlocks cultivated secret methods that had the power to strengthen their beauty. Female warlocks among bloodline warlocks are all beautiful women. Therefore, beautiful women are very common in the world of warlocks, while ugly women are very rare. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Please sit down. Beautiful women in the Western world are much more open than those in the Eastern world. Once they see a man they like, they will take the initiative to strike up a conversation." The blonde, blue-eyed beauty pulled the beautiful woman with short blue hair to sit opposite Yang Feng and said with a smile, "My name is Julie, this is my good friend Karma. What's your name, please?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "My name is Yang Feng." Julie asked curiously, "Are you an aristocrat from the Eastern world?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Why would you think so?" Julie uttered with a confident smile, "Moon magic sea devil eggs, moonlight shells, moon magic silverfish, green magic crab, these delicacies are all priced in grams. Moon magic sea devil eggs cost 100 magic crystals per gram, which poor people can't afford. Besides, you have a very elegant temperament. At a glance, I can tell that you are from a top Eastern aristocrat." Karma looked at the top-notch delicacies with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng invited with a smile, "Two beautiful women, would you like to enjoy these delicacies with me? Then I won't stand on ceremony." Julie smiled heartily, picked up a moon magic sea devil egg with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and revealed an intoxicated expression. Karma hesitated for a moment. In the end, unable to resist the temptation of the top-notch delicacies, she picked up her chopsticks and tried to eat the moon magic sea devil egg. While eating and chatting, Yang Feng easily learned the ins and outs of Julie and Karma. Julie is from the Brest dynasty's Rulon family, which has a moonlight warlock guarding it. She is the 392nd successor of the Rulon family. Karma is the daughter of a nouveau riche family from the Brest dynasty. Both of them are students of the Brest dynasty's Wave Cloud Advanced Warlock Academy. This time, they are traveling to the Velens subcontinent. Chapter 892. Since the Tsangji Plain is guarded by the 6 warlock dynasties, the universe rifts that appeared were sealed at the first possible moment. Although the invasion of the other universe's powerhouses is no longer a secret, but for most ordinary warlocks, it hasn't affected their lives for the time being. "Julie, so you're here." A handsome young man in a black suit with short blonde hair walked over from the side. The young man glanced at Yang Feng, frowned slightly, and looked calmly to the side. When he saw the moon magic sea devil eggs and other valuable top-notch delicacies, his pupils constricted, and he said courteously with a gentlemanly smile, "Hello, sir. My name is Mike, one of the directors of the Maroon cruise ship, and a friend of Julie's. May I sit down?" Warlocks who can enjoy moon magic sea devil eggs and other top-notch delicacies are either wealthy or respectable. Mike is not an ignorant playboy. On the contrary, he is very capable. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Please sit down. Mike is very knowledgeable. He knows all kinds of situations in the moon magic sea like the back of his hand, and his words are witty. He is clearly interested in Julie. His words take care of her feelings, and his intention to pursue her is clear. Julie, on the other hand, is a little cold towards Mike. There is a trace of alienation in her politeness. Karma, who is clearly interested in Mike, keeps looking for topics to talk with him. Sitting aside, Yang Feng smiled and enjoyed the delicacies while watching the triangle relationship between the three young men and women. In the Moon Magic Sea, there are countless powerful sea monsters. Some sea monsters even possess Moonlight Warlock rank power and can easily overturn such a giant cruise ship. Many Warlock families don't dare to take this route. It took the Porek family 500 years to establish a connection with the merfolk of the Moon Magic Sea and open up this route. I have some fame among the merfolk of this route. If you encounter any danger in the Moon Magic Sea, you can mention my name. Mike's gaze fell on Julie, and his eyes shimmered with faint pride. Boom! The huge cruise ship issued a loud sound, and the whole cruise ship shook slightly. On the deck, tables and chairs were sent flying, and clattering sounds rang incessantly. With the sudden appearance of life force fields, the warlocks aboard the cruise ship activated their life force fields to protect themselves. The warlocks around the wealthy ordinary people also conjured spells and guarded in front of the wealthy merchants. Thick cuttlefish tentacles covered with suction cups suddenly shot out from the depths of the sea, tightly wrapped around the 3,000-meter-long cruise ship, and forcefully pulled, directly pulling it towards the depths of the sea. The 3,000-meter-long luxury cruise ship trembled slightly, and was forcibly pulled towards the depths of the sea by the cuttlefish tentacles. Mike erupted with great warlock rank life force, operated a spell, and shouted towards the bottom of the sea, "Stop! I am Mike of the Porek family. I am good friends with General Komolion of your merfolk." The gigantic tentacle didn't pay any attention to it as it firmly pulled the luxury cruise ship towards the depths of the ocean. Light shone, and magic carpets appeared above the luxury cruise ship. Many warlocks jumped onto the magic carpets as an emergency measure and watched with horror as the thick tentacles pulled the luxury cruise ship towards the deep sea, and despair flashed in their eyes. The luxury cruise ship had a huge barrier that could withstand attacks from Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. Along the way, the luxury cruise ship relied on the formidable defensive barrier to crush countless low-level sea monsters and bring the low-level warlocks here. Without the luxury cruise ship, the warlocks in the Moon Magic Sea would not have been able to return to the continent alive. Yang Feng, hurry up and get on the magic carpet, or there won't be any seats left. Julie pulled Karma and jumped onto a magic carpet nimbly. Looking at Yang Feng sitting quietly below, her pretty face flickered, and she shouted. After getting along for a short time, Julie has developed a favorable impression of Yang Feng, an aristocrat from the Eastern world. Naturally, she doesn't want to see him die here. Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a speck of blue flame suddenly flew out and landed on the huge cuttlefish tentacle. As soon as the blue flame fell on the tentacles of the cuttlefish, it burned wildly. The blue flame spread at an astonishing speed, covering all the tentacles of the cuttlefish in an instant and extending into the sea. A strange and unreasonable scene took place. The blue flames sank into the sea and extended to the body of the giant cuttlefish hidden in the deep sea. In the deep sea, the giant cuttlefish retracted its tentacles, churned wildly, and rolled up one huge wave after another barreling towards the luxury cruise ship. After the luxury cruise ship got rid of the giant cuttlefish, a huge barrier rose. When the huge waves hit the barrier, they were twisted aside and firmly protected the cruise ship. Struggling, the giant cuttlefish was burned to ashes by the azure flame. We're saved. So strong. That's a glorious sun warlock. To be able to burn the giant cuttlefish monarch to death so easily, it must be a glorious sun warlock. I didn't expect that there would be a glorious sun warlock hidden among us. When the low-level warlocks sitting on magic carpets in midair saw the giant cuttlefish monarch burn to ashes, they discussed excitedly, and their eyes filled with or focused on Yang Feng. Glorious sun warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. In the world of warlocks, every glorious sun warlock was a bigwig among bigwigs. Mike looked at Yang Feng, and his eyes flashed with shame. When he thought of how he showed off in front of Yang Feng just now, he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Karma looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic look in her beautiful eyes. Glorious sun warlock. He's actually a glorious sun warlock, a transcendent rank powerhouse. Karma came from a nouveau riche family and worshipped the strong. The reason why she pursued Mike was because Mike was the most outstanding person she had ever seen. But compared to Yang Feng, Mike was like an ant compared to a dragon. They weren't on the same level, which made her change her target. Julie's beautiful eyes shimmered with a complicated shade, and her thoughts churned. Glorious Sun Warlock. I already guessed that he's extraordinary. But I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. Moonlight Warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. The circle of Moonlight Warlocks and above was on a completely different level from the circle of ordinary Warlocks. The things the two sides came into contact with weren't on the same level. It was very difficult to become good friends. Who was it that actually killed my precious pet? Suddenly, the sea churned, and a 20-meter-tall merfolk powerhouse with a whale head and a human body exuding glorious Sun Warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly appeared and barked. The glorious Sun Warlock rank fluctuations of power enveloped the luxury cruise ship. Even though the luxury cruise ship activated a barrier, but many ordinary people still turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Oppressed by the glorious Dawn Warlock rank breath of the merfolk powerhouse, Mike gritted his teeth and said respectfully, "Respected sir, I am Mike of the Porek family. I am good friends with General Komolion of your merfolk." The merfolk powerhouse glanced at Mike contemptuously, overflowed with killing intent, and said fiercely, "The Porek family? Never heard of it. Is it you, a lowly human, who killed my pet?" Under the fearsome glorious Sun Warlock rank might, Mike gritted his teeth and uttered, "No, it's me. It was me who killed your pet." Yang Feng's calm voice came from the side. The gaze of the whale-headed merfolk powerhouse fell on Yang Feng, and a dignified shade streaked past his eyes. The whale-headed merfolk powerhouse said coldly, "I am Julan Imperial Court's Tranquil Sea General Jingju. Who are you? Why did you kill my pet?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "I am the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng." Jingju's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "The Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng? You are the Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master Yang Feng, the Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master. He is the legendary Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master Yang Feng, ranked first on the Infinity Merit Stele. He is the Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master Yang Feng? What a pity, why didn't I talk to him?" On the luxury cruise ship, everyone's eyes flashed with shock, and their eyes filled with scorching passion and regret stared at Yang Feng. The warlocks of the Western world don't know much about the warlocks of the Eastern world, but the top 10 on the Infinity Merit Stele are famous all over the world. Even the low-level warlocks of the Western world know that the sect master of a top warlock group ranked first on the Infinity Merit Stele in the Eastern world. Mike's breathing became rapid, and he stared at Yang Feng with a scorching look in his eyes. The Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master, he turned out to be the Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master Yang Feng. Damn it, I missed such a good opportunity. I wonder if he will accept me if I ask him to be my disciple. Although Mike is one of the heirs of the Porek family, and in the eyes of ordinary warlocks, he is already the heir of a warlock family. But compared to the Battle Demon Sect, the warlock group he belongs to isn't on the same level. If he can become Yang Feng's disciple, it will be equivalent to a huge fortuitous encounter, which will save him at least 500 years of struggle. Chapter 893. Jingju curbed his arrogance and saluted respectfully, saying, "Greetings, sir. Please forgive me for my previous offense, sir." Infinity Warlock rank might emanated from Yang Feng and enveloped Jingju. "I want to see the Julan Monarch. Help me pass on the message." Ever since the Abyssal Fiend invasion, the Julan Imperial Court has left its original sea and came to the Moon Magic Sea. "Yes, sir." Jingju plunged into the sea and disappeared. The people standing on the magic carpets jumped off and looked at Yang Feng with a scorching shade in their eyes. Only specks of radiance diffused from Yang Feng's body, and he disappeared from everyone's sight. He disappeared. It's a pity that he missed such a great opportunity. When the people aboard the luxury cruise ship saw Yang Feng's figure disappear, they showed looks of regret. At this moment, the surface of the sea suddenly surged, and an incomparably elite sea race army emerged from the depths of the sea, stepping on the waves. A stunningly beautiful woman with long blue hair, snow-white skin, wearing a pearl dress, and a sexy and stunning beauty emerged from the sea while stepping on a huge octopus monster. Waves of incomparably terrifying pressure spread out from the sea race army and enveloped the luxurious cruise ship. Everyone on the luxurious cruise ship shivered under the terrifying pressure, their bodies filled with fear. The beautiful merfolk woman parted her cherry lips and uttered in an enchanting and seductive voice, "Julan Imperial Court's Admiral Lanhai has come to greet Sir Yangfeng." When the people aboard the luxury cruise ship heard that voice, a look of intoxication appeared in their eyes. Rays of light emerged above the sea and formed Yangfeng's figure. "Greetings, sir." When the merfolk army saw Yangfeng, they bowed and saluted him. Yangfeng took a step and stood on the huge octopus. Waves churned, and the huge merfolk army dived deep into the sea. Amazing, so this is an infinity warlock. With just one sentence, he could make those unruly and terrifying sea tribes obedient. The Battle Demon Sect's sect master is not an ordinary infinity warlock. He is the first person on the infinity merit stele. Such a powerhouse can naturally be valued by the merfolk. How great would it be if I could cultivate to the infinity warlock realm? Infinity warlock. To be able to practice cultivation until the moonlight warlock realm is already very good. When the people aboard the cruise ship saw Yangfeng disappear into the sea, they revealed looks of envy and longing. Infinity warlock. This is an infinity warlock. As expected of the most powerful warlock. Unfortunately, my talent isn't enough, even promoting to a great warlock is very difficult. Julie looked at the sea where Yangfeng disappeared, and her beautiful eyes brimmed with longing and yearning. Karma looked at the place where Yangfeng disappeared, her beautiful eyes flashed with a scorching glint, and she whispered, "Such a man is my most ideal partner. Even if I become his lover, I'm willing." It didn't take long for a beautiful and luxurious merfolk city to appear in front of Yangfeng. In the Moon Magic Sea, there is a palace of the Julan Imperial Court's merfolk royal family. Although this palace is naturally far inferior to the original Julan Imperial Court, but for the Julan Imperial Court's merfolk powerhouses, it is barely enough. Led by General Lan Hai, Yangfeng entered the Julan Imperial Court's royal palace. As soon as he entered the Julan Imperial Court's royal palace, Yangfeng saw sirens, mermaids, clam women, snake women, noggers, and other beautiful merfolk. Powerful auras diffused from every corner of the royal palace and vaguely locked onto Yangfeng. As soon as Yangfeng stepped into a palace, he saw a tall, handsome man dressed in a blue imperial robe and a blue crown sitting in the center of the throne, brimming with dignity. He looks to be only 27 or 28 years old. The handsome young man is one of the three monarchs who dominate the Tsangji Plains seas, the Julan monarch. In the Tsangji Plains endless sea, the hundreds of millions of merfolk must obey the orders of the Julan monarch. With a few words, he can change the fate of countless people. In front of the Julan monarch, there are 2 rows of ministers of the Julan Imperial Court, all of whom are merfolk powerhouses. Most of them are in human form, with only a small part of them retaining their merfolk form, showing their merfolk identity. Human warlocks founded the 8 great warlock dynasties. In the eras of the 8 great warlock dynasties, the merfolk were vassals of the human warlocks. Due to the assimilation of the human aesthetic concept, the higher the level of the merfolk, the more they evolve in the direction of the human race. Gazes of scrutiny fell on Yangfeng, many of which revealed admiration, jealousy, and other complicated emotions. Counting from the time Yangfeng entered the Battle Demon Sect, it has been less than 300 years since he appeared in people's eyes. For some ancient merfolk with powerful bloodlines, this period of time is when their children haven't even reached adulthood. In that short period of time, Yangfeng has become an infinity warlock and has taken first place on the infinity merit stele. This naturally filled the merfolk powerhouses with all kinds of complicated feelings. Yangfeng bowed to the Julan monarch in a neither servile nor overbearing manner and uttered, "Greetings, Julan monarch." The Julan monarch uttered flatly, "Yangfeng, why did you come here to see me?" Yangfeng answered, "I came here to ask your majesty for the desolate holy vessel." The Julan monarch's eyes congealed, and he said with a cold smile, "The desolate holy vessel?" The desolate holy vessel is a holy grade secret treasure of the Julan Imperial Court. It is not a treasure that can be sold. Please go back. The desolate holy vessel is a holy grade secret treasure refined with the head of the brilliant great holy as its main material, and it possesses extremely mysterious power. Holy grade secret treasures are treasures used by every major force to stabilize their destiny as well as the underlying strength of a force. The power of an emperor-level secret treasure like the Sea God Imperial Court was extraordinary, but every time it was activated, it would consume countless resources, and it would even harm the origin power of those sea race experts, causing them to suffer a great loss of vitality. This is a method that can only be used at the most critical and dangerous time. But holy-grade secret treasures are different. As long as a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse pays a certain price, they can still use holy-grade secret treasures to fight enemies. The Julan Imperial Court has been collecting all kinds of secret treasures since the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty. Despite the wealth of the merfolk, but over the course of tens of thousands of years, they have only collected 5 holy-grade secret treasures. Coupled with the 8 holy-grade secret treasures they originally possessed, they only have 13 holy-grade secret treasures in total. This shows how precious holy-grade secret treasures are. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, all treasures have their value. I can use a vial of archaic Kuan dragon blood essence to exchange for the desolate holy vessel. The Julan monarch's eyes burst out with bright light, and he exclaimed, archaic Kuan dragon blood essence. The Julan Imperial Court's merfolk royal family are hybrid descendants of archaic Kuan dragons. Originally, their evolution potential was only at the Infinity Warlock rank. When the Julan monarch was young, he had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a portion of archaic Kuan dragon blood essence. After purifying his bloodline, he broke through the shackles and advanced to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. However, after the Julan monarch advanced to a Warlock Monarch, the bloodline force inside him was exhausted, and he has been stuck in the junior Warlock Monarch realm for tens of thousands of years. If he can get a vial of archaic Kuan dragon blood essence, he will be able to break through the bloodline shackles and advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Pure-blooded archaic Kuan dragons are Bright World Warlock rank extraordinary life forms when they reach adulthood. As long as they practice hard, they may promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. According to legend, the first primordial Kuan dragon in the universe was a Warlock Emperor rank being. Therefore, as its descendant, as long as the archaic Kuan dragon continues to enhance the power of its bloodline, it can evolve continuously. In the Tsangji Plain, pure-blooded archaic Kuan dragons have long since been hunted to extinction by the Taboo Lord. Only some remains of archaic Kuan dragon blood essence remain in some relic sites from ancient times. The vial of archaic Kuan dragon blood essence is a treasure Yang Feng extracted from an archaic dragon whale he captured in the Super Beast Plain. The Julan monarch closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the excitement on his face disappeared, and he said unhurriedly, I can give you cultivation resources worth 20 times more than the archaic Kuan dragon blood essence in exchange. Although archaic Kuan dragon blood essence is precious, but with the wealth of the Julan Imperial Court, it can easily give you cultivation resources worth 100 times more. Yang Feng said flatly, I only want the desolate holy vessel. The Julan monarch uttered decisively, please go back. Then I'll take my leave. Yang Feng frowned slightly, took a deep look at the Julan monarch, and then turned and walked outside without hesitation. No one noticed that traces of dust fell from the soles of Yang Feng's shoes and remained in the reception hall. The Julan monarch glanced at the ministers and said flatly, you can all withdraw. Yes, Your Majesty. The ministers saluted the Julan monarch and retreated respectfully. After the ministers left, a red rhombus race powerhouse with a red rhombus crystal embedded in his head walked out from the side of the hall and said to the Julan monarch without a trace of politeness, Julan monarch, why didn't you follow my orders and suppress the battle demon sect master just now? The Julan monarch replied respectfully, Sir Hongsha Zhen, he only came to ask for a treasure. He didn't offend you in any way. If I didn't have an excuse to suppress him, I'm afraid it would arouse suspicion. Chapter 894. Hongsha Zhen said coldly, this person is a great enemy of my clan. I want him to die here. The Julan monarch frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, the battle demon sect master isn't a nobody. If I kill him here, those human warlocks won't let the matter rest. If it was an itinerant cultivator without any background, Julan King wouldn't mind killing him. Even if it is a human infinity warlock rank rogue cultivator, he will not hesitate to kill them. But Yang Feng was the sect master of the battle demon sect, his power was tremendous, and he had many allies and subordinates. Even though the Julian monarch rank powerhouse is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, he doesn't dare to kill such a bigwig at will. Among human warlocks, there is more than one Holy Spirit warlock. At the same time, countless powerhouses are slowly awakening. There was only one Demon Sea Great Sage guarding the Sea Clan, and that Demon Sea Great Sage had yet to fully awaken. If the human warlocks found an excuse to launch an attack, then even if the merfolk had the geographical advantage, they still wouldn't be able to resist the offensive of the human army. If you don't have an excuse, then find one. Julian King, don't forget that it was with our help that you were able to kill your brothers and ascend to the throne of Julian King. With our help, he advanced to a warlock monarch. If the news of you colluding with us gets out, not only will the human warlocks want to kill you, your oceanic clan won't let you off either, said Hongshijun with a sneer. When Yang Feng heard this news, a chill welled up inside him at once. The Julian monarch colluded with the other universe's powerhouses. How terrifying. The Julian King is one of the 3 kings of the Tsangji Plains merfolk. He wields the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Sea God Royal Court and possesses extremely terrifying strength. If this terrifying force were to turn around at the most critical time, then it would definitely inflict heavy damage to the human warlock's defensive line. Who knew how many spies that otherverse powerhouse had planted in this universe? Just thinking about it would make one's hair stand on end. When the 2 universes devoured each other, most of the creatures in the devoured universe would die or become slaves of the other universe. However, there was also a small number of traitors who could obtain the protection of another universe's powerhouse. Taking advantage of this, the Gamana universe's powerhouses have wantonly developed spies in the universe. Who knows how many powerhouses have been bribed by them and become their lackeys. With 3 eternal sovereigns, the Gamana universe's underlying strength is unfathomable. If it wasn't for the wall of the universe, the Gamana universe would have crushed everything with absolute power and annexed the universe where human warlocks are located. Under such circumstances, there would naturally be many traitors who have been roped in by the Gamana universe. The Julian monarch's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "It's absolutely impossible to deal with Yang Feng openly. However, I can send him to the Darkstar demonic world to retrieve the Darkstar True Dragon Stone. Star, you as you, then, Jin, will, as, King, Dragon, King, Tian King, Chen, King." With a flash of red light, Hongshijun disappeared from where he stood. As soon as King Hongshijun disappeared, the humble expression on the Julian King's face disappeared. He took a deep look at the place where Hongshijun disappeared, and his eyes shimmered with abstruse light. Darkstar Realm, what kind of place is that? Yang Feng began to search for information about the Darkstar Realm in the database and finally found information about the Darkstar Realm in an ancient book of the Starmaster sect. The Darkstar Realm is a battlefield of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. In the Archgod Age, the Darkstar Realm was a powerful plane comparable to the 36 primary material planes, and it gave birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, the Darkstar Emperor. For unknown reasons, 4 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses attacked the Darkstar Emperor together. The 5 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses unscrupulously displayed their power and blasted the Darkstar Realm's plane origin to the point that it almost collapsed. Due to the fight between the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, the laws of the Darkstar Realm were thrown into disorder. That distant battle was a decisive battle between the 5 races. At the last moment, the Darkstar Emperor burned the power of his plane origin and, adding his own power, went all out and seriously injured the other 4 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. In that battle, the Darkstar Emperor died, and the other 4 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses suffered injuries that were difficult to recover from. Since then, no one paid any attention to the Darkstar Realm. The Darkstar Realm was discovered at the end of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty. At that time, human warlocks were busy with internal strife and were unable to explore the Darkstar Realm. Many human warlocks died directly after entering the Darkstar Realm. In the end, the planar passageway leading to the Darkstar Realm was seized by the merfolk, and now it is in the hands of the Julian Imperial Court. Darkstar True Dragon Stone is a treasure formed from the blood essence of the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, the primordial Black Dragon Emperor. At the time, one of the powerhouses who besieged the Darkstar Emperor was the primordial Black Dragon Emperor. Human warlocks once had Infinity Warlocks enter the Darkstar realm. Although many Infinity Warlocks died in the Darkstar realm, but at the same time, many people brought back treasures from the Darkstar realm. Darkstar True Dragonstone is one of the most valuable treasures human warlocks brought back from the Darkstar realm. A piece of Darkstar True Dragonstone is enough to let the Duelan Monarch evolve his bloodline and gain tremendous power. It is more valuable than the Kuan Dragon Blood Essence provided by Yang Feng. Kuan Dragon Blood Essence can only give the Duelan Monarch the evolutionary potential, but the Darkstar True Dragonstone can not only enhance the potential of the Duelan Monarch's bloodline, but also enhance his power. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. This old fellow is really calculating. As long as I enter the Darkstar realm, regardless of whether I die or not, he will profit. Yang Feng toured the Duelan Imperial Court, enjoyed the scenery, and walked around the entire Duelan Imperial Court. Without anyone noticing, countless robots invisible to the naked eye flew out from various parts of his body and entered the Duelan Imperial Court. 3 days later, the Duelan Monarch finally summoned Yang Feng to the royal palace. The Duelan Monarch took a deep look at Yang Feng and uttered meaningfully, "Yang Feng, the desolate holy vessel is a holy-grade secret treasure of the Duelan Imperial Court. However, as long as you are willing to go to the Black Star Demonic World and bring me the Black Star True Dragonstone in the depths of the Black Star Demonic World, I will give you the Desolate Sage Pot." Black Star True Dragonstone. If it's a Black Star True Dragonstone, then it is indeed qualified to exchange for the Desolate Holy Pot. When the ministers of the Duelan Imperial Court heard this, they discussed in low voices and approved of the Duelan King's decision. The Duelan Imperial Court has more than 10 holy-grade secret treasures. The Desolate Holy Pot is just an auxiliary holy-grade secret treasure. Every 10 years, it can condense a pot of desolate holy wine. The Desolate Holy Wine is a peerless wine. A cup of wine can upgrade the soul aptitude of a human warlock from inferior level 5 to superior level 6. The Desolate Holy Pot is an auxiliary holy-grade secret treasure that can change the soul aptitude of a human warlock. Although it can also upgrade the soul aptitude of merfolk powerhouses, but it isn't very useful. The Black Star True Dragonstone, on the other hand, is a treasure that can be used immediately. Merfolk powerhouses are naturally willing to get a Black Star True Dragonstone that can enhance their strength, rather than a useless holy-grade secret treasure, the Desolate Holy Pot. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go to the Darkstar realm and get you a Black Star True Dragonstone." "Very well, I will now open a passageway to the Darkstar realm and send you there." The Duelan King took out a black scepter, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with the scepter in his hand. Black ripples shone, and a deep, blurry passage appeared in front of him. The deep, blurry passage is a projection of the planar passageway leading to the Darkstar realm. The specific location of the planar passageway leading to the Darkstar realm is a secret of the Duelan Imperial Court. Through the projection of the planar passageway, Yang Feng can directly enter the planar passageway and enter the Darkstar realm. Yang Feng scanned the planar passageway projection with his tremendous soul force. After finding no abnormalities, he smiled and stepped into the planar passageway projection. After a slight blur, Yang Feng appeared in a sky covered in dark clouds, which is always shrouded in endless darkness. The sky is fragmented, and there are huge rifts everywhere. From the huge rifts, elemental particles are sprayed. This is a strange world. So this is the Darkstar realm. Sure enough, it's a broken world. A fight between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses is really terrifying. Only a super grade 1 plane like the Tsangji plane can repair the traces left behind by a fight between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Yang Feng looked at the Darkstar realm, which looks like the end of the world, with an enigmatic ray in his eyes. Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are extremely terrifying. They can easily pluck the stars and seize the moon and destroy planes. In this universe, Holy Spirit Warlocks can destroy any plane below grade 4 by force, while Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can even destroy the 36 primary material planes. Only the Tsangji plane can't be completely destroyed by them. The Tsangji plane has a powerful self-healing ability. Many traces left behind by Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have been erased by time. Only the traces left by eternal rank powerhouses have been passed down from the eternal era, and remain in the relic sites of eternal sovereigns for eons. The Dark Star Realm's plane origin has been severely damaged, and the plane's grade has fallen. Naturally, it is impossible to repair the traces left behind by Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. This is why the plane almost collapsed and became extremely dangerous. Chapter 895. A red ray shot over from the Dark Star Realm and blasted into Yang Feng virtually in an instant. In a flash, Yang Feng unleashed one magic shield after another and shrouded himself. When the red ray slammed into the magic shields burst like bubbles and collapsed. After piercing through a dozen-plus magic shields, the fearsome red ray slammed into Yang Feng. An overbearing force broke out in an instant and shattered Yang Feng's body. A crimson flame suddenly rose and turned into a cloud of fire that swept towards Yang Feng's remains. With a power to destroy everything, the cloud of fire devoured Yang Feng's remaining flesh and burned it to ashes inch by inch. The void twisted slightly, and a swarm of powerhouses exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power emerged from the surrounding void. A total of 120 powerhouses appeared. There are 6 people in the lead, 2 of which are red rhombus race and green rhombus race powerhouses wearing golden-purple gold armor. The 2 of them are true infinity warlock rank powerhouses. Furthermore, strengthened by the gold armor, they possess supreme infinity warlock rank battle prowess. One of them is an infinity warlock rank powerhouse of the spirit glory race shrouded in mysterious light and born with the ability to manipulate space force. One of them is an infinity warlock rank powerhouse of the spirit glory race shrouded in ghastly chi, surrounded by countless resentful souls wailing mournfully, and covered in sharp blades. One of them is a 100-meter-tall powerhouse of the giant god race, engraved with countless runes, each of which contains a trace of essence of power. One of them is a flamewell powerhouse shrouded in flames, looking like it can burn anything. The 6 powerhouses in the lead possess quasi-warlock monarch rank battle prowess by far, far stronger than the 120 powerhouses who rely on external objects to possess infinity warlock rank battle prowess. The red rhombus race powerhouse frowned and said, "Dead. The battle demon sect's Yang Feng is so famous. How come he died just like this?" The spirit glory powerhouse uttered flatly, "Hongsha Ming, Yang Feng is famous for his golems. His true body, however, has no power, so it's normal for him to be killed by a sneak attack. If the 6 of us join forces, we can even besiege a warlock monarch, let alone an infinity warlock. Sneak attacks were the best weapon for the weak to defeat the strong. Many powerful existences would be ambushed and assassinated if they were not careful." Hongsha Ming frowned slightly and said to the expert from the green rhombus race, "Qingsha Huang, check it again, I'm a little worried." Hong Ling, Qing Ling, Bai Ling, and Zi Ling looked similar, but they specialized in different fields. The red chestnut was responsible for destruction, the green chestnut was responsible for observation, the white chestnut was responsible for defense, and the purple chestnut was responsible for illusions. The tracking technique was a branch of the green rhombus race's perception ability. Every green rhombus race expert was an expert in tracking and was proficient in all sorts of powerful tracking techniques. The green rhombus on Qing Shi Huang's forehead radiated green light, twisted inside, and formed a green eye. The inside of the green eyeball split, and countless eyeball projections emerged, and countless distorted eyeballs appeared in the sky. Rays of green light shot out from the densely packed eyes and sprinkled on the ground. Under the cover of the green light, everything was seen through and seen through. Qing Shi Huang retracted his secret method, and the green rhombus returned to normal. He uttered full of confidence, "I didn't find anything, he should be dead." Hongsha Ming's eyes shone brightly, and he said with a smile of excitement, "If he's dead, then so be it. Let's go. Our goal this time is that treasure. If we can get that treasure, we'll all get a huge reward, and the promotion to the Starcraft realm, Warlock Monarch, will be just around the corner." The Ogre Blade powerhouse sneered, "Heh, the aboriginals of this universe are all imbeciles. The Dark Star realm hides a treasure trove that even imperishable rank powerhouses would go crazy over. Those idiots have been in control of this world for tens of thousands of years, yet they haven't obtained anything. How stupid." Hongsha Ming uttered with a smile, Ogre Blade Shen, the aboriginals of this world are not idiots. It's just that in order to resist us, their powerhouses have fallen into a deep sleep. It's a real waste of resources for the Darkstar Realm's planar passageway to fall into the hands of those merfolk idiots. The merfolk have vast seas, countless resources, and long lifespans. They have no need to explore secret realms. Moreover, the Darkstar Realm is full of dangers, so they tossed it aside. Merfolk are different from humans. Most human warlocks are weak and have short lifespans. For the sake of cultivation resources, as long as dangerous places and secret realms appear, people will explore them regardless of their lives. As one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Battle Demon sect only has 4 Bright World warlocks. This is because the sect's Infinity Warlock has just died in battle on another plane while exploring the astral boundary. On the other hand, the Sea race had a vast ocean, a long lifespan, no lack of resources, and very few enemies. Over time, they became comfortable, so they were naturally unwilling to explore dangerous places like the Black Star Demon realm. The Julan King knew that there was a Black Star True Dragonstone in the Black Star Devil world, but he wasn't willing to enter because the Black Star Devil world was too dangerous. He didn't want to die in the Black Star Devil world. The Spirit Glory clan's expert's eyes flashed with a scorching light as he said solemnly, Let's go retrieve that treasure. All right. The Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses flew towards the depths of the Darkstar realm. In a valley far away, a handsome young man with a devil horn on his head exuding evil chi raised the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Yang Feng, the first on the human infinity merit stele, was besieged by the other universe's powerhouses as soon as he entered the Dark Demon astral boundary. There must be a big plot behind this. I like it. There are precious treasures in the Darkstar realm. Treasures that even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses would go crazy over. What is that treasure? However, no matter what the treasure is, it requires strength to be able to seize it. There are too many powerhouses in the other universe. With my strength alone, I can't seize that treasure. I need companions. A black light flashed, and the young man with the devil horns flickered, turning into a black light and disappearing from where he stood. The planar passageway from the Tsangji plane to the Darkstar realm is indeed controlled by the merfolk. However, there is more than one passageway leading to the Darkstar realm. It is not difficult to find the coordinates of the Darkstar realm from the astral boundary. But without a planar passageway, it is very difficult for any race to enter the Darkstar realm on a large scale. For humans, the environment in the Darkstar realm is very difficult to survive. But for fiends, devils, and other dark extraordinary life forms, it is a paradise. As long as they don't enter the core area where Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses fight, there is nothing in this world that can threaten them. In the Darkstar realm, there is a treasure that even Holy Spirit Warlocks would go crazy over. Interesting. In the area where Yang Feng was destroyed, inside an ordinary-looking stone, Yang Feng, who has shrunk by 100 times, revealed a look of excitement in his eyes. Since Yang Feng eavesdropped on the conversation between the Julan monarch and Hongsha Zhen, he naturally knows that there may be great dangers hidden outside the planar passageway. Before leaving the planar passageway, Yang Feng replaced himself with a Bright World Warlock rank Flesh Golem and installed Infinity Warlock rank energy shields on the Bright World Warlock rank Flesh Golem. When he arrived in the Darkstar realm, Yang Feng's true body hid in the level 9 secret treasure Shroud Stone, entered the void, and silently fell to the ground. Qingshe Huang's tracking spell is indeed very powerful. But he cannot see Yang Feng, who is covered by the Shroud Stone. Unless Qingshe Huang has practiced cultivation to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm and the green rhombus holy eyes can see through everything, he can easily see through the concealment power of the Shroud Stone. All of a sudden, the Shroud Stone turned transparent, and a cool breeze blew the Shroud Stone away. After flying for about 100 kilometers, Yang Feng jumped out of the Shroud Stone, and his body radiated black light. After the black light disappeared, Yang Feng changed into a burly, handsome archdevil exuding evil chi. This place is filled with negative energy, and the entire plane is being destroyed and withered. In another few million years, this plane will completely wither away and become a lifeless land. This kind of place is most likely to attract dark extraordinary life forms. As soon as Yang Feng transformed into an archdevil, he felt an indescribable comfort in his body, and negative energy filled his body. The sense of oppression that human warlocks felt at that time disappeared completely. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, his body suddenly became transparent, he concealed his breath, and he quickly flew in the direction of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. As soon as the Gamana Universe's powerhouses appeared, they were locked on by Yang Feng's interstellar explorer. Unless they disappear from this plane or use a top-shielding method to hide their traces, they won't be able to escape Yang Feng's tracking. The Gamana Universe's powerhouses flew all the way to the core area of the Dark Star Realm, and Yang Feng followed behind them. Formidable fluctuations of power came from ahead, and rumbling sounds echoed incessantly. Yang Feng hid in the back. Along the way, he could see huge pits everywhere on the ground, which are clearly traces of battles between the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Apart from this, there are no corpses. Clearly, the corpses were taken away by the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Chapter 896. Sure enough, it's much more convenient for the strong to explore secret realms than the weak. Yang Feng glanced at the surroundings and sighed with emotion in his heart. In the surroundings, there are traces of glorious Sun Warlock and Bright World Warlock rank dark extraordinary life forms left behind. If a Bright World Warlock rank human warlock came here, they would have been killed before they could even enter the core area of the Dark Star Realm. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared behind Yang Feng, and a 2-meter-long void snake engraved with countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared and bit towards Yang Feng. As if he has eyes on the back of his head, Yang Feng grabbed the palm-sized void snake. This is a Moonlight Warlock rank void snake. Its void poison is extremely ferocious. Even if it is a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse, apart from body-tempering warlocks, if they are accidentally bitten, most other warlocks will be poisoned to death. The Dark Star Realm is really dangerous. No wonder human warlocks haven't occupied this world. Yang Feng pinched the void snake to death and put it into a storage badge. The void snake is a rare void extraordinary life form. By extracting its bloodline and using a special secret method, it can create a Moonlight Warlock rank bloodline warlock family. It is of great value. Only in a dangerous area like the Dark Star Realm can it be possible to catch a void extraordinary life form like the void snake. It is very difficult to encounter them in other places. Friend, you're really skilled. To be able to pinch a freak like the void snake to death, you should be a Duke rank powerhouse. How about it? Are you interested in joining hands with us to contend against the other universe's freaks? A voice sounded in Yang Feng's ears, and a handsome young man with devil horns, a dark multi-armed fiend with 2 heads and 4 arms engraved with countless dark runes, a seductive snake woman with a voluptuous figure, a red-haired man with eyes exuding a savage and bloodthirsty light, and an old man with white hair, a haggard face, closed eyes, and 3 strange runes on his forehead walked out from the side. Although the 5 powerhouses don't emit any aura, but from some clues, Yang Feng can tell that they are all Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a smile, and he said flatly, I'm also very interested in hunting the other universe's freaks. The young man with devil horns said with a smile, my name is Demon Horn. These are Black Arms, Black Snake Woman, Red Eyes, and White Hair. How do I address you? Black Arms, Black Snake Woman, and other names are obviously made up at will. Naturally, no one from this temporary group will use their real names. If it wasn't for the fact that the other universe's powerhouses are too terrifying, the powerhouses gathered by Demon Horn would have fought each other first. Yang Feng answered casually, my name is Demon Hand. Demon Horn uttered with a smile, Demon Hand, let's go. Inaudible fluctuations diffused from the 6 powerhouses, and they instantly disintegrated, concealed themselves, and silently followed behind the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. The Gamana Universe's powerhouses have 120 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. As soon as the countless ferocious dark extraordinary life forms hidden in the Dark Star Realm appeared, they smashed them apart with absolute power and slaughtered their way into the core area of the Dark Star Realm. While the Gamana Universe's powerhouses killed all the powerful dark extraordinary life forms in the front, there are still a lot of strange extraordinary life forms attacking Yang Feng's group of 6 from the rear. Every time he encounters an attack from a dark extraordinary life form, Yang Feng pinches the extraordinary life form to death and throws them into a storage treasure. At the same time, he carefully observes the strength of the other 5 people. Every time Demon Horn takes action, he relies on the formidable fleshly body of an archdevil to pinch the extraordinary life forms to death. The multi-armed Dark Fiend, on the other hand, uses a dark spell to condense a black light and shine it on the dark extraordinary life forms. As long as the dark extraordinary life forms are hit by the black light, they will be corroded and turned into ashes. The area within 10 meters of the charming black snake woman is a restricted area. As soon as the dark extraordinary life forms appear within 10 meters of her, they will strangely disappear. With his extraordinary eyesight, Yang Feng can see that as soon as the dark extraordinary life forms approach her, she will roll them into her mouth and swallow them. As the name suggests, the red eyes of the crimson eyes radiate sword-like red light. When the dark extraordinary life forms are hit by the red light, they wither and turn into dust. Whitehair's eyes were closed, but his white hair seemed to have a life of its own. As soon as the darkness-type extraordinary creatures appeared, his silk-like white hair pierced into their bodies, sucking them dry and dropping them to the ground. Yang Feng's group of 6 is as fast as lightning. As soon as the dark extraordinary life forms that can kill Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses appeared, they were easily killed. At the same time, a magic barrier enveloped them at all times, concealing the fluctuations of their attacks. Yang Feng's group of 6 is a pinnacle existence among Infinity Warlocks. Before they took action, they concealed everything on this side, so as not to alarm the Gamana Universe's powerhouses ahead. When Demon Horn saw that Yang Feng pinched the Void Snake Woman to death without leaking any fluctuations of power, he took the initiative to invite Yang Feng. Otherwise, if the Gamana Universe's powerhouses were alarmed, they would have no choice but to retreat, unable to follow the other party. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the dark extraordinary life forms Yang Feng and them encountered weren't strong enough. If they encountered Bright World Warlock or Infinity Warlock rank extraordinary life forms, the fluctuations of power released by Yang Feng and them wouldn't be able to hide from the Gamana Universe's powerhouses ahead. As soon as he stepped into the core area of the Darkstar Realm, Yang Feng felt a burst of chaos. Everywhere is shrouded in endless darkness, and there are pitch-black, bottomless black holes everywhere. The pitch-black, bottomless black holes are traces of a fight between 5 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Even if it is a quasi-holy step powerhouse, if they fall into those huge black holes, they will be instantly devoured. If the Darkstar Realm's plane origin wasn't damaged, it could slowly repair the traces of a fight between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. But the Darkstar Realm's plane origin has almost collapsed. The entire plane will collapse in a few million years. Naturally, it has no power to repair these black holes. Formidable fluctuations of power came from afar, and the sound of explosions rang almost incessantly. Yang Feng cast the spell Transcendent Pupils, and countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked towards the depths of the Darkstar Realm. In front of him, palm-sized, distorted extraordinary life forms hovering between real and illusory flew out from the huge black holes and rushed towards the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. Those are Spectre Mind assimilating Hellions. No wonder even Infinity Warlocks will die here. Spectre Mind assimilating Hellions are strange existences born from the overflowing life force of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, Dark Force, and the will to annihilate after the collapse of the plane origin. Each Spectre Mind assimilating Hellion can slay a glorious Dawn Warlock and threaten a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. When beings below the Moonlight Warlock rank see a Spectre Mind assimilating Hellion, they will lose their mind and become their puppets. The number of Spectre Mind assimilating Hellions that flew out from the black holes has already exceeded 100,000, and is still increasing. The 120 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana Universe formed a battle array and frantically urged their power to blast all kinds of attacks into the Spectre Mind assimilating Hellions, and then smashed large swaths of the Spectre Mind assimilating Hellions. Yang Feng's group of 6 performed secret methods to conceal their aura and power, for fear of alarming the Spectre Mind assimilating Hellions. The Gamana Universe's powerhouses, who have experienced countless battles, are proficient in joint attacks. Bombarding the Spectre mind-assimilating Hellions with all kinds of powerful forces, they smashed the Spectre mind-assimilating Hellions. After tens of thousands of Spectre mind-assimilating Hellions were killed, they suddenly opened their mouths at the same time and roared wildly. Mind-assimilating ripples suddenly formed a huge sword of sound waves that stabbed into the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Under the attack of the sword of sound waves, the heads of more than 20 Gamana universe's powerhouses burst open, and they turned into corpses, their life force extinguished. With this attack alone, the Gamana universe's powerhouses lost 1/6 of their fighting force. Hongsha Ming's eyes turned bloodshot, and he barked, "Lingyao Yuntian, what are you waiting for?" The expert of the Spirit Glory clan took a deep breath, and with a flip of his hand, a white bead appeared in his hand. The Spirit Glory bead, a treasure that the Spirit Glory clan had spent countless resources to refine and which had accompanied the growth of the Spirit Glory clan's expert. The dozen-plus Spirit Glory powerhouses flipped their hands, and Lingyao beads suddenly appeared. Lingyao Yuntian pointed with a finger, and the Lingyao bead flew out in an instant and radiated Lingyao holy light. The Lingyao bead in the hands of the dozen-plus Spirit Glory powerhouses trembled and resonated with Lingyao Yuntian's Lingyao bead. The Lingyao bead in Lingyao Yuntian's hand radiated Lingyao holy light and shot towards the swarm of Spectre mind-assimilating Hellions. Illuminated by the Lingyao holy light, the swarm of Spectre mind-assimilating Hellions turned into black smoke and was purified. Chapter 897. The Spirit Glory Holy Light is clearly the nemesis of the Spectre Alchemy Horde. The more than 100,000 Spectre Alchemy Horde, which can seriously injure even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, were turned into ashes by the Spirit Glory Holy Light. Lingyao Yuntian and the other dozen-plus Spirit Glory powerhouses shriveled in an instant, and their aura weakened greatly. Each of the more than 100,000 Spectre Alchemy Horde is a queer existence capable of slaying glorious Sun Warlocks. To be able to kill them all, Lingyao Yuntian paid a huge price. Figures flickered, and Lingyao Yuntian and the dozen-plus Spirit Glory powerhouses were protected in the center of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Lingyao Yuntian and the dozen-plus Spirit Glory powerhouses quickly swallowed a dozen-plus transparent elixirs and quickly restored their strength. From the black caves, Spectre Alchemy Horde flew out again and rushed towards the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Hongsha Ming's face flickered, and he barked, "Go forward." Along with flashes of light, the Gamana universe's powerhouses rushed forward, not caring about the corpses of their companions. Now that the main force of the Spectre Freaks has been destroyed, the scattered Spectre Freaks can't resist the attacks of the Gamana universe's powerhouses, and a path of blood has been carved out. Yang Feng's group of 6 unleashed secret methods and quietly followed the Gamana universe's powerhouses and quickly flew past the area occupied by the Spectre Alchemy Horde. As soon as he flew out of the area occupied by the Spectre Hellions, countless dust-like nano-reconnaissance robots flew out of Yang Feng's body and scattered in all directions. As if pebbles, they fell motionless on the ground. A dark spirit-like existence like the Spectre Heart Goblin was only interested in living beings and had no interest in nanomachines. After Yang Feng's group of 6 silently passed through the Spectre Alchemy Horde, one after another, completely transparent powerhouses hiding their aura flew over from behind and chased after them. These powerhouses are proficient in concealment secret methods. Unfortunately, they still can't escape the detection of nano-reconnaissance robots. Yang Feng's heart stirred. There's someone behind us. They want to be the Oriole. As the Gamana universe's powerhouses crushed everything in their way, they released their terrifying power and attracted the attention of all the monsters in the Darkstar realm. There are precious treasures in the core area of the Darkstar realm, but there are also great dangers. If an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is alone, it is practically impossible to break through the Spectre Alchemy Horde. As one of the Gamana universe's 18 sacred races, the Spirit Glory race has a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse and an innate ability to restrain the Spectre swarm. It took a dozen-plus Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses to blast through the Spectre swarm in one fell swoop and force their way through. Even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, if they are careless, they will be seriously injured, or even killed. The Gamana universe's powerhouses slayed countless dark extraordinary life forms along the way and broke into the core area. The experts who had been paying attention to Blackstar's Demon Realm core area were all attracted over. Yang Feng silently counted the powerhouses he discovered. 1, 2, 17. I found a total of 17 powerhouses, each of which is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. I wonder if there are any Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses following them. Infinity Warlocks are not cabbages. Every one of them is an upper echelon of a force. However, the Dark Star Realm was a world that was on the verge of collapse. It was filled with dark and negative energy, and it would give birth to all kinds of natural treasures suitable for darkness-type extraordinary life forms. It was the favorite training ground of those darkness-type extraordinary life forms. The Dark Star Realm is where the base of many dark powerhouses is located, which is why so many dark powerhouses were attracted here so quickly. One of the important reasons why the Dulan Imperial Court gave up on developing the Dark Star Realm is that there are too many dark powerhouses here. If powerhouses below the Infinity Warlock rank enter this world, they will only become food for the dark powerhouses. If an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse enters this world, they will die if they are careless. When the Gamana Universe's powerhouses rushed out of the area where the Spectre Alchemy Horde is located, the upper body of the Flamewell powerhouse flying in the front suddenly disappeared, and he collapsed. Almost at the same time, the 6 Gamana Universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses died strangely. A dignified look in his eyes, the green rhombus crystal on Qingsha Huang's forehead radiated green light, and countless strange eyes suddenly appeared inside the rhombus crystal and looked into the void. His face changed dramatically at once, and he shouted, "Don't fly in the sky, land on the ground." The Gamana Universe's powerhouses turned into streams of light and landed on the ground. Yang Feng cast transcendent pupils and looked into the void, and saw blurry black holes appear and disappear in the void. It is these black holes, which cannot be seen with ordinary detection spells, that devoured the lives of the 6 Gamana Universe's powerhouses. On the ground, there is a stretch of black earth, from which a nauseating smell of blood pervades. When a Gamana Universe's powerhouse landed on the ground, the strange black land suddenly opened a maw and swallowed the Gamana Universe's powerhouse in one bite. Virtually at the same time, the originally ordinary black land, which lacks the slightest breath of life, opened its bloody maws and swallowed the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. In an instant, a dozen plus Gamana Universe's powerhouses were caught off guard, and were swallowed by the stretch of black earth. Save them. Hongsha Ming barked, and the red rhombus crystal on his forehead released a red beam that shot towards the stretch of black earth. When the red beam slammed into the stretch of black earth, it blasted the black earth apart and revealed a huge hole. The Gamana Universe's powerhouses unleashed various means to bombard the stretch of black earth. Under the bombardment, huge and unfathomable holes appeared on the stretch of black earth. However, the dozen plus Gamana Universe's powerhouses that were devoured have disappeared. The Gamana Universe's powerhouses can only stare hatefully at the stretch of black earth with helplessness in their eyes. The stretch of black earth and the Spectre Hellions are strange phenomena formed by the life force of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses and the surrounding environment. They aren't real life forms. The stretch of black earth has no life forms to begin with. No matter how powerful the Gamana Universe's powerhouses are, they cannot kill the stretch of black earth. Of course, with the power of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, as long as they have enough time and are willing to pay a huge price, they can erase and purify the black earth. However, in such a dangerous place, there is no time for the Gamana Universe's powerhouses to waste. Qingsha Huang looked into the void with his green rhombus eyes and said coldly, a gloomy expression on his face, 5 meters above the ground, fly at a low altitude. Following Qingsha Huang's order, the Gamana Universe's powerhouses continued to fly towards the core area of the Dark Star Realm. The Gamana Universe's powerhouses have just flown for tens of kilometers, when suddenly, a fearsome black wind erupted from a black hole and blew towards a dozen plus Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Enveloped by the black wind, the fleshly bodies and souls of the dozen plus Gamana Universe's powerhouses collapsed and disintegrated. Help me. A look of horror on his face, the Flamewell powerhouse with a supreme Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base screamed miserably. Countless streams of fire gushed out and formed walls of fire around him, which were then extinguished by the black wind. The Flamewell powerhouse's innate skill Scarlet Flames can restrain countless enemies. However, their only weakness is that their defense is too weak. Of course, the defensive ability of Flamewell powerhouses surpasses that of ordinary human warlocks. But among the 18 sacred races, their defensive ability is the weakest. In ordinary times, the weak defensive ability of Flamewell powerhouses isn't a big deal. But at such a critical juncture, their weakness has become their Achilles heel. The Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Giant God Powerhouse roared, activated countless runes, stepped into the Black Wind, grabbed the Flamewell powerhouse, and forcibly pulled him out of the Black Wind. When the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Giant God Powerhouse walked out of the Black Wind, the flames enveloping the Flamewell powerhouse collapsed and disappeared, revealing a sexy and charming red-haired beauty. The red-haired beauty's life force has completely disappeared. With a gust of wind, she turned into ashes and disappeared. When the Gamana Universe's powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with horror. They finally curbed their previously arrogant attitude and realized why so few people covet the core area of the Darkstar realm. The legions sent by the Gamana Universe can even defeat quasi-holy step powerhouses. But before they reached the core area of the Darkstar realm, they have already suffered heavy losses, with dozens of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses dying. If this goes on, they will all die before they reach the deepest part of the Darkstar realm. Qingsha Huang sighed slightly and said respectfully to a powerhouse wearing a gold armor, whose face cannot be seen clearly, "Sir Qingsha Zhenxing, please lead us." A bunch of useless trash. The gold armor changed color and turned into a purple gold armor, and a handsome cyan rhombus powerhouse was revealed. The cyan rhombus powerhouse exuded Warlock Monarch rank breath and enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 898. Come out, all of you. The green rhombus on the forehead of the cyan rhombus race Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse flashed slightly, and a green eye suddenly appeared on the green rhombus. Green light filled the void. Shrouded by the green light, the dark powerhouses who cast various stealth secret methods revealed themselves one after another, and tyrannical aura of life seeped out of them. Yang Feng cast Devil Stealth recorded in the transcendent text to conceal his aura. But under the green light, he collapsed like snow melting in the spring sun, and his figure was revealed. A dignified shade streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. What an amazing insight spell. Unless you have a top-notch stealth monarch-grade secret treasure, you won't be able to resist its insight. If Yang Feng hid in a fixed secret treasure like the level 9 secret treasure Shroud Stone and converged all his power, he would naturally be able to resist Qingsha Zhenxing's insight innate ability. But if he wants to follow behind the Gamana Universe's powerhouses and resist Qingsha Zhenxing's spell at the same time, he can only use a monarch-grade stealth secret treasure. Monarch-grade secret treasures are very precious, and stealth secret treasures are sought after by countless top powerhouses. Yang Feng has plundered countless forces, and he has more than 20 monarch-grade secret treasures. But he doesn't have a stealth monarch-grade secret treasure. Enveloped by the green radiance, a total of 27 grotesquely shaped dark experts suddenly appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. Among the 27 strange-looking dark powerhouses, there are 3 powerhouses exuding Warlock Monarch rank breath. The 3 Warlock Monarch rank dark powerhouses are a burly man with a black wolf head, a one-eyed stone man, and an evil god with a ferocious face, a pair of dragon wings on the back, a horn on the head, and a scorpion tail wrapped around the waist. As soon as the 3 Warlock Monarch rank dark powerhouses appeared, the 20+ dark powerhouses quietly approached the 3 Warlock Monarch rank dark powerhouses. Because dark powerhouses are often eroded by dark force, they are generally either insidious and cunning, or cruel and bloodthirsty. It was very rare for dark element experts to cooperate sincerely. Instead, they liked to kill each other and undermine each other. However, the Gamana Universe's powerhouses are powerful, and they are enemies of another universe. It forced the dark powerhouses to form an alliance. Qingsha Zhenxing took a deep look at the 3 dark warlock monarchs and said unhurriedly, "I am Qingsha Zhenxing. How do I address you?" In Qingsha Zhenxing's eyes, no one else is worthy of talking to him. Only the 3 warlock monarchs are qualified to talk to him on an equal footing. The muscular man with a black wolf head proudly said, "I am the Overlord Wolf King." The one-eyed stone man said coldly, "Stone King." That malevolent-looking evil god smiled malevolently and said, "I am the Dragon Wing King." Qingshe Zhenxing smiled and said, "There are precious treasures in the core region of the Black Star demonic world. How about we join forces and kill our way into the core region?" A cunning glint flashed in the Dragon Wing King's eyes as he said, "What treasures are there in the core region of the Dark Star demonic realm? To think that you guys from the Gamana universe would flock there regardless of the dangers. The Gamana universe's powerhouses are hated and hunted by all powerhouses in this universe. If it wasn't for the fact that the Gamana universe's powerhouses dispatched a large number of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, they would have been hunted down by the Dark powerhouses. By hunting the Gamana universe's powerhouses, you can obtain the universe's favor and obtain more fortuitous encounters in this universe. Naturally, the Dark powerhouses don't mind hunting the Gamana universe's powerhouses to increase their luck. For the Gamana universe's powerhouses to go to the Dark Star realm when they are surrounded by enemies, they naturally have an important purpose. In the core region of the Dark Star demonic realm, there is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Dragon Empyrean Blade, which is the weapon of the primordial Black Dragon Emperor. It is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure he forged with the primordial Black Dragon's spine and countless god-grade treasures. At the time, the Dark Star demonic realm stimulated the Dark Star demonic realm's origin force and burned his life force to severely injure the primordial Black Dragon Emperor and the other 3 Empyrean-grade powerhouses in one fell swoop. Seriously injured, the 4 Empyrean-grade powerhouses could not survive in the collapsed Dark Star demonic realm, and could only flee. The Dragon Empyrean Blade was lost in the core region of the Dark Star demonic realm. It wasn't easy for us to obtain this secret. Qingshe Zhenxing said with a smile. Empyrean-grade secret treasure. When they heard this, the eyes of the Dark powerhouses shimmered with greed. Each Empyrean-grade secret treasure is extraordinary and powerful. Although even Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses cannot exert the power of Empyrean-grade secret treasures, but if they are sold to any large warlock group, they will spare no expense to buy them. Even if they don't sell Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they can study them day and night, which will be of great benefit to top powerhouses. As a Dark powerhouse, the primordial Black Dragon Emperor wields the Dragon Empyrean Blade, which is a top Dark Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Just the energy fluctuations coming from such a peak darkness-attributed Emperor-grade secret treasure was a great supplement to darkness-attributed transcendent life forms. The Dragon Wing Monarch's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he said with a cold smile, "Qingshe Zhenxing, the 3 of us feel that it's more appropriate for you to explore the way ahead." The Stone Monarch and the Overwolf Monarch sneered and stared at the Gamana universe's powerhouses. After being weakened several times, the Gamana universe's powerhouses have been greatly weakened. If the Dragon Wing Monarch and the other 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses join forces, they will have a chance to wipe out the Gamana universe's legion. Qingshe Zhenxing uttered with a leisurely smile, "If that's the case, then we can only fight you now. No, if we fight now, we should have the upper hand. After all, Dark powerhouses never work together. They will only stab each other at critical times." The faces of the Dragon Wing Monarch and the other Dark powerhouses sank at once, and they fell into silence. In terms of strength alone, the Dark powerhouses with 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses have a slight advantage. But in fact, the 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are not friends at all. Moreover, the powerhouses under their command are just a motley crew that has just gathered. In a decisive battle, the 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are unreliable, and the powerhouses that have just gathered around them are also unreliable. The Dark powerhouses are definitely not the opponents of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. The Dragon Wing Monarch was silent for a while, and then said unhurriedly, "Okay, we will join forces with you to explore the core area of the Dark Star realm." Qingshe Zhenxing uttered with a smile, "That's for the best. Just now, our people have already explored several areas as the vanguard. Now it's time for your people to explore the path ahead." The Gamana universe's powerhouses made such a huge ruckus. On one hand, they can't cover their tracks. On the other hand, they want to attract the Dark Star realm's powerhouses and use their power to explore the core area of the Dark Star realm. The remaining forces of the Gamana universe's vanguard that invaded this world entered the Endless Abyss and the Grade 3 plane, the Baka plane, to defend themselves. A Grade 3 plane can only accommodate Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses at most. Even if a Holy Spirit Warlock enters a Grade 3 plane, they will be suppressed to the Warlock Monarch rank, and may be besieged. The Baka plane is the base for the Gamana universe's powerhouses to attack this universe. Unless a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse takes action, or if all the human warlocks in this universe join forces to carry out an expedition, it is impossible to break through the Baka plane and annihilate the Gamana universe's powerhouses. However, with the Gamana universe's powerhouses holed up in the Endless Abyss and the Baka plane, the Gamana universe's powerhouses are being eyed by the Gamana universe's powerhouses, making it impossible to transfer too many powerhouses to explore the Darkstar realm. Therefore, they can only use the dark powerhouses in the Darkstar realm. The Dragon Wing Monarch pointed to a Dark Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse and ordered coldly, "You, go ahead and explore the path." "Yes." The face of the Dark Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse flickered, and he gritted his teeth and flew to the front. The Dark Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse waved his hand, and a 10-meter-tall Moonlight Warlock rank Obsidian Golem suddenly flew out and flew ahead at a low altitude. As the Obsidian Golem flew, it suddenly disintegrated and collapsed. A cold ray flashed in the Dragon Wing Monarch's eyes, and he extended his hand, and a transparent, distorted monster covered in sharp teeth appeared in his hand. The Dragon Wing Monarch's face sank, and he uttered, "Transparent insect. A strange phenomenon that can devour Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. I'll deal with them." Another expert with the dark attribute shouted. He took out a black magic mirror and waved it towards the distance. A black light enveloped the void. Countless transparent insects were sucked into the black light. After dealing with the strange phenomenon of transparent insects, the dark powerhouses exploring the path ahead released projections, avatars, golems, and summoned beasts to explore. There were countless strange phenomena in the Darkstar demon world. If the dark powerhouse at the front was careless, he would be killed by one of the strange phenomena. As promised, Qingsha Zhenxing sent a powerhouse of the Gamana universe to explore ahead. Powerhouses exploring the path are dying one after another. However, the strange phenomena in the core area of the Darkstar realm are erased by the 4 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses and the surrounding Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. "You, go ahead and explore the path." After the Gamana universe's powerhouse died, the Stone Monarch pointed at Yang Feng and ordered coldly. Chapter 899. "You want to order me around by yourself?" Yang Feng frowned slightly, and Supreme Infinity Warlock rank breath spread from him. He stared at the Stone Monarch with an unruly expression and sneered. Gazes from all directions focused on the Stone Monarch and Yang Feng, and they revealed looks of ridicule. "You, how dare you disobey my orders? Then go to hell." There was a ferocious flash in the Stone Monarch's eyes, and he took a step forward and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. In an instant, a huge stone fist, as if it has turned into a world of stone, slammed towards Yang Feng with the might of a world. When the stone fist was sent flying, the surrounding space was completely suppressed, and a fearsome attractive force spread from the stone fist, locked Yang Feng, and pulled him towards the stone fist. Grey light of petrification formed from the essence of petrification enveloped the stone fist. Even if it is an Infinity Warlock, once hit by the grey light of petrification, they will be petrified and turned into a stone statue. Yang Feng took out the Monarch-grade secret treasure Devil Lord Battle Axe and slashed at the Stone Monarch. A copious amount of demonic chi surged, and a Devil Lord exuding Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power, with 3 devil horns on the head and 3 eyes on the head, suddenly appeared and chopped at the world of stone in the sky with a ruthless, ferocious, and destructive breath. When the huge stone fist slammed into the world, grey light of petrification swept out, and the tyrannical and ferocious Devil Lord was petrified inch by inch. With a shake of the profound meaning of power, the Devil King's body crumbled inch by inch. After the Devil Lord was petrified and shattered, the Devil Lord Battle Axe dimmed slightly, and its power weakened by a fraction. The power of the Stone Monarch's fist was exhausted. With his attack blocked, the Stone Monarch's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he sent another fist barreling towards Yang Feng with even greater power. Yang Feng stared at the Stone Monarch with scorching fighting spirit in his eyes. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are really strong. The monarch-grade secret treasure can only allow me to defeat powerhouses of the same rank. It's far from enough to defeat Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, especially Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses who are favored by heaven and earth. Let me test out the power of the eternal indestructible body. Mysterious runes full of mysterious power emerged on Yang Feng's body, and then his body structure suddenly changed, and wisps of eternal and inextinguishable fluctuations pervaded his body. Faced with the huge stone fist, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with madness, and he slammed his fist into the huge world of stone. Rumble. Along with an earth-shaking blare, the huge world of stone suddenly collapsed, and light of petrification filled with the essence of petrification swept out and petrified Yang Feng rapidly. At the same time, the law of force transmitted inside him, wanting to shake him into pieces. Yang Feng operated the eternal indestructible body, and his body trembled slightly. The essence of petrification and the law of force collapsed and were devoured by the essence of devour and turned into his own power. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he suddenly took the initiative to attack the stone monarch. One fist after another containing the essence of force slammed towards the stone monarch. Not showing any weakness, the stone monarch erupted with junior warlock monarch rank battle prowess and fought Yang Feng. As if the most ferocious wild beasts, the two attacked each other, and fearsome fluctuations of power spread in all directions, blasted the surrounding ground full of holes, and countless spatial cracks suddenly appeared. Stop! Stop fighting! Qingshe Zhenxing's roar came from the side. The two warlock monarch rank powerhouses, the Dragon Wing Monarch and the Overwolf Monarch, also released their fearsome breaths. Yang Feng and the Stone Monarch exchanged blows, and then retreated and confronted each other coldly without saying a word. The Stone Monarch asked coldly, "What's your name?" Yang Feng replied, "Devil Hand." "Very good. Devil Hand, you're qualified to be on the same level as us." The Dragon Wing Monarch smiled and pointed at the old man with a withered face, closed eyes, and a strange rune on the forehead of white hair, who once traveled with Yang Feng, and said coldly, "You, go ahead and explore the way." White hair's face fell, and he pleaded loudly, "Sir Devil Hand, save me." All eyes fell on Yang Feng. Yang Feng said coldly, "He has nothing to do with me." The Dragon Wing Monarch sneered at white hair, and his eyes shimmered with killing intent. "Are you going to explore the way ahead, or are you going to stay here and be killed by me?" White hair gritted his teeth, walked to the front, pulled off a strand of white hair, and threw it. An avatar identical to him appeared in a flash and flew ahead. Although White Hair's avatar only has Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess, but the aura it exudes is no different from that of his true body. The avatars attracted all kinds of strange phenomena ahead, which were then dealt with by the 5 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. After traveling in the core area of the Darkstar realm for who knows how long, 3 huge black caves appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. White Hair pointed with a finger, and a white hair avatar flew into a black cave. "Save me." Suddenly, a look of horror and despair flashed in the eyes of the white-haired man. Magic shields appeared around him, and he issued a miserable scream. A terrifying blade aura shot out from Whitehair's body and cut him into countless pieces in an instant, scattering them on the ground. Karma spell. Seeing the Infinity Warlock Whitehair die a miserable death, everyone's eyes flashed with a dignified shade. Only strange spells like the Law of Karma can harm the true body through avatars and projections. This is one of the strangest and most powerful spells. "You, go in." Qingshe Zhenxing pointed to a Flamewell powerhouse covered in flames and said coldly. The Flamewell powerhouse turned into a flame and flew towards the depths of another cave. Before long, he flew back and said, "There's nothing inside, it's a dead end." "This way." Qingshe Zhenxing pointed to another cave and the expert from the Scarlet Flame race flew into that cave. This time, after the Flamewell powerhouse entered the cave, it didn't take long for a powerful breath to rise from the cave. At the same time, rumbling sounds of battle spread. "This way." Without hesitation, Qingshe Zhenxing took the remaining Gamana Universe's powerhouses and flew towards the cave. The Dragon Wing Monarch and the other dark powerhouses slowed down. Since the powerhouses in the cave aren't their people, they naturally aren't in a hurry. A copious amount of transparent dust flew out of Yang Feng and sprinkled on the ground. After everyone left, The countless transparent dust quickly condensed into several scouting insects that silently flew towards the two caves. Although karma spells are terrifying, but after years of research, Yang Feng has figured out how to deal with them. The reconnaissance insects aren't commanded by Yang Feng. Instead, they are connected to an optical computer, and all reconnaissance information will be transmitted to the optical computer at the first possible moment. In this way, even if someone uses a karma spell to kill the reconnaissance insects, they can only trace the karma threads and destroy the level 5 optical computer at most. However, they won't be able to harm Yang Feng. As soon as the dozen-plus reconnaissance insects entered the deepest part of the cave where White Hair was killed, they saw a blade exuding endless dark breath floating in the air, as if it has fallen into an eternal slumber. The dark energy born from the destruction of the entire world was continuously poured into the saber, nourishing and repairing the terrifying saber. Suddenly, a domineering black blade ray flew out of the blade, slashed at the dozen-plus reconnaissance insects, and killed them in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, the AI optical computer that was connected to the dozen or so scouting insects exploded. In another cave, a dozen-plus reconnaissance insects flew to the end of the cave. At the end of the cave, there is a strange altar with a black cross on it. There are traces of dark red blood on the cross. After another optical computer confirmed that there is no danger, it fed back the information to Yang Feng. The Empyrean-grade secret treasure Dragon Empyrean Blade is complete, has its own will, and has already awakened part of its power. Unless you get its recognition, even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse will be killed if they offend it. Only a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse can suppress it by force. These Gamana Universe's powerhouses are well prepared. Their target is definitely not the Dragon Empyrean Blade. The other person nailed to the Black Cross has just broken free. Was the Flamewell powerhouse possessed, or has he become another person? Yang Feng quickly analyzed the information obtained from the optical computer. He looked at the Flamewell powerhouse at the forefront as cannon fodder, and an unclear premonition welled up inside him. Along the way, they encountered many more dangers, but they were all crushed and destroyed by the joint efforts of everyone. After passing through a broken space, a vast continent shrouded in endless darkness appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. On that continent, there were many beautiful buildings that were filled with the style of the ancient gods. Most of the buildings had been destroyed. There are 4 rifts in the sky, and there is darkness and endless danger leaking from the rifts. These are spatial rifts that can seriously injure even Holy Spirit warlocks. Chapter 900. Everyone's eyes flashed with greed as they stared at the continent shrouded in boundless darkness that had been torn apart. That is the palace where the Darkstar Emperor once lived, a place where a Warlock Emperor rank existence once lived. Moreover, no one has come here to plunder resources for millions of years. The Darkstar Realm's plane origin has been severely damaged, making it difficult for it to produce new treasures of heaven and earth. However, the place where the Darkstar Emperor lived is the center of the Darkstar Realm, a place with countless precious treasures. In such a place, there are bound to be countless treasures. 4 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, a drop of blood from existences like the Darkstar Emperor and the primordial Black Dragon Emperor is a precious elixir. Once their blood drips on the earth, it will form all kinds of precious treasures of heaven and earth, which can even tempt Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. All of a sudden, 6 ripples flickered, and 6 dark powerhouses cast secret methods, disappeared from where they stood, and flew towards the continent. In the empty void, 3 mists of blood suddenly burst out, and 3 dark Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses died silently. The breath of 2 other dark Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses twisted and disappeared. A dark Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse twisted, a look of horror on his face, screamed, and collapsed. Seeing this scene, the restless dark powerhouses who wanted to break into the continent to plunder treasures became well behaved. Looking at the continent, their eyes shimmered with apprehension. Qingshe Zhenxing said lightly, "This is the Darkstar Palace, the residence of the Darkstar Emperor. Only by walking on the right path can you enter the Darkstar Palace. Otherwise, you will be devoured by the darkness of nothingness that shrouds the Darkstar Palace." With that, the green rhombus on Qingshe Zhenxing's forehead flickered slightly, and a green beam of light shot into the endless void and illuminated a green path. The figures of Qingsha Zhenxing and the other Gamana universe's powerhouses fluttered, and they flew towards the depths of the Dark Star Palace along the green path. The Dragon Wing King and the other experts of the Dark Element looked at each other and followed behind Qingsha Zhenxing, flying towards the deepest part of the Dark Star Palace. Outside the green path, there were black undercurrents everywhere. Those black undercurrents were the darkness of nothingness, the strongest ultimacy that the Dark Star Demon Emperor had mastered in the past. Even though the Dark Star Emperor died many years ago, but the darkness of nothingness can still kill quasi-holy step powerhouses and seriously wound Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Yang Feng cast a secret method, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he cast the secret method Devil Pupils and looked around. In the torrent formed from nothingness darkness, there are all kinds of strange distortions hidden. However, according to a strange law, the distortions avoid the paths Yang Feng takes. Seeing this scene, Yang Feng fell into deep thought. Walking along the strange cyan path, a huge yet dilapidated palace appeared in front of Yang Feng. There are all kinds of wreckage scattered around the palace, many of which are top alchemy materials. Yang Feng glanced at the wreckage of the palace with excitement in his eyes. Star Tear Stone, Radiant Stone, Star Core, Anlu Stone. As expected of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse's palace, there are so many precious ores here. The main materials for upgrading to a level 6 stronghold are everywhere. Shizu technology is divided into 7 levels. Level 6 strongholds can already produce weapons that can contend against Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. As for level 7 strongholds, the Shizu only managed to build one level 7 stronghold with the power to contend against Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. In fact, level 6 strongholds are the limit of what the Shizu can mass produce. Even in the world of warlocks, the resources needed to build a level 7 stronghold are god-grade treasures of heaven and earth and precious materials used to refine Empyrean-grade secret treasures. At the time, the Shizu dominated the entire universe and gathered the resources of an entire universe to build a level 7 stronghold, but it was only a level 7 stronghold. After all, the energy level of the universe where the Shizu exist is half a universe level lower than that of the world of warlocks. Level 6 strongholds are the limit that Yang Feng can build at present. As long as he builds a level 6 stronghold and invests a large amount of resources, Yang Feng will be able to create a mechanical legion that can contend against Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Even among the Tsangji Plains human warlocks, it will be regarded as a top force. When the darkness-type powerhouses saw the scattered wreckage, their eyes were filled with greed and excitement. Although the dark powerhouses are not proficient in alchemy, but they know that the wreckage is a treasure that can be exchanged for various precious resources in the world of human warlocks. Qingsha Zhenxing glanced at everyone and said coldly, "These wreckage contain Warlock Emperor rank power and have integrated with the surrounding environment. Once you touch them, you will be besieged by the surrounding phenomena. Whoever wants to take the wreckage, please leave. Don't do anything here, or I will kill you." Along with flashes of magic light, the Dark Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses cast spells to look at the wreckage. At a glance, they saw that the precious wreckage contains all kinds of strange power, which is linked to some strange phenomena. The dark powerhouses frowned slightly and resisted the urge to take action. No one has entered the Dark Star Palace for millions of years. In the palace, there are all kinds of rare treasures, precious extraordinary plants from the Archgod era, and corpses of countless powerhouses. In a battle between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses are just cannon fodder. Starry Sky Warlocks don't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Although the plain origin of the Dark Star realm has collapsed, but at the time, countless powerhouses died in the Dark Star Palace. The tremendous life force contained in the corpses of the countless powerhouses has become food for the various extraordinary plants. Many extraordinary plants can even tempt Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. That's the Dark Star True Dragon Stone. After passing through a courtyard full of corpses and precious extraordinary plants, a pitch-black boulder stretching for more than a dozen kilometers appeared in front of Yang Feng. Black dragon-shaped shadows coiled around the black boulder. Each of the 10-meter-long black true dragons hovered above the boulder, emitting an incomparably terrifying pressure. The black boulder is the Dark Star True Dragon Stone, a treasure of heaven and earth formed by the primordial Black Dragon Emperor's blood essence that fused with the boulder. Except for the black boulder, there is no other Darkstar True Dragon Stone within a dozen kilometers in radius. Clearly, after the giant Darkstar True Dragon Stone gained sentience, it sucked in all the surrounding Darkstar True Dragon Stones. After discovering the Darkstar True Dragon Stone, Qingshe Zhenxing swept everyone with his gaze. Yang Feng's face appropriately displayed the greed of a dark powerhouse towards the Darkstar True Dragon Stone, yet he didn't do anything. Qingshe Zhenxing's eyes shimmered with doubt. Was Yang Feng really killed? After passing through a few more winding corridors, a 1,000-meter-long spiral staircase made from god-grade treasures of heaven and earth appeared in front of everyone. The spiral staircase is engraved with countless mysterious runes and exudes a fearsome aura, as if it wants to run through the universe. The spiral staircase is riddled with scars, yet it isn't broken. At the bottom of the spiral staircase is a lot of dust. Within an area of several kilometers in radius, there is no trace of life. Everyone, we have arrived at our destination. This universe stairway is our final destination this time. You've worked hard. You can die in peace. When Qingshe Zhenxing saw the spiral staircase full of cracks, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and the green light between his eyebrows suddenly shone on a dark powerhouse. The dark element expert was caught off guard, and his body suddenly swelled up before exploding into a mist of blood. The spiral staircase flashed, and the mist of blood that the dark powerhouse turned into was directly absorbed by the staircase. The dragon wing monarch's face fell, and he retreated briskly. He blessed himself with dozens of defensive spells and said with a gloomy expression, "Offerings, Qingshe Zhenxing, you lured us here in order to use us as a blood sacrifice and obtain offerings?" The dark powerhouses are all proficient in plots and machinations. Seeing this scene, they guessed Qingshe Zhenxing's intention at once. "That's right. I lured you here in order to use you as a blood sacrifice to activate the universe stairs and open a passage connecting the two universes. Be obedient and become offerings for the hegemony of the Gamana universe." Qingshe Zhenxing smiled and gave an order. Under the command of the 5 supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, the Gamana universe's powerhouses attacked the dark powerhouses together. The Dragon Wing Monarch barked, "I already knew that you beasts can't be trusted. Davicorn Monarch, show yourself. If we are killed, you won't live either. Got it?" The eyes of Davicorn hiding next to the Dragon Wing Monarch shimmered fiercely, then his body suddenly swelled by a size, and he erupted with Warlock Monarch rank might. A devil horn grew out of his right hand, and he stabbed at the Gamana universe's powerhouses. A black beam shot out, slammed into a Gamana universe's powerhouse, and instantly blasted the Gamana universe's powerhouse into dust and disappeared. Chapter 901. The Stone Monarch turned into a 100-meter-tall giant and sent a fist barreling towards the Gamana universe's powerhouses. In the wake of the fist, a Gamana universe's powerhouse was petrified and shattered. Moving lightning fast, the Dragon Wing Monarch entangled the 5 supreme powerhouses of the Gamana universe. The Overwolf Monarch roared and turned into a 100-meter-long dark wolf covered in a black armor, exuding a fearsome breath, and his figure fluttered, and he swallowed a Gamana universe's powerhouse. Yang Feng took a step, appeared behind a Gamana universe's powerhouse, and sent a fist containing the essence of power slamming into the Gamana universe's powerhouse and blasting him to pieces. When the Gamana universe's powerhouses are killed, their flesh and blood are absorbed by the universe stairs just like other dark powerhouses. The Stone Monarch, the Dragon Wing Monarch, the Overwolf Monarch, and the Davicorn Monarch are all Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Although they only possess junior Warlock Monarch rank cultivation base, but they possess astonishing battle prowess. They can even fight intermediate Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Most of the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses rely on various treasures to forcibly promote their strength. If there are enough of them, they can contend against the Stone Monarch and the other powerhouses. However, after experiencing countless dangers in the core area of the Darkstar realm, their remaining numbers cannot threaten the Stone Monarch and the other 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. A cold look in his eyes, Qingshe Zhenxing spread the fingers of a hand, and 5 hives suddenly flew out of his hand, expanded, and landed on the ground. With a flash of light, A swarm of Gamana Universe's powerhouses flew out of the hives and flew towards Yang Feng's group of 5 like raindrops. Hives, 5. When the Dragon Wing Monarch saw this, his face fell, and he flapped his wings, turned into a black ray, and flew away. Each hive of the Gamana universe is a combat unit. When the power of a hive is gathered, it can defeat a junior Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. At the same time, he could adjust the combat strength of each hive, allowing them to deal with different situations. Each legion of the 5 hives is commanded by 7 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Behind them are 100 Infinity Warlock rank, 1000 Bright World Warlock rank, 5000 Glorious Sun Warlock rank, and 100,000 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Each legion of the 5 hives is far more powerful than a junior Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. With the 5 hives joining forces, coupled with Qingsha Zhenxing, a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, the 5 hives the Dark Attribute experts had no chance of winning. Streaks of light flashed. Apart from the Dragon Wing King, the rest of the Dark Element experts also turned into streaks of flowing light and fled in all directions in a frenzy. At the most crucial moment, the difference between elites and mobs could be seen. The Gamana Universe's vanguard is the Gamana Universe's elite powerhouses as well as an army. So long as a superior gives the order, they must charge forward wave after wave. Even if they know that they are no match for the enemy, they must fight to the death. Although the Dark Attribute Infinity Warlocks possess astonishing battle prowess, but once they discover that they are no match for the enemy, they will wisely choose to escape. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Qingsha Zhenxing's mouth, and he said frigidly, "You want to escape? Not so easy." Strange tubes extended from the 5 hives. The tubes squirmed and turned into flowers inscribed with countless runes. The flowers shone brightly, and then light flew out and formed a huge barrier in the void. The Dragon Wing King collided head-on with the huge boundary and was sent flying by the huge boundary. When the Dragon Wing Monarch was about to fly out of the huge barrier, the Hive Legion commanded by 7 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses surrounded the Dragon Wing Monarch, and the 2 sides engaged in a frenzy. The 4 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, the Stone Monarch, the Davycorn Monarch, the Overwolf Monarch, and Yang Feng, were also surrounded by Hive Legions and engaged in a frenzy. Qingsha Zhenxing turned into a green stream of light and chased after the Dark Attribute powerhouses. Besieging the 5 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses beside him, he quickly blasted the Dark Attribute Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses apart one by one. A mist of blood scattered as the Dark Attribute Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were blasted apart one by one, and their flesh and soul were absorbed by the universe stairs. After the Dark Attribute Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses who entered this place were all killed by the experts led by Qingsha Zhenxing, he commanded the experts to fly into a hive, absorb the hive's power, repair his body, and restore his strength. When Qingsha Zhenxing flew out of the hive with the 5 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, he appeared in front of everyone in his peak state. The hive is a terrifying weapon that combines aircraft carriers, weapons of war, and hive recovery. It is also a terrifying logistical replenishment unit. When the Dragon Wing Monarch saw that Qingsha Zhenxing has regained his strength, his face fell at once, and he begged for mercy without any backbone. "I am willing to serve you, Sir Qingsha Zhenxing. Please spare my life." Qingsha Zhenxing's eyes shimmered with a cunning shade, and he sneered, "Is that so? Very well, Dragon Wing Monarch, go besiege the Overwolf Monarch at once. As long as you kill him, I can consider making you a member of the Gamana universe." The Gamana universe's powerhouses besieging the Dragon Wing Monarch flew aside and made way. "Overwolf Monarch, use your head to fulfill my wish." The Dragon Wing Monarch's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, then his figure fluttered, and he flew towards the Overwolf Monarch. In an instant, the Dragon Wing Monarch appeared beside the Overwolf Monarch and slammed his claw into the barrier. The Overwolf Monarch took this opportunity to strike the barrier with all his strength. When the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses attacked with all their strength, a crack appeared on the barrier. Qingsha Zhenxing roared furiously at once, "How dare you trick me? Kill them." The Dragon Wing Monarch looked at the crack in the barrier that is being repaired with regret in his eyes. "What a pity. It's all for naught." Led by the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, The seemingly endless number of Gamana Universe's powerhouses suddenly rushed out and besieged the two Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, the Dragonwing Monarch and the Overwolf Monarch. Qingshe Zhenxing took a deep look at the Dragonwing Monarch and the Overwolf Monarch, then his figure fluttered, and he flew to the Stone Monarch along with the 5 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and besieged the Stone Monarch. It is better to break a finger than injure 5 fingers. Having experienced countless battles, the Gamana Universe's powerhouses are well aware of this principle. When the Dragonwing Monarch and the Overwolf Monarch join forces, it is difficult to kill them in a hurry. Therefore, killing the Stone Monarch, the Davicorn Monarch, and Yang Feng first is the correct path of war. When Qingshe Zhenxing joined the battle, the Stone Monarch was soon riddled with wounds, and his life force rapidly disappeared. You want to kill me? Fine, then let's die together. With a sinister flash in his eyes, the Stone Monarch roared, burned all his life force, and sent a fist flying. Retreat! Qingshe Zhenxing's face fell, and he roared wildly, turned into a green ray, and disappeared. With a flash of regret in his eyes, the Stone Monarch sent a fist flying, and grey light of petrification shot out and enveloped 4 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, 20 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, and 300 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. Strange light of petrification appeared on all the powerhouses. Except for a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse wearing a purple gold armor, who was only partially petrified, the other powerhouses were petrified into statues, and then shattered. The universe stairs shone brightly, and the souls of the Stone Monarch and the Gamana Universe's powerhouses were absorbed and turned into resources for the universe stairs. Haha, let's die together. All of a sudden, Yang Feng burst into laughter, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger, and the Eye of War of the 6 Sky Devils suddenly appeared and looked down with terrifying magic force. A beam of magic force swept the Gamana Universe's powerhouses around Yang Feng. Swept by the Eye of War's magic force, a Supreme Gamana Universe's powerhouse, 30 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, 100 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses, 20 Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses, and 10,000 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses were turned into ashes. With this strike, Yang Feng's body turned into ashes as well. Go to hell! All of a sudden, Qingshe Zhenxing strangely appeared behind the Dragonwing Monarch, the green eye on his forehead flashed, and a green beam slammed into the Dragonwing Monarch. The Dragonwing Monarch suddenly trembled, and then stopped in midair. The attacks of the 8 Supreme Gamana Universe's powerhouses slammed into the Dragonwing Monarch in an instant. Flames, red beams, and ghostly claws intertwined and blasted the Dragonwing Monarch apart. Immediately after, countless forces of the Hive Legion slammed into the Dragonwing Monarch's body and blasted his soul into pieces. The universe stairs swept the Dragonwing Monarch's body and absorbed it. Go to hell! Countless runes appeared all over the Overwolf Monarch, and he belched a black beam barreling towards Qingshe Zhenxing. Qingshe Zhenxing's face flickered, and he decisively cut off his right hand. His right hand changed into his appearance and appeared in an alternate space. The black beam slammed into Qingshe Zhenxing and blasted him to pieces. With this strike, the Overwolf Monarch turned into ashes, and his soul was absorbed by the universe stairs. Qingshe Zhenxing's right hand flew into another hive and absorbed its power to repair itself. Chapter 902. A good chance. Yang Feng, who is hiding in the level 9 secret treasure Shroud Stone, suddenly flew out. Spatial whirlpools appeared around him, and countless 5th-generation battle robots swarmed out like a tide and formed a legion that rushed towards the surroundings. The 5th-generation battle robots that have been on standby inside the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng poured out in an orderly manner, turned into sharp spears, and slashed the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Yang Feng, this is Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Damn it, this is Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Kill him. Only by killing Yang Feng can we put an end to this. When the Gamana Universe's powerhouses saw the dense swarm of 5th-generation battle robots, their countenance changed dramatically, and they roared. Yang Feng, who ranks first on the Infinity Merit Stele, commanded a mechanical legion that even slayed a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse of the Gamana Universe. This caused a huge shock in the Gamana Universe. It should be noted that the Gamana universe only dispatched 32 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses as the vanguard in this tentative attack on the world of Warlocks. Of the 32 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, 10 died to the quasi-holy and Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of this universe. 4 died at the hands of this universe's Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Only 2, on the other hand, died at the hands of this universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The Gamana universe's powerhouses have heard of the strength of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Except for one legion besieging the Davicorn monarch, the other 4 legions swarmed this way. After Yang Feng carried out arms trade with the Bright Moon School, the Star River sect, and other warlock groups, the number of 5th-generation battle robots under his command skyrocketed, forming a mechanical torrent that slayed the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Bombarded by countless rays of light, the Gamana universe's glorious sun and moonlight warlock rank powerhouses are dying by the thousands like ants at every moment. A large amount of bloody mist was absorbed by the universe stairs. A supreme infinity warlock rank red rhombus race powerhouse roared, "Kill him. As long as Yang Feng is killed, these mechanical golems will collapse." That's right. Unfortunately, you don't have that ability. A vast aura suddenly rose, countless runes appeared all over Yang Feng, and he operated the eternal imperishable body and punched the supreme infinity warlock rank red rhombus race powerhouse in the abdomen. The terrifying force killed the supreme infinity warlock rank red rhombus race powerhouse. Hongsha Ching. Eyes shot with blood, the 2 supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses attacked Yang Feng frantically. All of a sudden, brilliant star hunters appeared in front of Yang Feng and activated magic shields. When the attacks of the 2 supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses slammed into the brilliant star hunters, the dozens of brilliant star hunters along with their energy shields shattered, leaving them without the power to regenerate. Die. Like an invincible transcendent, Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse, and slammed a fist into him. The essence of power blasted the supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse apart, while the essence of devour devoured the other party's flesh, blood, and soul. Once the eternal imperishable body is activated, Yang Feng can use several essences at the same time. By fusing several essences in a single strike, the might of the strike will be terrifying. This is where the eternal imperishable body surpasses the primal chaos imperishable body by far. At the moment when the remaining supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse was about to attack Yang Feng, 7 pinnacle bright world warlock rank dazzling light units stabbed him with their blades and chopped him into several pieces. The 20+ pinnacle bright world warlock rank dazzling light units suddenly flew out, slammed into the supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse, and blasted him into pieces. Yang Feng, go to hell. 7 supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe rushed out of the crowd of 5th-generation battle robots and attacked Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then his figure fluttered, and he retreated into the crowd of 5th-generation battle robots. The 5th-generation battle robots activated their energy shields to the limit and blocked in front of Yang Feng. The joint attack of the 7 supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses slammed into the area. More than 100 glorious sun warlock rank 5th-generation battle robots collapsed and shattered. At this moment, 5,000 brilliant light envoys radiated light and barreled towards a supreme infinity warlock rank Flamewell powerhouse. The 5,000 brilliant light envoys launched a joint attack, and beams of light suddenly converged and blasted into the supreme infinity warlock rank Flamewell powerhouse. The supreme infinity warlock rank Flamewell powerhouse has just attacked Yang Feng, and he only had time to form a huge fire shield around him. When the resplendent ray slammed into the fire shield, it pierced through the fire shield, stabbed into the supreme infinity warlock rank Flamewell powerhouse, and purified him. At this moment, 3 resplendent beams slammed into the supreme infinity warlock rank Flamewell powerhouse and severely injured him. A copious amount of flames surged and disappeared, revealing a handsome red-haired man. The 4th resplendent beam slammed into the red-haired man and purified him, and he disappeared. Scarlet Flame Mingxia. The other 6 supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe released roars of grief and indignation, and then magic shields appeared on them and strengthened their defenses. They no longer dare to underestimate the 5th-generation battle robots that they can destroy at will. In a one-on-one fight, the 5th-generation battle robots are not the opponents of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. But in such a huge battlefield with millions of people, so long as they are careless, Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses will be slain. At the moment when everyone's eyes were attracted to this side, Yang Feng strangely appeared behind a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse on the other side, slammed a fist into the other party, and operated the essence of Devour and devoured the other party's flesh and soul. Seeing this scene, the Davicorn monarch's eyes shimmered with astonishment. So strong. This is the Battle Demon Sect's sect master Yang Feng. This is his mechanical legion, it's so powerful. On the battlefield, the sound of countless explosions rang, and flesh and blood flew about. At every moment, 5th-generation battle robots are blown up, and even more Gamana Universe's powerhouses are blown up, turning into a mist of blood that explodes in the void. The Gamana Universe's Infinity Warlock rank and Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses are bombarding the troublesome 5th-generation battle robots, while the 5th-generation battle robots are slaughtering the low-level Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Dazzling light units and brilliant star hunters are both undying. As long as the core chip isn't destroyed, they can absorb the surrounding parts and regenerate automatically. They are extremely difficult to deal with. On the battlefield in the void, the 5th-generation battle robot legion is nibbling away at the number of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses at an astonishing rate. Like an aircraft carrier, Yang Feng spewed 5th-generation battle robots and threw them into the battlefield, causing the 5th-generation battle robots to kill more and more of them. This is simply despairing. Damn it! Yang Feng, you damned bastard. When Qingshe Zhenxing flew out of a hive and saw that a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse was killed by a punch from Yang Feng, his eyes widened, his heart dripped blood, and he let out a heaven-shaking roar. Due to the existence of the Wall of the Universe, it is difficult for the Gamana Universe's Vanguard Army to replenish their reinforcements. The Gamana Universe's Vanguard Army has one less powerhouse. The 5 hives are already the greatest force that the Gamana Universe's Vanguard Army can mobilize to interfere with the outside world. If the 5 hives are destroyed, it will become very difficult to mobilize forces from the Gamana Universe's Vanguard Army. Yang Feng glanced at Qingshe Zhenxing and said contemptuously, "Trash." Qingshe Zhenxing's eyes shimmered with fury. But he quickly regained his composure, looked in the direction of the Davicorn monarch, and said coldly, "Davicorn monarch, as long as you join forces with us to kill Yang Feng, I can make you a member of the Gamana Universe. I can make you a member of the Gamana Universe. Additionally, you can apply to the higher-ups to help you promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence." The Davicorn monarch's eyes flickered, and he uttered decisively, "Okay. I promise you." The Gamana Universe's powerhouses besieging the Davicorn monarch left at once and attacked Yang Feng. Qingshe Zhenxing said solemnly, "Yang Feng, the Gamana Universe has 3 Eternal Sovereigns and 18 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses guarding it. Your universe is doomed to be annexed by our universe. Submit to us, become one of us, and we will destroy this universe together. With your talent and the resources of our universe, you will surely become a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse in the future." "That's nonsense. Your universe already has 3 Eternal Sovereigns. Even if I join your universe, I will never become an Eternal Sovereign. I think it's better for you to all die and turn into resources for the evolution of our universe." With a faint smile, Yang Feng flickered, appeared behind a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, slammed a fist into the other party, and blasted the Gamana Universe's Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse into pieces and devoured them. Chapter 903. For those in a superior position, the fewer existences on the same level as them, the better. This way, they can enjoy all resources alone. Each of the Gamana Universe's 3 Eternal Sovereigns advanced to an Eternal Sovereign after experiencing countless hardships and dangers when universes annexed each other. In times of peace, it is impossible for any Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse to promote to an Eternal Sovereign in the Gamana Universe, because the 3 Eternal Sovereigns won't agree to others dividing up the resources they control. The soul of an Eternal will no longer decay, won't be eroded by time, and has infinite power. One of them can destroy a universe with a low energy level. If there were no accidents, they would be able to live forever in the universe they were in. However, even a universe's energy level rises and falls at times. Whether the energy level of a universe rises or falls, they will encounter enemies from another universe. Under the attack of enemies from another universe, even eternal sovereigns will be seriously injured and die. The Tsungji plane has also given birth to eternal sovereigns, but they also died at the hands of enemies. The pursuit of eternal sovereigns is to constantly strengthen themselves. Under this premise, they naturally don't want new eternal sovereigns to be born. The three eternal sovereigns won't even support the Gamana universe's powerhouses. If a powerhouse from another universe like Yang Feng joins them, he will stop at the Holy Spirit Warlock realm at most. It will be almost impossible for him to become a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. After the invasion of the Gamana universe's powerhouses, Yang Feng has already weighed the pros and cons and made a choice. Qingshe Zhenxing's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he barked, "Since you have made your choice, then I will send you on your way. Activate the bloody prison battleground." Within the 5 hives, 10 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 100 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses burned their life force and poured tremendous power into the 5 hives. The Gamana universe's powerhouses in the 5 hives are burning their life force and all their power frantically. Suddenly, crimson beams emerged, extended towards Yang Feng, and formed a huge barrier that sealed Yang Feng inside. The barrier that enveloped this area to prevent the Davicorn monarch and others from escaping disappeared at this moment. Inside the huge barrier, there are only Qingshe Zhenxing and Yang Feng. Outside the huge barrier, Yang Feng's mechanical legion annihilated everything. The bodies of the Gamana universe's powerhouses burst apart and turned into a mist of blood that was absorbed by the universe stairs. The Gamana universe's powerhouses below the glorious Sun Warlock rank have been almost wiped out, leaving only the Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses and above struggling. I truly never imagined that for the sake of dealing with you, I would actually be forced to utilize the bloody cage arena. Yang Feng, because of you, countless good men of the Gamana universe have paid with their lives. Use your life as a sacrifice to them. Qingshe Zhenxing's eyes shimmered with a ferocious shade, his purple-gold armor shone, and advanced Warlock Monarch rank power erupted in an instant and gushed out like a tide. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of green light shooting towards Yang Feng. Spatial whirlpools emerged from Yang Feng, and a swarm of 5th-generation battle robots surged towards Qingshe Zhenxing like a tide. It's useless. Without a numerical advantage, these pieces of junk are just a pile of junk. At this time, you can only rely on your own strength. Qingshe Zhenxing smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and green light covered the sky and swept towards the 5th-generation battle robots. The energy shields of the 5th-generation battle robots burst like bubbles, and the mechas, components, and core chips forged from various superalloys were purified and turned into ashes. In front of the advanced Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse Qingshe Zhenxing, the hundreds of 5th-generation battle robots that just flew out only managed to block him for a moment and consume a trace of his power. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and 9 devour black moons suddenly appeared and barreled towards Qingshe Zhenxing like meteors. Break! Qingshe Zhenxing's eyes flashed with a fierce ray, and he bellowed, and a green beam containing the essence of purification shot out from his eyes and slammed into the 9 devour black moons. The 9 devour black moons collapsed, and blood oozed out of the corners of Yang Feng's mouth. As expected of an advanced Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, with a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the eternal imperishable body, countless runes appeared on his body, and he expanded into a 100-meter-tall giant. He sent a fist flying, and a devour black moon and a Mount Tai projection suddenly appeared and barreled towards Qingshe Zhenxing. Qingshe Zhenxing operated a secret method, and an eye suddenly emerged from the green rhombus crystal on his forehead. Countless strange eyeballs emerged from the eye and looked deeply at Yang Feng. A green beam containing the essence of purification suddenly shot out and blasted into Yang Feng's fist. Illuminated by the green beam, the devour black moon and the Mount Tai projection containing the essence of power crumbled one by one. When the remaining green light shone on Yang Feng, green smoke rose from him, and the battle demon armor cracked. Qingshe Zhenxing opened his mouth, and a green beam condensed into a fearsome snake that bit Yang Feng and pierced through his life force field, and a frantic purification force poured into his body like a highly toxic poison. Once the cyan demonic snake bit through Yang Feng's body, it very strangely, as if it had a life of its own, followed the wound and entered Yang Feng's body, frantically purifying and destroying it. Damn it! Yang Feng's face fell. Countless devourers flew out of the small world inside him, traversed inside him, and devoured the highly toxic purification force. The densely packed devourers inhaled and completely absorbed the purifying power formed by the green devil snake. Qingshe Zhenxing's eyes constricted slightly, and he uttered in a deep voice, as expected of a universe child favored by the universe, "How troublesome." Ever since Yang Feng took the first place on the human infinity merit stele, even if he wasn't a universe child favored by the universe in the past, but after he took the first place on the human infinity merit stele, he became one of the most important targets of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Yang Feng squeezed the ruler magic cube in his hand, and countless black armor flew out and covered him completely. The ruler's magic cube has been strengthened countless times. At this time, there are 5 Warlock Monarch rank magic cores inlaid in the center of the ruler's magic cube armor. In addition, there are infinity cores inlaid in each joint of the ruler's magic cube. When the ruler magic cube armor covered Yang Feng's body, a vast, almost endless power poured into him and revolved around him, making him look like an invincible transcendent. What secret treasure is this? What a powerful secret treasure! It's mine. Qingshe Zhenxing stared at the ruler magic cube armor around Yang Feng with greed in his eyes, and the green rhombus on his forehead fired another green beam of purification barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pressed with his hand, and a devour black moon containing endless profound power suddenly appeared, erupted with frightening devour force in a flash, and devoured the green beam of purification. Qingshe Zhenxing looked shocked. How is this possible? He's an infinity warlock. How could he resist my attack so easily? There is a great realm between Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses and Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Moreover, after being strengthened by the purple gold armor, Qingshe Zhenxing's battle prowess has risen to the advanced Warlock Monarch rank. When facing supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, he should be able to crush them. Die! Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Qingshe Zhenxing in an instant, and a fist containing the essence of devour and the essence of power slammed into Qingshe Zhenxing in an instant. Boom! The purple gold armor in front of Qingshe Zhenxing suddenly caved in, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood and slammed into the bloody prison battleground. What a hard tortoise shell! However, even if you wear this tortoise shell, only death awaits you. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he slammed his fist into Qingshe Zhenxing's face, breaking his teeth and covering his face with blood. Boom! 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 Countless after-images flickered as Yang Feng punched Qingshe Zhenxing again and again, devouring his flesh and destroying his bones. As for Qingshe Zhenxing, he was doing his best to defend. Sir! Damn it! How could this be? Outside the bloody prison battleground's barrier, the eyes of the Gamana universe's powerhouses shimmered with despair, and their morale plummeted to the extreme. No one noticed that every time Yang Feng punched a wound on Qingshe Zhenxing's body, a thread without a trace gushed out of his fist and entered Qingshe Zhenxing's body. Qingshe Zhenxing, I am your master. After Yang Feng seriously injured Qingshe Zhenxing with another punch, the phantom ruler suddenly appeared behind him, opened strange eyes, looked at Qingshe Zhenxing, and countless mysterious runes entered Qingshe Zhenxing. At this moment, the seriously injured Qingshe Zhenxing fell into a trance. He regarded Yang Feng as the divine eyes eternal, and his heart shuddered. He uttered in a low voice, "Yes, my lord." Chapter 904. In the bloody prison battleground, Qingshe Zhenxing, who was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly released resplendent green light and blasted Yang Feng back with a punch. Then, a green beam shot out from the rhombus crystal on his forehead, slammed into Yang Feng, and purified him frantically. A copious amount of green smoke rose from Yang Feng, making his face twist in pain. Well done. Kill him, Sir Qingshe Zhenxing. Besieged by Yang Feng's 5th-generation mechanical legion, the Gamana universe's powerhouses, who are on the verge of collapse, showed looks of excitement and desperately resisted the siege of the 5th-generation mechanical legion. One after another, the Gamana universe's Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses were besieged by the 5th-generation Mechanical Legion, either evolved by the brilliant light, or chopped into countless pieces. Rumbling sounds rang incessantly in the sky as 5th-generation battle robots were destroyed by the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The 5 hives, which support the existence of the bloody prison battleground, cannot serve as a source of replenishment for the Gamana universe's powerhouses. As a result, the power of the Gamana universe's powerhouses is being consumed at an alarming rate. Due to the crazy consumption, even the power of the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses is declining little by little. A supreme Infinity Warlock rank Flamewell opened his mouth, and a stream of scarlet flames flew out and landed in the middle of the huge Mechanical Legion. The energy shields of 100-plus 5th-generation battle robots collapsed in an instant, and they were burned to ashes by the scarlet flames. They can't even regenerate themselves. 7 Bright World Warlock rank dazzling light units suddenly flew out of the swarm like assassins and slashed at the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Flamewell powerhouse. The Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Flamewell powerhouse has already slain more than 1,000 glorious Sun Warlock rank 5th-generation battle robots. Besieged by countless 5th-generation battle robots, he is at his weakest. He gritted his teeth and willed, and a fire barrier suddenly appeared around him. In the distance, 5,000 brilliant envoys urged the law of light, and countless rays of light converged into a beam of purification that slammed into the Flamewell powerhouse's fire barrier. The fire barrier collapsed in an instant, and the remaining light of purification slammed into the Flamewell powerhouse and burned him, causing him to scream miserably. The 7 Bright World Warlock rank dazzling light units slashed at the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Flamewell powerhouse, and blade rays shone and cut the Flamewell powerhouse into pieces and shattered his soul. A Bright World Warlock rank dazzling light unit shone brightly and absorbed the Flamewell Supreme Infinity Warlock's soul. The dazzling light unit suddenly expanded by a size, and a pair of beautiful silver mechanical wings extended from its back. A series of ripples spread out from the dazzling light unit. In the surroundings, dazzling light units flew over and entered the dazzling light units. After the dazzling light units devoured 100 low-level dazzling light units, they turned a bright silver-white color, and countless mysterious runes appeared on them. They evolved into the ultimate weapon of the Shizu, dazzling rulers. As soon as the dazzling ruler completed its evolution, its silver electronic eyes shone with a silver radiance. The silver mechanical wings on its back spread open and mysterious ripples suddenly swept in all directions. Swept by the mysterious ripples, the dazzling light units released strange ripples and formed a strange resonance. Due to the strange resonance, all the dazzling light units underwent a wonderful change. They were in a state of resonance, and their combat power increased by a level. The 130 dazzling light units that have already promoted to the Bright World Warlock rank have their fighting strength upgraded to the Infinity Warlock rank. The 300,000 glorious Sun Warlock rank dazzling light units have their fighting strength upgraded to the Bright World Warlock rank. When the dazzling light units were promoted to the Infinity Warlock rank, earth-shaking changes took place on the battlefield. Besieged by the dazzling light units, the Gamana universe's powerhouses exploded into a mist of blood, and then collapsed and dissipated. How could this be? Curses, how could this be? Before Hongsha Ming was blown up, he looked in the direction of the bloody prison battleground and saw a scene that left him in despair. Qingsha Zhenxing, who should have fought Yang Feng to the death, is now standing respectfully beside Yang Feng. They were wiped out. The obedience of the Gamana universe's powerhouses is really scary. Yang Feng looked around at the remains of the Gamana universe's powerhouses, and his eyes shimmered with an apprehensive shade. Unless a restriction was set up, or they were blessed by magic, or their mind was eroded. Otherwise, in such a fierce battle, many human warlocks would have deserted when they saw that the situation was bad. Under Qingsha Zhenxing's order, the Gamana universe's elite powerhouses fought to the death, and were eventually wiped out by Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Dazzling Ruler, as expected of one of the ultimate weapons of the Shizu, it can increase the fighting strength of dazzling light units by a level. It's really powerful, but the dazzling light units are also the most expensive among the Class 5 main battle robots. They can only be used as the most elite core. Yang Feng looked at the evolved dazzling ruler with a scorching shade in his eyes. The construction of dazzling light units requires a huge amount of resources. Among the 5th-generation battle robots under Yang Feng's command, the number of dazzling light units is only 1 million. With the dazzling ruler commanding the dazzling light units, the fighting strength of the dazzling light units will increase by more than 100 times. By then, even quasi-holy step powerhouses may be able to besiege and kill them. Yang Feng glanced at the 5 hives down below, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The spoils of war are really rich this time. Hives are weapons developed by the Gamana universe. Each hive is equivalent to a miniature divine country of a god. Although they are not as powerful as a god's divine country, but each hive possesses all kinds of mysterious powers. If human warlocks can analyze hives, it will be more advantageous for them to deal with the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Each hive has the ability to self-destruct. If Yang Feng hadn't used the Phantom Ruler to capture Qingsha Zhenxing, the highest commander of this legion, he wouldn't have been able to capture the 5 hives. Yang Feng asked, "Who is the Dark Star Emperor?" A dull look in his eyes, Qingsha Zhenxing answered unhurriedly, "The Dark Star Emperor is one of the spies His Majesty the Spirit Eyes Eternal sent to this universe." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with understanding. Sure enough, Qingsha Zhenxing and his party were able to easily enter the core area of the Dark Star Realm, which can even kill quasi-holy step powerhouses, because the Dark Star Emperor is a spy of the Gamana universe. Yang Feng asked solemnly, "Who is the highest-ranking spy in this universe at present?" Qingsha Zhenxing answered, "I don't know. The Green Profound Monarch is in charge of intelligence work. Only he may know about this universe's highest-ranking spy." Yang Feng asked about the spy, but Qingsha Zhenxing didn't know anything about it. The Gamana universe has a strict confidentiality system. Although Qingsha Zhenxing is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, but he is only a warrior. As such, he naturally can't get in touch with the intelligence of this universe's spy. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Go collect this world's treasures." "Yes." Qingsha Zhenxing responded respectfully. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a green disc from his bosom. An array of green light shot out from his forehead and landed on the green disc. Rays of incomparably resplendent radiance sprinkled down from the cyan disc and entered the void. Ripples flickered as a silver mask, a broken black glove, and a dagger hilt flew out of the void and landed on the cyan disc. "Lord, this is the Myriad Transformations mask, which can allow you to transform into anyone. Only eternal sovereigns who pay close attention may see through your identity. Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses also need to cast discernment spells to see through your identity. As for Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, only some existences with discernment bloodline can cast spells to see through your identity. This is the Demon Emperor Glove, an Empyrean grade secret treasure given to the Dark Star Emperor by the Spirit Eyes Eternal. It possesses frightening offensive and defensive power. This is the God-Slayer Dagger, a holy grade secret treasure that can penetrate the life force field and magic force field of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Once stabbed by it, even a Holy Spirit Warlock will have most of their power sealed, leaving them at the mercy of others. These 3 treasures are the 3 peerless treasures given to the Dark Star Emperor by the Spirit Eyes Eternal at the time. It was with these 3 treasures that the Dark Star Emperor was able to advance to the Warlock Emperor rank in this universe. Qingsha Zhenxing replied respectfully. Yang Feng looked at the 3 treasures with a flash of excitement in his eyes. They are really good treasures. Each of the 3 treasures is a holy grade secret treasure, and the Demon Emperor Glove is an Empyrean grade secret treasure. Even if the Demon Emperor Glove is heavily damaged and difficult to repair, but as long as it is dismantled, you can obtain many god-grade treasures of heaven and earth that can be used to refine Empyrean grade secret treasures. As for the Myriad Transformations mask and the God-Slayer Dagger, they are powerful equipment specially used by assassins. Yang Feng occasionally plays the role of an assassin. These 2 treasures are of great use to him. Chapter 905. Yang Feng looked at the huge stairs with enigmatic light in his eyes and asked unhurriedly, "How do I use the universe stairs?" Qingsha Zhenxing answered, "As long as the universe stairs absorbs enough flesh and souls, it can open a rift leading to our universe. From that rift, the 2 universes can travel together. If enough powerhouses are sacrificed, It can even open a rift that can allow Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses to cross. Yang Feng asked, is there any record of the specific place the universe stairs leads to in the Gamana universe? No. The Dark Star Emperor kept this passage a secret. We don't know where it leads to. Cross-sea trade can yield tens of times the profit, and cross-plane trade can even yield 10,000 times the profit. The trade between the two universes can even tempt Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Yang Feng asks himself that if he was in the Dark Star Emperor's position, he would also firmly grasp this passage leading to the two universes and earn tremendous wealth. Only with enough resources could Yang Feng nurture countless experts, manufacture more and more powerful mechanical legions, and become even more powerful. Yang Feng asked, do you know how to operate the universe stairs? Qingshe Zhenxing answered, I do. The universe stairs is a treasure that leads from a low-level universe to a high-level universe. In some low-level universes, the universe stairs is also known as the path to heaven. The technology of the universe stairs was mastered after we annexed a low-level universe. In the Gamana universe, the technology of the universe stairs has already matured. Yang Feng asked curiously, have you ever used the universe stairs to explore higher-level universes? Using the universe stairs to explore higher-level universes is prohibited in the Gamana universe. Once discovered, 10 families will be exterminated. High-level universes are not full of goodwill toward low-level universes. On the contrary, they are full of malice and view low-level universes as resources for their advancement. In the earliest days of the Gamana universe, there were 4 eternal sovereigns. Because they used the universe stairs to explore higher-level universes, they were discovered by higher-level universe powerhouses. 3 eternal sovereigns died in battle, the Divine Eyes Eternal was seriously injured, and the entire universe was almost destroyed, causing the universe's energy level to drop. Yang Feng asked, are there more powerful beings above the eternal sovereigns? How do we address them? Qingshe Zhenxing said, according to the information we currently have, Eternals are already the strongest existences in the high-energy cosmos we have encountered. Of course, we didn't continue to explore the higher energy levels of the universe. Perhaps there are existences more powerful than Eternals, or perhaps there aren't. Yang Feng said, I want to use the universe stairs to open a rift to the Gamana universe. After going to the Gamana universe, can I come back? Qingshe Zhenxing said, it should be possible. The Black Star Demon Emperor had used this universe stairway to send countless spies into this universe. But too much time has passed, and I don't know if the arrangements on the other side of the cosmic stairway have lost their effectiveness. Yang Feng said flatly, Qingshe Zhenxing, I need you to input all the knowledge about the universe stairs, the Dark Star Realm, and the Gamana universe into the database. Qingshe Zhenxing replied respectfully, yes, Master. Under Qingshe Zhenxing's guidance, the core area of the Dark Star Realm became Yang Feng's back garden. Rare materials and countless extraordinary plants from the Archgod era, which are almost extinct in the outside world, fell into Yang Feng's hands. This is Phantom Star Gold, one of the main materials for the Phantom Ruler's evolution. In the Dark Star Palace, Yang Feng extended his hand towards a fog, and a weightless stone surrounded by blue fog appeared in his hand. The Phantom Ruler suddenly appeared beside Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and tossed the Phantom Star Gold to the Phantom Ruler. It's yours. The Phantom Ruler extended countless tentacles, pierced into the piece of Phantom Star Gold, and frantically inhaled, and the seemingly weightless piece of Phantom Star Gold disappeared like smoke. After the Phantom Ruler absorbed the Phantom Star Gold, it immediately became blurry and distorted. It frantically absorbed all sorts of strange phantom force in the surroundings. Have you evolved? Enter the dream realm, that is the most suitable place for you to evolve. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. A dream rune extracted from the bloodline of a dream life form he killed appeared on his right hand, and he pointed at the void. Ripples flickered, and a strange, distorted hole sucked the Phantom Ruler in. As soon as the Phantom Ruler entered the distorted hole, it entered the dream world. As if it has turned into a huge black hole, it continuously devoured the dream force in the dream world. Devourers, Phantom Rulers, Dazzling Rulers, and other ultimate weapons of the Shizu, each of them is very powerful and fearsome. The most frightening thing about them is that they have fearsome evolutionary characteristics that other bodies don't have. They can evolve into different weapons according to different fighting and cultivation methods. In the dream world full of distortions and weird phenomena, lollipops, milk biscuits, dragon remains, broken devil wings, and other weird existences floating in the sky, a huge whirlpool appeared and frantically devoured the surrounding dream force. The terrifying existences hidden in the dream world were alarmed. Warlock Monarch. Another Warlock Monarch was born in the dream world. Another guy has advanced to a Warlock Monarch. Who the hell has advanced to a Warlock Monarch? Within the dreamscape world, many terrifying creatures were alarmed, and their gazes shifted in their direction. Rays of light and strange ripples flashed as the terrifying creatures from the dream realm began to move in their direction. The dream world is an existence formed from the dreams of countless intelligent life forms in this universe. When the dream world was just born, the dream life forms inside couldn't affect reality. But after countless years of evolution, the dream world has evolved into a world that can give birth to Holy Spirit Warlock rank dream life forms. But even so, in the dream world, Warlock Monarch rank dream life forms are already existences at the pinnacle of countless dream life forms. The birth of such existences naturally caused a huge sensation in the dream world. In the sky above the area where the Phantom Ruler has advanced, endless darkness suddenly engulfed the airspace, and a 10,000-meter-long giant hand descended from the sky and slammed towards the Phantom Ruler. In the center of the giant hand, dragon heads full of sharp teeth appeared strangely and shot towards the Phantom Ruler from all directions. Transparent tentacles shot out from the Phantom Ruler and stabbed into the giant hand. The dragon heads on the giant hand withered, and then the hand withered and turned into green ashes that scattered on the ground. The transparent tentacles extended into the void and pierced into a strange place. Stop! A furious and apprehensive roar came from that strange place. Newcomer, stop! A gloomy voice sounded in this space, distorted spatial fluctuations flickered, and 5 grotesque dream monarchs exuding Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power appeared in the void. With a thought from Yang Feng, the transparent tentacles retracted back into the Phantom Ruler, and he looked coldly at the 5 dream monarchs. Of the 5 dream monarchs, one is a 100-meter-tall strange being covered in faces of intelligent life forms. The other is a snake-headed being with a human body and a pair of dragon wings on the back. The other is a stunningly beautiful woman with butterfly wings, a charming body shrouded in mist, and a devastatingly beautiful face. The other is a 100-meter-tall tattered teddy bear. The other is a 100-meter-long ship with countless faces on its hull. The face on the abdomen of the strange being said with a smile, "I am the Myriad Faces Dream Monarch." These are the Snake Dragon Dream Monarch, the Fantasy Butterfly Dream Monarch, the Bear Dream Monarch, and the Human-Faced Ship Dream Monarch. How do I address you? Yang Feng manipulated the Phantom Ruler and said coldly, "I am the Phantom Dream Monarch. This is my dream imprint. If there's anything, you can contact me through this dream imprint. Among the many worlds, the dream world is the weakest. Sooner or later, someone will come to the dream world to attack us. We must help each other in order to survive this great tribulation." The Myriad Faces Dream Monarch smiled and pointed with a finger, and green light quickly gathered and formed a green crystal that fell into the Phantom Ruler's hand. Although the dream world has no resources, but it has the power to connect planes with intelligent life forms with the ability to dream. It is a convenient path to many planes second only to the astral boundary. Those who control the dream world can take advantage of the convenience of the dream world to connect to many planes to launch various attacks. As long as the Gamana universe's powerhouses can analyze part of the dream world's laws and mobilize Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, they may be able to take control of the entire dream world. This is my dream imprint. The 4 dream monarchs also handed over their dream imprints to the Phantom Ruler. Yang Feng also formed dream imprints and handed them to the 5 dream monarchs. This can be considered to be acquainted with the 5 dream monarchs. Chapter 906. In the Dark Star Palace, ripples flickered, and the Phantom Ruler flew out of the dream world and stood beside Yang Feng. After the Phantom Ruler advanced to a Warlock Monarch, its strength became terrifying. Originally, the Phantom Ruler needed to attach itself to Qingshe Zhenxing in order to bewitch him. But once it bewitched Qingshe Zhenxing, it would no longer be able to control others. After the Phantom Ruler advanced to a Warlock Monarch rank existence, it can now condense Phantom Seeds and control Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. It can control up to 10 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses at the same time. As it evolves, the number of Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses it can control will increase. Yang Feng's heart stirred. The eternal imperishable body secret method can break the boundaries of essences and fuse several essences together. It seems that I should master some more essences to be able to exert the power of this eternal grade secret method. At present, Yang Feng has mastered the essence of Devour, the essence of Power, and the essence of Space. Among them, he has mastered the essence of Devour the most. As for the essence of Power and the essence of Space, they are only at the rudimentary level. Generally, warlocks will concentrate on mastering one essence and elevate it to the limit. By the time they reach the Flawless Realm, they can control a certain law of the universe and promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Once a certain law of the universe is occupied, other people won't be able to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse through that law. Only after a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse dies can other people rely on that law to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. In God Blood Plane, there are 9 kindred true ancestors. Except for the first true ancestor, the second true ancestor and the third true ancestor have existed since the Archgod era. However, they still can't promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. On the one hand, it is extremely difficult to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. On the other hand, the law of blood is firmly occupied by the first true ancestor. Before the first true ancestor died, no one in this universe can promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with the law of blood. If a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse wants to promote to an eternal sovereign, in addition to mastering an essence, they must also master the essence of time, the essence of space, and the essence of fate. Only then will they be able to promote to an eternal sovereign, and their soul will be immortal and indestructible. Yang Feng doesn't know anything about the essence of time, he only has a rudimentary understanding of the essence of space, and he has a glimpse of the mysteries of the essence of fate through the fate algorithm. There is still a long way to go before he can reach the rudimentary understanding of the essence of fate. The eternal imperishable body was a peerless secret method that allowed warlocks to integrate several essences into their body without conflicting with each other. At the same time, it also had the mystical power of integrating several essences. It was a notch stronger than the primal chaos imperishable body. Of course, since the eternal immortal body was so miraculous, the amount of resources it required far exceeded that of the primal chaos immortal body. Back then, the Black Fiend God King plundered everywhere, plundering the riches and resources of many worlds. He used all the resources and wealth to enhance his own strength, which was how he became a half-step saint expert. However, the Black Fiend God King was too arrogant, and he forced a decisive battle with 3 strong divine force rank gods in his divine country. As a result, both sides suffered, and then he was sneak attacked and killed. Dark Blood Origin Stone, there are so many of them, and they are top-grade Dark Blood Origin Stones. This is the best treasure for dark existences to advance to the next rank. Walking around the Dark Star Palace, Yang Feng collected all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up, and he stared at a 10-meter-tall black crystal mountain with excitement in his eyes. Dark Blood Origin Stone is a treasure that can only form in a place with the strongest dark force after absorbing the blood and souls of countless transcendent rank powerhouses for more than 10,000 years. For dark extraordinary life forms, Dark Blood Origin Stone is a top treasure for advancing to the next rank. After Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord Avatar and the Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel obtain Dark Blood Origin Stone, they may break through and advance to the Warlock Monarch rank. Yang Feng unleashed transcendent pupils, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the Dark Blood Origin Stone. Strange existences invisible to the naked eye intertwined together, forming a twisted phenomenon that was a mixture of snakes, dragons, devils, and other monsters. Yang Feng pointed at the Dark Blood Origin Stone and uttered coldly, "Destroy it." The Phantom Ruler suddenly emerged, and countless transparent tentacles shot out and stabbed into the strange phenomenon. The strange phenomenon that was a mixture of all kinds of extraordinary life forms suddenly trembled, and then, under the effect of the strange dream force, was absorbed into the dream world, transformed into dream force, and easily devoured by the phantom ruler. There was a flash of satisfaction in Yang Feng's eyes. Amazing. After advancing to the warlock monarch realm, the phantom ruler can even interfere with this lifeless phenomenon. Originally, the phantom ruler could only interfere with and manipulate intelligent life forms. It was powerless against golems, specters, phenomena, and other existences. Its attacks cannot affect any substance in the material world. However, after the phantom ruler advanced to the warlock monarch realm, it began to transform. It can also affect golems, specters, phenomena, and other lifeless existences. If it can advance to the Holy Spirit warlock realm, it will be able to turn the illusory into the real, and all kinds of illusory attacks will be able to affect the real world. After the phenomenon of the Dark Blood Origin Stone was broken, Yang Feng put away the hill formed from the Dark Blood Origin Stone. Unfortunately, I can't collect the Dragon Empyrean Blade. Yang Feng collected all kinds of treasures in the Dark Star Palace. But when he thought of the Dragon Empyrean Blade, regret flashed in his eyes. The Dragon Empyrean Blade was an Empyrean grade secret treasure, and a complete Empyrean grade secret treasure to boot. If it could be subdued, then the Battle Demon sect would become a top force in the world of warlocks. Deep in the royal palace, in a secret room, Hongsha Zhen, who is practicing cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and turned into red smoke and disappeared. Thousands of kilometers away from the Julan Imperial Court, in the deepest part of a huge trench shrouded in endless darkness, a 50-meter-long giant fish monster swam in. As soon as the huge fish monster opened its mouth, Hongsha Zhen jumped out of it. Hongsha Zhen looked at Qingsha Zhenxing standing deep in the cave and said coldly, "Qingsha Zhenxing, have you completed your mission?" Qingsha Zhenxing replied coldly, "We don't interfere with each other's missions. This is an ironclad rule set by the higher-ups." "Hongsha Zhen, have you forgotten this ironclad rule?" Hongsha Zhen relaxed a little and said, "It seems that you're not a fake. What do you want from me?" Qingsha Zhenxing revealed a strange smile. "I came to find you to kill you." In the huge cave, countless dream eyes appeared, and the phantom ruler's warlock monarch rank breath rose. That incomparably huge cave was actually the transformed existence of the phantom ruler. Hongsha Zhen and Qingsha Zhenxing were actually inside the phantom ruler's body. Rays of dreamlight shot out from the dreamscape eye and shone on Hongsha Zhen's body. Shit! An unclear premonition welled up in Hongsha Zhen's heart. He was just about to operate a secret treasure to protect himself, when he felt the world spin, and his soul left his body and entered the weird dream world. Damn it, this is the dream world. When Hongsha Zhen saw his biscuit body and candle-like legs, his eyes revealed a look of despair. The dream world is a weird place where the laws change 3 times a day. Moreover, it can only give birth to Holy Spirit warlock rank existences at most. The Gamana universe's powerhouses have never paid much attention to the dream world, nor have they studied it enough. When Hongsha Zhen saw that he was sucked into the dream world, he knew that he fell into a dangerous trap. An incomparably huge palm blotted out the sky as it descended from the sky, ruthlessly slapping towards the biscuit man that Hongsha Zhen had turned into. Break! Hongsha Zhen frantically circulated his soul power. With a furious roar, his soul power condensed into a saber and slashed at the sky. Boom! In front of the giant palm, the sword condensed from Hongsha Zhen's soul crumbled and slammed into the ground, quelling all the resistance. Countless transparent tentacles extended from the giant palm, pierced into Hongsha Zhen's soul, and crushed his resistance one by one. Finally, a phantom seed was implanted inside Hongsha Zhen, and it eroded and took control of Hongsha Zhen's soul. Ripples flickered, and Hongsha Zhen's soul flew out of the dream world and returned to his body. When Hongsha Zhen's soul returned and saw Yang Feng standing in front of him, he saluted respectfully and uttered, "Greetings, Master." Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered flatly, "Take me into the Julan Royal Palace, and then find a way to meet him in a place without surveillance." Hongsha Zhen responded respectfully, "Yes, Master." Yang Feng's figure shook, distorted, and entered Hongsha Zhen's shadow. Hongsha Zhen's figure shook slightly, and he flew towards the Julan Royal Palace shrouded in thick fog. In the Julan Royal Palace, there are layers of restrictions and countless permanent detection spells. Even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can hardly sneak in. However, after Hongsha Zhen took out a token inscribed with a strange rune, the numerous restrictions and detection spells in the Julan Imperial Palace became useless, allowing him to enter the Julan Imperial Palace through a passage that no one knew about. Chapter 907. The Julan Royal Palace, in a secret palace. After the Julan monarch stepped into the palace, he pointed with a finger, and ripples shone and covered the entire palace. The palace flickered, and spells flickered and sealed the palace completely, making it impossible to peek into it. Following ripples, Hongsha Zhen appeared in front of the Julan monarch. The Julan monarch asked respectfully, "Sir Hongsha Zhen, why did you summon me here?" Hongsha Zhen said with a hint of arrogance, "I obtained an artifact by chance. Help me take a look and see what this artifact's origins are." Hongsha Zhen waved his hand, and a red crystal ball flew towards the Julan monarch. The Julan monarch grabbed the red crystal ball. Suddenly, countless transparent tentacles extended from the crystal ball, and dream light swept towards the Julan monarch. A silver jade pendant on the Julan monarch's chest suddenly burst out with resplendent silver light and easily broke the dream light. Dream force isn't invincible. On the contrary, in the world of warlocks, there are many secret treasures and spells that can restrain dream force. The Julan king was the king of the Julan imperial court and had countless secret treasures. The saint-grade secret treasure he wore, Saint's Protection, could restrain dream force, darkness force, illusory force, and other strange powers. A black shadow flew out from behind Hongsha Zhen, concealed its aura, and stabbed at the Julan monarch with a dagger. Caught off guard, the defensive secret treasures on the Julan king's body were activated one by one, and magic barriers appeared one after another. When the dagger stabbed the magic shields collapsed one by one. At the moment when the dagger was about to stab the Julan monarch's abdomen, the latter's abdomen burst open, and a fearsome force erupted in an instant and sent Yang Feng, who is holding the God-Slayer dagger, flying. The Julan monarch is a battle-hardened powerhouse who has walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He has experienced who knows how many assassinations. He made the most correct response at the first moment, which is to not allow the assassin's dagger to stab him. In the world of warlocks, the daggers of assassins have extremely strange powers. They are either attached with all kinds of poisons or strange and ferocious curses and seals. The best way to deal with assassins is to not let them get close to you. Almost at the same time, green light flashed, and Qingshe Zhenxing appeared in the palace. Countless strange and mysterious eyes appeared on the green rhombus crystal chip on his forehead. A green beam shot out from the rhombus crystal chip on Qingshe Zhenxing's forehead and slammed into the Julan monarch. The Julan monarch's magic shields were broken one by the God-Slayer dagger. When the green beam slammed into him, the tremendous life force inside him came to a standstill for a moment. Hongsha Zhen waved his hand, and the God-Slayer dagger flew into his hand. He then stabbed the dagger into the Julan king's body. As soon as the God-slaying dagger stabbed into the Julan king's body, countless runes instantly spread out and enveloped the Julan king, cutting off his control over his body and sealing him completely. Amazing, as expected of the Julan monarch. He almost turned the tables. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the God-Slayer dagger flew into his hand. His gaze fell on the Julan monarch on the ground, and he showed a smile. As one of the three monarchs of the Tsangji Plains Merfolk, the Julan monarch has endless wealth, terrifying strength, and a holy-grade secret treasure to protect himself. This time, Yang Feng used the phantom ruler, Hongsha Zhen, Qingshe Zhenxing, and himself as well as the God-Slayer dagger to barely capture the Julan monarch. Yang Feng also mobilized his warlock monarch rank flesh golem, the ruler of the Night Avatar, the Kindred Grand Duke Avatar, and other formidable battle forces. But if it wasn't for the God-Slayer dagger breaking the magic shields of the Julan monarch's secret treasures, Qingshe Zhenxing wouldn't have had a chance to break through the Julan monarch's defenses. By then, even though Yang Feng mobilized so many experts, he wouldn't be able to assassinate the Julan monarch in a short time. The Julan monarch's face sank, and he stared at Hongsha Zhen and asked unhurriedly, "Sir Hongsha Zhen, what are you doing?" Yang Feng smiled, then his body twisted and changed, and he revealed his true face. "Julan monarch, take a look at who I am." "Yang Feng, it's you." Shock shimmered in the Julan monarch's eyes, and he exclaimed, You sided with the Gamana universe. Yang Feng responded with a cold smile. It was you who sided with the Gamana universe and had them ambush me in the Dark Star realm. What a good plan. The Julan monarch uttered unhurriedly with a calm expression. This is a necessary sacrifice. Only by sacrificing you will they trust and value me even more. Only then will I be able to get more important information from them. I have always been a person of our universe. I have just been pretending to be courteous with them. Yang Feng, let me go, and I will give you the desolate holy vessel. Without me, you won't be able to get the desolate holy vessel. Derision flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, even without you, I still have a way to get the desolate holy vessel. Hongshe Zhen quickly stepped forward and removed the secret treasures on the Julan monarch. Countless transparent tentacles flew out of the phantom ruler and stabbed into the Julan monarch. With all his life force sealed, the Julan monarch cannot resist the power of the phantom ruler. His eyes blurred slightly, and he fell into a state of hallucination. After the Julan monarch regained consciousness, he saluted Yang Feng and uttered respectfully, "Greetings, my lord." Yang Feng asked flatly, "Where is the desolate holy vessel?" The Julan monarch replied respectfully, "It's in the Sea Monarch treasury, which has been passed down from generation to generation. There are 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses guarding the Sea Monarch treasury. One is called Huan Yang, and the other is called Wei Shu. Both of them wield insight spells and can use the restrictions around the treasury to check whether the visitor is a disguise and whether they are under the control of a control spell. Even if it's me, I would need to be detected by a spell to enter the treasury. The Sea Monarch treasury contains countless precious secret treasures of the Merfolk, most of which are holy grade secret treasures. These are the resources that the Julan Imperial Court has collected for hundreds of thousands of years in the world of warlocks. As such, the defenses are naturally very strict. Yang Feng said, "Give me the steps to enter and exit the Sea Monarch treasury." "Yes, my lord." The Julan monarch pointed with a finger, and light shone and formed a sphere of knowledge in his hand, which flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng squeezed the sphere of knowledge, and it collapsed, and the knowledge that enters and exits the Sea Monarch treasury entered his sea of knowledge. With a flash of light, Yang Feng's Warlock Monarch rank Flesh Golem suddenly appeared. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, the myriad transformations mask flew to the Warlock Monarch rank Flesh Golem. The Warlock Monarch rank Flesh Golem changed at once and quickly became identical to the Julan monarch. What an amazing shape-shifting secret treasure! When the Julan monarch saw this scene, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the Flesh Golem with the light of insight and shock in his heart. The Julan monarch is a monarch of one of the 3 Merfolk imperial courts. Although he has been unable to break through to the junior Warlock monarch realm due to bloodline shackles, but he is proficient in countless secret methods. However, he was proficient in countless secret techniques. Apart from mastering the profound meaning of the sea, he had also mastered countless laws. With the Julan monarch's ability to see through laws, most shape-shifting spells and shape-shifting secret treasures cannot escape his eyes. But in his eyes, the Flesh Golem is exactly the same as him. Even the soul aura, which is the most difficult to imitate, is exactly the same. This is simply appalling. Yang Feng uttered, "Julan monarch, 3 drops of blood essence." The Julan monarch operated a secret method, his face turned slightly pale, and 3 drops of blood essence flew out of his mouth and flew towards Yang Feng while radiating colorful light. Although the 3 drops of blood essence are not as precious as the true blood of God Bloodplane's true blood kindred, but the Julan monarch still needs to practice cultivation for 3 years to recover from the loss of the 3 drops of blood essence. If the 3 drops of the Julan monarch's blood essence were diluted and refined into elixirs for an ordinary person to use, the ordinary person could quickly cultivate to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the 3 drops of Julan monarch's blood essence flew towards the myriad transformations mask. A maw flew out of the myriad transformations mask and swallowed the 3 drops of Julan monarch's blood essence. After that, Yang Feng's Flesh Golem avatar no longer has any flaws. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a coffin suddenly appeared. The Julan monarch entered the coffin and was sealed. In the Julan Imperial Court, there were detection spells everywhere. Moreover, The Phantom Ruler's dream seed can also be detected by detection spells. If the Julan monarch's true body walks around in such an environment, it is very likely that he will be exposed. Ripples flickered, and everyone in the palace disappeared, as if nothing happened. Only the flesh golem avatar disguised as the Julan monarch remained. Yang Feng pushed open the door and walked straight towards the Sea Monarch treasury. Along the way, every time he steps into an important area, detection spells fell on Yang Feng. After confirming that Yang Feng is indeed the Julan monarch, the hidden gazes moved away. In the world of warlocks, there are many existences that can change into others. Therefore, there is no lack of detection spells in the bases of major forces. If Yang Feng hadn't obtained the Myriad Transformations mask, he wouldn't have dared to change into someone else and impersonate the Julan monarch. Chapter 908. In front of a huge bronze gate, there are two people sitting. One of them has 8 eyes on his body, while the other is an illusory being hovering between real and illusory. These two are Huan Yang and Wei Shu, the 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses guarding the Sea Monarch treasury. Your Majesty, please wait. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the Sea Monarch treasury, Huan Yang's hoarse voice came from the side. Yang Feng stopped and stood quietly in front of the bronze gate. Huan Yang silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. Suddenly, a huge eyeball appeared above the bronze door of the Sea King's treasury. The huge eyeball is called Illusion God Eye. It is a treasure dug out from the eye of an Infinity Warlock rank astral life form Illusion Breaker Star Snake and refined by countless spells. Under the gaze of the Illusion Breaker Star Snake Eye, even a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse who hasn't mastered the essence of illusion and is proficient in transformations will find it difficult to escape its detection spell. A green Illusion God Ray shot out from the Illusion Breaker Star Snake Eye and landed on Yang Feng, but it didn't set off any ripples. Huan Yang said respectfully, "Your Majesty, please come in." Yang Feng, however, didn't fall for it. He asked coldly, "What's the password for today?" The Sea Monarch treasury is a huge treasury accumulated by the Julan Imperial Court over hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, the examination and defense of this place are of utmost importance. In addition to the spell examination, there are also psychological, password, and other tests. If Yang Feng doesn't get the correct information and enters without the password, he will be suppressed. Even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse will be suppressed in front of the Sea Monarch treasury. Wei Shu uttered, "Sea breeze blowing the moon." Yang Feng uttered, "Blue sea rise." The password is correct. Your Majesty, please come in. Rays of dazzling light shone as the Sea King's treasury slowly opened. Countless incomparably dazzling treasure lights diffused from the Sea King's treasury. Yang Feng walked into the Sea Monarch treasury. He saw that the Sea Monarch treasury covers an extremely vast area, looking like a kingdom of treasures. All kinds of treasures of heaven and earth as well as top treasures collected by the merfolk radiate resplendent light. As expected of the Sea King's treasury. If I had been able to enter this treasury earlier, it would not have been difficult for me to build a level 5 base. Moreover, there are many main materials for a level 6 base here. When Yang Feng entered the Sea Monarch treasury, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. In terms of value, excluding the Universe Stairway and Dragon the Arch-Saber, the Sea King's treasury was far more valuable than the Black Star Palace. However, many of the treasures in the Black Star Palace were priceless. For example, the Dark Blood Source Stone was not a treasure that could be bought with magical crystals. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and a heart engraved with countless mysterious runes flew into his hand. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile. This is a king-fiend heart. With this treasure, my Floor Lord Avatar can advance to an Abyssal King. By then, my Floor Lord Avatar will be as stable as a mountain in the 666th floor of the Abyss. If Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar can advance to an Abyssal King, he will become one of the most powerful existences in the Abyss. Coupled with the blessing of the Floor Lord's plain authority, a slightly weaker Holy Spirit Warlock may not be able to suppress his Floor Lord Avatar on the 666th floor of the Abyss. Once Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar advances to an Abyssal King, although it will still be impossible to capture the Gamana Universe's base, but it will be very difficult for the Gamana universe's vanguard to capture the 666th floor of the abyss. With a flash of light, an ordinary-looking pot, but engraved with countless mysterious runes, flew into Yang Feng's hand. Holding the desolate holy pot, Yang Feng sank into contemplation and carefully recalled the life story of the brilliant Great Holy. This is the desolate holy pot. This is the last part of his body. The brilliant Great Holy is a Great Holy Step powerhouse second only to Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Every Great Holy Step powerhouse is a pinnacle existence among Holy Spirit Warlocks. The brilliant Great Holy should have died millions of years ago. But he can still be reborn through all kinds of incredible means. Yang Feng is naturally very cautious if he wants to resurrect such a terrifying existence. If he had a choice, Yang Feng would resurrect the brilliant Great Holy after advancing to a Great Holy or a Warlock Emperor. In this way, even if the other party has malice, he can still take full control of the situation. Yang Feng weighed, according to the records of his life, the brilliant Great Holy should be a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. According to the division of camps, he should belong to the lawful camp. If I resurrect such a person, even if he isn't grateful, he shouldn't kill me. The Human Supreme Joint Council is about to be established. This is the general trend. Only by gathering the power of all human warlocks can they contend against the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Yang Feng isn't opposed to the establishment of the Human Supreme Joint Council. However, he must find a way to climb to the upper echelon of the Human Supreme Joint Council. Otherwise, if someone suppresses him in the name of righteousness and forces him to be cannon fodder, he will be hunted down by human warlocks if he doesn't comply. Once Yang Feng becomes a member of the upper echelon of the Human Supreme Joint Council, he will be able to control his own fate. He should choose the battlefield and the enemy he likes, and fight when it is advantageous to him. He shouldn't fall into a hopeless situation where he is used as a sacrificial pawn and bait. This is a Warlock Monarch rank fallen angel heart. As expected of the Merfolk treasury, true dragon blood, Fenghuang blood, Qilin blood, Golden Crow blood, Daotai blood, it's really surprising that there is even the blood of the extinct Aurum race. Along the way, Yang Feng was dazzled and unceremoniously took away all the resources that were useful to him. However, the identity of the Julan monarch is still of great use to Yang Feng. Therefore, he only took away the treasures that are of great use to him. This is the Wheel of Time. Did the Julan Imperial Court get the Time Lord's Empyrean grade secret treasure, the Wheel of Time? In the deepest part of the Sea Monarch treasury, there is a huge clock floating in the void, the hands of which move slowly, and wisps of Empyrean might slowly diffuse from the clock. When Yang Feng saw the huge clock, his heart filled with shock. The first human warlock emperor, the Time Lord, mastered the essence of time, and the Empyrean grade secret treasure he refined is the Wheel of Time. Ever since the Time Lord refined the Wheel of Time, he has never been injured again. Since then, none of the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses hiding in the universe dared to fight him. The Wheel of Time is known as one of the strongest Empyrean grade secret treasures, and its value is far above that of ordinary Empyrean grade secret treasures. No, this is just a treasure that carries part of the Wheel of Time's power. At the time, in order to let later human warlocks comprehend the time text, the Time Lord split part of the Wheel of Time's power and created 36 imitations. This is one of the Wheel of Time's imitations. This is a rare opportunity. Let my true body stay here and comprehend the law of time. Yang Feng looked at the Wheel of Time replica with a scorching shade in his eyes. Yang Feng has already obtained the complete version of the time text. However, if he wants to comprehend the mysteries of time from the time text and master the law of time, only bloodline warlocks with special bloodlines or freakish geniuses of the time element can accomplish this. Yang Feng has been comprehending the law of time for many years in the Light of Eternity world, yet he has no clue about it. The appearance of the Wheel of Time replica coupled with the complete time text is enough for him to glimpse the mysteries of time. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng's true body flew into the replica, closed his eyes, and operated the time text to comprehend the law of time. The 666th floor, in a secret room, Yang Feng's floor lord avatar suddenly opened his eyes. The warp gate in the secret room shone, and a king fiend heart suddenly flew out and entered his hand. King Fiend Heart, with this treasure, I can advance to an abyssal king. The eyes of Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar shimmered with joy, and he opened his mouth and swallowed the King Fiend Heart. A fearsome force gushed out of the King Fiend Heart, and a violent force spread inside Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar. So, you want to inherit my power? Interesting. Give me your body, and I will transform it into a Fiend Lord body. As long as you listen to me, you will definitely become an abyssal king, a supreme powerhouse among abyssal kings who can contend against abyssal saint. A seemingly omniscient and omnipotent abyssal king with a horn on his head, a ferocious expression, and a fearsome aura appeared in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge and spoke in a tempting tone. A mere remnant soul will want to mess with my mind. Go to hell. Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar smiled coldly, appeared in his sea of knowledge, turned into an indomitable giant, and slapped the abyssal king with his hand. No. With a look of despair on his face, the abyssal king also turned into a giant and raised his hand. Yang Feng's giant hand slapped the abyssal king into pieces, and then swallowed it. After the abyssal king's remnant soul was devoured by Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar, countless threads formed from dark force gushed out of his body, intertwined, and formed cocoons that wrapped around Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar. Strange heartbeats came from the dark cocoons. In less than a breath of time, Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar grew stronger by a fraction. Chapter 909. The 777th floor of the Abyss is under the control of the Succubus Empress, who is recognized as the most beautiful woman in the Abyss. It is a paradise that countless male powerhouses dream of. The Succubus Palace is the center of the 777th floor of the Abyss. Inside the Succubus Palace, there are sexy and flirtatious succubi that are rarely seen in the outside world. In addition to succubi, there are also countless beauties unique to the Abyss in the Succubus Palace. Under the effect of the powerful barrier, the Succubus Palace is filled with flowers in full bloom, and the fragrance of people and flowers assail the nostrils, making the place look like a paradise on earth. The Succubus Palace was a paradise that all male experts in the abyssal plane dreamed of. At least 20 abyssal sovereigns had entered the Succubus Palace, never to return. They had sunk into the Succubus Palace's gentleness, becoming its vassals. The Succubus Empress is not the most powerful floor lord in the Abyss. But she is one of the floor lords with the most subordinates, the most influence, and the most allies. With a flash of light, a powerhouse from the Gamana universe dressed in a gold armor and exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power appeared above the Succubus Palace and said proudly, "I am Hongsha Han, an emissary of the Gamana universe, and I request an audience with Her Majesty the Succubus Empress." Sound waves reverberated in the Succubus Palace, reaching the ears of all the experts in the Succubus Palace. Inside the Succubus Palace, fierce infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly rose, and ferocious and ruthless gazes focused on Hongsha Han. Hongsha Han's heart shook slightly. The Succubus Palace really has extraordinary underlying strength. Hongsha Han himself is just a bright world warlock rank existence. Only with the help of the gold armor did he promote to an infinity warlock rank powerhouse. There is a huge gap between the strength of existences who use secret treasures to obtain infinity warlock rank power and those who rely on their own ability to advance step by step to the infinity warlock rank. "Please come in." The Succubus Empress' seductive voice rang out, and an extremely beautiful succubus girl, who exuded a fragrance and contained boundless charm, appeared in front of Redstone Han. She was an extremely beautiful succubus girl who exuded a fragrance and contained boundless charm. Ordinary people would become extremely infatuated with her at a glance. The succubus girl winked at Hongsha Han and uttered with a charming smile, "Sir Hongsha Han, my name is Anna, please come with me." Hongsha Han glanced at the succubus girl while a wisp of greed flashed in his eyes, and then he replied proudly before following Anna into the Succubus Palace. So this is the Succubus Empress. As expected of the number one beauty in the endless abyss. As soon as Hongsha Han entered the Succubus Palace, he saw the Succubus Empress sitting on the throne. She was a peerless, beautiful, and devastatingly beautiful woman. Her every movement was filled with endless charm. Hongsha Han's heart was slightly moved, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Hongsha Han went straight to the point. "Your Majesty, I've come on behalf of His Majesty the Eternal Wing to ask for your hand in marriage. I hope that you can marry His Majesty the Eternal Wing and become his divine consort." The charm demon empress, who was sitting on the throne, frowned. Her beautiful eyes flashed with shock as she fell into deep thought. "Your Majesty the Eternal Wing, when the Gamana Universe's powerhouses invaded this universe and killed countless powerhouses, many of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses were captured alive. In the world of warlocks, there are all kinds of queer spells. Naturally, some people have obtained information about the Gamana Universe through various secret methods. The Gamana Universe has 3 Eternal Sovereigns and 18 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. As one of the 3 Eternal Sovereigns, the Eternal Wing possesses heaven-defying strength. Even the 7 human Warlock Emperors, who are known to be invincible in this universe, are not his opponent. The Charm Demon Empress asked faintly, "Then what do I need to do for His Majesty the Eternal Wing?" The Eternal Wing is an eternal sovereign. There is no plane that can accommodate a woman who wants to become his divine consort. There are even many beautiful Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses who are willing to become his divine consort in order to advance further. Although the Charm Demon Empress is known as the #1 beauty in the endless abyss, but for an eternal sovereign, she is far less valuable than a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Yet the Eternal Wing promised her the position of a divine consort. Clearly, he has other plans. Hongsha Hun said with a smile, "We need you to cooperate with us in conquering the Endless Abyss and integrating its forces." The Endless Abyss had more than 17,000 levels, and similarly, 17,000 abyssal sovereigns. Among the 17,000 floor lords, there are strong and weak ones, with the strongest possessing the strength of an abyssal king and the weakest possessing the strength of an abyssal earl. If the power of the entire abyss can be integrated, it will be a terrifying force. The Charm Demon Empress uttered with a charming smile, "If you want me to cooperate, then please show me your strength." The weak are not qualified to cooperate with the strong, are they? Hongsha Hun responded with a smile, "That's right, the weak are not qualified to cooperate with the strong. You will see the power of the Gamana Universe." For the Charm Demon Empress to be able to become a floor lord in the Endless Abyss, she is naturally not someone who Hongsha Hun can sway with just a few words. On the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss, light shone, and a wind shadow powerhouse shrouded in shadows riding a gale appeared above Yang Feng's gold palace. "I am the emissary of the Gamana Universe, Wind Shadow Light. Lord Warren, come out and see me." Standing loftily in the void, Wind Shadow Light diffused infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power from him and swept downwards. "The emissary of the Gamana Universe is here. What should I do?" Master is still in closed-door cultivation. Hiding in the Gold Palace, Munch felt the infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power from Wind Shadow Light in the sky, and his face turned pale, his body trembled, and his eyes filled with fear. With the support of Yang Feng's tremendous resources, this little junior abyssal fiend has evolved into an abyssal baron. "Munch, be quiet. Don't walk around and throw yourself into confusion." A beautiful succubus with long hair that was like a waterfall, a height of about 1.7 meters, and skin as white as milk, exuding an astonishing charm from head to toe, frowned slightly and reprimanded. Munch responded respectfully at once, "Yes, Your Highness Chloris. Over the years, under Yang Feng's nurturing, Chloris has evolved into an abyssal fiend earl. Her every move exudes astonishing beauty. She is recognized as the #1 beauty on the 666th floor of the abyss." Chloris glanced at the place where Yang Feng is cultivating in seclusion, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with worry. "The Gamana Universe's powerhouses? I wonder what his choice will be." As soon as the Gamana Universe's vanguard appeared, it attacked everywhere, exterminated countless races and destroyed countless forces, and announced their arrival in an absolutely brutal and overbearing manner. The Gamana Universe's 3 Eternal Sovereigns and 18 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are like 21 mountains weighing down on the hearts of everyone in this universe. The reason why many forces sided with the Gamana Universe and became its spies and lackeys is because the Gamana Universe is so powerful that they can't see any chance of winning. Not getting a response from Yang Feng, Wind Shadow Light's face turned cold at once, and he barked, "Lord Warren, come out and see me." A black light flashed, and a sword light shrouded in the fallen angel flame descended from the sky. It was extremely fast, slashing toward Feng Yingguang's sword. Lord Warren, do you want to become an enemy of the Gamana universe? Feng Yingguang's expression changed drastically. Countless shadows emanated from his body, forming a terrifying shadow domain that covered the sky. The sword light containing the fallen angel flame slashed down and tore apart the shadow domain. It then slashed at Feng Yingguang's body and split him in two. Endless fallen angel flames burned madly, incinerating the wind shadow light inch by inch. Warren, you dare to kill me, you're dead. The Gamana universe will definitely kill you. We'll wipe out the 666th floor. With a flash of despair in his eyes, Wind Shadow Light screamed miserably and turned into ashes bit by bit, and then dissipated with the wind. In front of Wind Shadow Light stands a fallen angel shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see her figure clearly. Only a pair of fallen angel wings fluttering in the wind stands proudly. When Munch saw that Wind Shadow Light was slain, his face suddenly turned pale, and his voice trembled. It's over. It's over. It's over this time. For any force, the death of an emissary is intolerable. Slaying an emissary means that the possibility of negotiation is cut off. At the same time, it also means war. When the Gamana universe's powerhouses came to the endless abyss, they slayed the floor lord of the 17,000th floor. Naturally, the Gamana universe's powerhouses are no match for the floor lord of the 17,000th floor, but they have a large number of powerhouses. As for the floor lord of the 17,000th floor, he alone possesses infinity warlock rank battle prowess. Even if he can defeat a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, but he cannot resist the siege of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. On the 666th floor of the abyss, there is only one infinity warlock rank powerhouse, Yang Feng. Even though he is the floor lord, but he cannot resist the invasion of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. In the deepest part of the 17,000th floor of the abyss, there is a majestic Tier 3 hive that is 1 cup larger than a Tier 2 hive. Inside the Tier 3 hive, there is a huge palace. On a dais, there are 3 chairs. On the 3 chairs, there are 3 powerhouses, each of whom exudes immortal fluctuations of power. They are 3 quasi-holy step powerhouses. Chapter 9-10. The 3 quasi-holy step powerhouses are the commanders of the Gamana universe's vanguard army. The fusion of the Gamana universe and the universe of the world of warlocks is a gradual process. The spatial rift opened by the first collision can only allow existences below the Holy Spirit warlock rank to pass through. Therefore, only 3 quasi-holy step powerhouses infiltrated the universe and became the commanders of this vanguard army by deceiving everyone. A dark sea race quasi-holy, who seems to be shrouded in endless darkness, uttered coldly, "Warren killed our emissary, what gall. He must die." The eyes of a handsome red rhombus race quasi-holy in a purple gold armor with a red rhombus tattoo on the forehead flickered with a cunning gleam and said unhurriedly, "For him to dare kill our emissary, he is either stupid or has something to rely on. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the avatar of a powerful existence in this world." The endless abyss is a place where negative energy of the universe gathers, and it has many materials necessary for dark cultivation. For many powerhouses, abyssal fiend lords and demonic creatures are resources they need. As long as abyssal fiends keep killing and devouring, they can evolve rapidly. In the bloody battlefield plane, as long as there is killing, a transcendent rank abyssal fiend lord can be easily born. Under such circumstances, the abyssal sovereigns of many layers of the abyssal plane were the incarnations of the powerful existences of this universe. A 10-meter-tall Blasteel race quasi-holy, who looks like a huge robot and is covered in an alloy armor, uttered with a cold smile, "No matter whose avatar he is, so long as our army arrives, we'll be able to crush him. We can use his death as a warning to the Abyss Masters who are wavering." The red rhombus race quasi-holy said flatly, "If we want to be certain of victory, the Dark Gorge quasi-holy must stay here. Between the two of us, one of us must go. Are you going, or should I?" The eyes of the Blasteel race quasi-holy shimmered with excitement. "I'll go. My bones are going to loosen if I stay in this place." "Okay." The Dark Sea race quasi-holy and the Red Rhombus race quasi-holy nodded in agreement. Ripples spread across the 17,000th floor of the endless abyss. 18 Tier 1 hives and 1 Tier 2 hive flew out from various locations in the 17,000th floor, forming a huge army that flew towards the 666th floor. The force of 18 Tier 1 hives and 1 Tier 2 hive is equivalent to half of the force of the Gamana universe's attack on the Bai family. The Bai family is a terrifying royal family that has controlled the Tsangji Plains eastern world for more than 10,000 years. It has countless secret treasures and heritage. Furthermore, he had formed a divine kingdom formation outside his lair. Even so, under the siege of the Gamana universe's powerhouses, the Bai family was almost breached. They had to use Empyrean-grade secret treasures to defeat the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Half of the forces attacking the Bai family were in the Endless Abyss, which was enough to sweep through most of the planes in the Endless Abyss. The Gamana universe's powerhouses have set out. Their target is Ruler Warren of the 666th level of the Endless Abyss. Whose incarnation is that supreme Ruler Warren? Why are you so arrogant and domineering? Has the stupid Warren been completely eroded by the will of the Abyss? When the Gamana universe's powerhouses moved, the eyes of Floor Lords fell on the hives with apprehension. Most of the Floor Lords are abyssal fiends at the Marquis rank or above. With the blessing of the Floor Lord authority, each of them can exert Infinity Warlock rank power. At the same time, their eyes are focused on the dangerous Gamana universe's powerhouses, paying attention to the movements of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Rays of black light flashed, and the 19 hives descended on the 666th level of the Abyss. As soon as the hives landed on the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss, countless roots pierced the ground and frantically absorbed the abyssal power in the 666th floor. The abyssal force of the entire 666th floor was crazily absorbed by the 19 hives. Once the abyssal force of the 666th floor is absorbed by the hives, even if Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar wields the Floor Lord authority of the 666th floor, he will only be able to increase his strength by 10% to 20% at most. Countless strange-looking super-alloy weapons flew out of the 19 hives. As one of the Gamana universe's 18 sacred races, the Blasteel race is guarded by Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. The Blasteel race's evolutionary path is somewhat similar to that of the Shizu. In short, let's give it a shot first. Sitting aboard a command ship, the Blasteel quasi-holy glanced at the Gold Palace with excitement in his eyes and ordered coldly. The 300 Blasteel weapons that were connected to the hive flashed with light and shot towards the Roland's Golden Palace like shooting stars. The 300 Blasteel weapons had long cannons that were similar to self-propelled cannons and were connected to the hive. A swarm of fallen angels flew out of the Gold Palace and flew towards the Gold Palace like a dark cloud. When the 300 dark shells slammed into the void, they exploded, turned into countless bolts of dark lightning, and formed a large net made of dark lightning. When the swarm of fallen angels slammed into the large net made of dark lightning, they issued crackling sounds, and countless fallen angels turned into ashes. With just one artillery strike, tens of thousands of fallen angels were destroyed. How fearsome! Is this the strength of the Gamana universe's powerhouses? That's terrifying. When Munch, who is hiding inside the Gold Palace, saw the tens of thousands of fallen angels destroyed with a single strike, his eyes shone with shock, and he trembled. There are a total of 3.5 million fallen angels in the Gold Palace. According to the intensity of the attack, the fallen angels in the Gold Palace will die in less than a day. Like angels, fallen angels can be reborn in a fallen angel pool as long as their hearts aren't destroyed. However, under the attack of the Blasteel race's Dark Lightning Cannon, the fallen angels that were affected were all turned into dust. Even the fallen angel hearts were completely destroyed. Only a small portion of the fallen angel hearts flew back to the fallen angel pool in Roland's Golden Palace to be reborn. Cloris looked at the battlefield with a hint of worry in her eyes. She can see that the current situation is completely one-sided. If nothing unexpected happens, it will only be a matter of time before the Gold Palace's fallen angel legion is annihilated. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng's avatar Gold Horned appeared behind a Tier 1 hive, erupted with Abyssal King rank breath in a flash, and slammed a fist containing the essence of power into the Tier 1 hive. In an instant, the Tier 1 hive activated defensive boundaries. Offset by the defensive boundaries, even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse can forget about destroying the Tier 1 hive with a single blow. Shatter. With a roar, Yang Feng used the Floor Lord authority, and the abyssal force of the entire plane blessed him, raising his power to an incredible level. His fist pierced through the Tier 1 hive's defensive barriers and slammed into the Tier 1 hive itself. Boom. Along with an earth-shattering noise, the Tier 1 hive, along with the Gamana universe's powerhouses inside, shattered and turned into powder. Abyssal King. Abyssal King. He broke through. His trump card isn't external help, but a breakthrough. How is that possible? How could he have broken through and become an Abyssal King? He just advanced to an Abyssal Duke less than 100 years ago. Abyssal King. How is that possible? I was already an Abyssal Grand Duke 50,000 years ago, yet I still have no hope of breaking through. That guy was born less than 300 years ago, how could he have advanced to an Abyssal King? The Abyssal Sovereigns watching the battle through various spells were all dumbfounded, their eyes flashing with boundless shock. In the Endless Abyss, there are more than 10,000 Floor Lords, but only 2 Abyssal Kings are known to be alive. Even the 2 Abyssal Demon Kings that were still alive were elusive, and no one knew where they were hiding in the Endless Abyss. Even when the Gamana universe's powerhouses invaded, they didn't react. Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar has advanced to an Abyssal King. If the Gamana universe's powerhouses didn't appear, he can simply be called the #1 powerhouse in the Endless Abyss. The face of the Blasteel Quasi-Holy suddenly changed dramatically, and he cried out, "Abyssal King, damn it! This is his trump card." An Abyssal Demon King was a top-notch terrifying existence no matter what plane it was. However, for the Blasteel Quasi-Holy, if it was on another plane, an Abyssal King wouldn't be a headache for him. But on the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss, an Abyssal King with Floor Lord authority is a terrifying existence that even Holy Spirit Warlocks have to be wary of. The Blasteel Quasi-Holy shouted decisively, "Retreat! Retreat at once! Blasteel Ming, take everyone and bring up the rear." 108 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe led 720 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe as well as a swarm of Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses to attack Yang Feng. The various attacks covered the void, as if to collapse the void. Under the siege of countless powerhouses, even a quasi-holy step powerhouse will be blasted to death. Chapter 9:11. Faced with the attacks of the countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe, Yang Feng smiled coldly and operated the Floor Lord authority. In an instant, he disappeared, reappeared behind a hive, and punched it. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the Tier 1 hive was blasted into smithereens, and everything was annihilated. One of the Floor Lord authorities is the ability to teleport freely in the abyss under their control. To break the Floor Lord authority of Yang Feng, at least 20 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, or a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, are required to suppress space and seal the Floor Lord authority. In terms of true strength alone, the Gamana universe's powerhouses still surpass Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar in terms of battle prowess. However, on the 666th floor of the Abyss, by using the Floor Lord authority, he can attack the Gamana universe's powerhouses unscrupulously. Damn it! An unsightly expression on his face, the Blasteel Quasi-Holy suddenly blurred into motion, turned into a black stream of light, and flew towards Yang Feng. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared on another Tier 1 hive, tore apart the Tier 1 hive's defenses with a punch, smashed it to pieces, and shattered the Gamana universe's powerhouses inside. With just a glance at the Blasteel Quasi-Holy, Yang Feng knows that he won't be easy to deal with. As such, he used the Floor Lord authority to avoid him. With the blessing of the Floor Lord authority, Yang Feng is confident that he can defeat the Blasteel Quasi-Holy. However, it will be very difficult to kill the Blasteel Quasi-Holy. Yang Feng's main goal is to destroy the hives. Boom! Boom! A series of rumbling sounds rang out in the sky as the hives were torn apart and completely shattered. A large number of the Gamana universe's elite experts were devoured by a terrifying force the moment the hives collapsed. Eyes shot with blood, the Blasteel Quasi-Holy bellowed, "Damn it, Warren, if you have the guts, fight me." "Okay. Wait till I kill all your subordinates, then we'll have a fair fight. Don't you dare run." A faint voice came from the sky, and Yang Feng appeared behind a hive like a ghost and used the Abyssal Lord's authority to smash the hive. Damned beast, do you think you're invincible just because you're an Abyss Lord? Freeze. The eyes of the Blasteel Quasi-Holy shimmered fiercely, and mechanical wings engraved with countless runes unfolded on his back. The pair of mechanical wings shone brightly, and circles of spatial ripples shrouded this space like a tide. Yang Feng suddenly felt that his teleportation authority as an Abyssal Lord was suppressed. Originally, he could teleport to any place on this floor freely. However, under the suppression, he could only teleport to a radius of 1 kilometer. The remaining 10 hives flew to the side of the Tier 2 hive, linked their countless tentacles together, and opened a formidable barrier. The Tier 2 hive trembled, extended, and transformed into a 10,000-meter-tall steel freak with 4 pairs of eyes, a pair of wings on the back, and a 10,000-meter-tall humanoid steel freak enveloped in a fearsome force field. So this is a freak that can contend against the Bai family's 3 mighty divine force rank existences. If we were outside, I wouldn't be your opponent. But this is my home field, where I am invincible. Yang Feng smiled coldly and beckoned with a hand, and the Abyssal Lord's authority was unleashed, and a tremendous amount of abyssal force formed a huge scythe. He teleported, appeared in front of the steel freak, and slashed down with the scythe. The massive scythe condensed from the boundless power of the abyss gathered the terrifying power of the abyss from an entire plane. As the scythe slashed down, it was as if the world was corroding the world, destroying everything in its path. The terrifying dark light smashed the steel freak's defenses and slashed down along the 10 Tier 1 hives. The 10 Tier 1 god hives were shrouded by the boundless dark light and shattered into dust, disappearing without a trace. The weird freak transformed from a Tier 2 hive trembled slightly, and its aura suddenly dropped sharply. Retreat! Retreat! This is the first time that the Blasteel Quasi-Holy has seen how terrifying an Abyssal King is in its own plane, and he roared wildly. Along with flashes of light, the Gamana Universe's powerhouses flew into the sky. Yang Feng glanced at the Gamana Universe's powerhouses with ridicule in his eyes, and then smiled coldly. As if he is an omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipotent god, he uttered majestically, "I am the master of this floor. My enemies cannot fly in the sky." In an instant, the laws of the 666th level of the abyss changed. The Gamana Universe's powerhouses that were originally flying in the sky fell from the sky like raindrops. Only the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and the Tier 2 hive can still fly in the sky. To change the plane's laws with a word, this is the terror of the Floor Lord authority wielded by an Abyssal King. Under Yang Feng's order, the entire floor is the enemy of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. I am the master of this floor. My subordinates shall receive the floor's favor. Following Yang Feng's words, a tremendous amount of abyssal force gushed out of the 666th floor of the abyss and entered his fallen angel legion. The fallen angels below the Bright World Warlock rank advanced by a great realm. 2 Bright World Warlock rank fallen angels advanced to the pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank as well. The huge fallen angel legion formed a formation and began to hunt the Gamana Universe's powerhouses who fell to the ground. Eyes shot with blood, the Blasteel Quasi-Holy roared wildly, "King Warren, do you really want to make an enemy out of the Gamana Universe? Do you want to exterminate us? Humph. If people don't offend me, then I won't offend them. Since you came to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed instead. Go to hell, all of you." Yang Feng slashed out with the scythe formed from the Floor Lord authority, and a resplendent black blade ray slashed the Tier 2 hive. Endless darkness engulfed the Tier 2 hive, tore apart the Tier 2 hive's boundary, and blasted a large piece of the Tier 2 hive apart. What an amazing weapon! Boosted by the Floor Lord authority, this strike of mine is equivalent to an attack of a weaker Holy Spirit Warlock. Yet it didn't shatter, how fearsome. Yang Feng glanced at the Tier 2 hive and narrowed his eyes. His figure flickered, and he slashed at the Tier 2 hive with his scythe again. Boom! Boom! Under Yang Feng's attack, the Tier 2 hive was smashed continuously. After just 10 strikes, the Tier 2 hive collapsed. "Warren, I'll remember you. One day, you'll die at my hands." The Blasteel Quasi-Holy took a deep look at Yang Feng, left a frigid sentence, and then decisively abandoned the millions of Gamana Universe's powerhouses, tore through the void, and fled outside. Yang Feng looked at the Blasteel Quasi-Holy's back with regret in his eyes. What a pity. If he had stayed and fought to the death, how great would that have been? That's a Quasi-Holy. Who knows how many benefits I can get by slaying a Quasi-Holy step powerhouse. On the 666th floor of the Abyss, with the help of the Floor Lord Authority, Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar can defeat a Quasi-Holy step powerhouse. But it won't be that easy to kill the other party. As for you, stay here. Yang Feng looked at the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe who are fleeing outside, smiled coldly, and pointed with a finger. An enormous abyssal power suddenly appeared in the void, forming a huge barrier that covered the entire void. When the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses hit the huge boundary, they were bounced back. Yang Feng teleported, appeared among the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, and brandished his huge scythe to slay the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. With a flash of blade rays, every time Yang Feng slashed down, a Gamana universe's powerhouse was chopped into pieces. After slaying the Gamana universe's powerhouse, Yang Feng teleported away, appeared in another place, and slayed other Gamana universe's powerhouses. A mist of blood drifted in the sky, and Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, who can be called almighty powerhouses of many planes, died one after another. Their souls and flesh were harvested by Yang Feng. The souls of these Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are of the highest quality, which is the best material to make fallen angels. Just when the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse almost gave up all hope, a white beam carrying a wisp of immortal force shot out from outside, pierced through the barrier, and blasted open a large hole in the barrier. A mechanical hand extended from the hole and scooped up a dozen supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe, and then quickly shrank and disappeared from this world. Yang Feng's eyes turned cold, and he sped up the slaughter. A mist of blood bloomed in the boundary, and the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses died one after another. Humph, at least you're sensible. After Yang Feng killed all the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, he looked at the sky, snorted coldly, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the ground. Dark rays landed on the ground. In the wake of the dark rays, the Gamana universe's powerhouses died. No one could resist Yang Feng's strike. Under Yang Feng's command, the tyrannical Gamana universe's powerhouses were reduced to prey and training tools for his angel legion. Chapter 9:12. They were annihilated. The Gamana universe's powerhouses were annihilated. An abyssal king. This is an abyssal king who controls the floor of the abyss. What a fearsome existence. When the floor lords who used their floor lord authority to spy on the 666th floor saw the Blasteel race Quasi-Holy and a dozen plus Gamana universe's powerhouses flee in a sorry state, they were struck dumb at once, and their eyes shimmered with shock. The Gamana universe's powerhouses commanded by the Blasteel race Quasi-Holy can destroy any floor of the abyss. This is the source of the Gamana universe's powerhouses' unbridled confidence. This time, the Blasteel race Quasi-Holy transferred one-third of the Gamana universe's military forces to attack the 666th floor ruled by Yang Feng in order to demonstrate their might and deter the floor lords. At present, the Endless Abyss has a total of 17,000 floors, and the number of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses there far exceeds that of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. However, the floor lords of the Endless Abyss are of unknown origin and cannot unite, which is why they are apprehensive of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. If the floor lords of the Endless Abyss joined forces, they would definitely be able to defeat the Gamana universe's powerhouses that invaded the Endless Abyss at the time. The Blasteel race Quasi-Holy only managed to save a dozen plus supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, and then left all of his subordinates and hives in Yang Feng's divine country. This is equivalent to Yang Feng wiping out this legion. With one-third of the Gamana universe's powerhouses' forces in the Endless Abyss destroyed, although the remaining force is still terrifying, but it is not enough to deter the unruly floor lords. On the 17,000th floor, in the palace of the only Tier 3 hive, light shone, and the Blasteel race Quasi-Holy appeared. The dark gorge Quasi-Holy uttered in a cold voice, a gloomy expression on his face, "Steel mark Quasi-Holy, You have to take full responsibility for this. The red rhombus race Quasi-Holy stared at the steel mark Quasi-Holy with a gloomy expression, anger in his eyes. The 18 Tier 1 hives and the Tier 2 hive are 1/3 of the Gamana universe's vanguard force. They are the strongest mobile force the Gamana universe has at present. With 1/3 of the Gamana universe's vanguard destroyed by Yang Feng, it will be difficult for them to mobilize their forces to stir up trouble in this universe in a short period of time. The steel mark Quasi-Holy's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared like a wounded beast, "I'll take full responsibility. But the most important thing now was to kill him. We can't let him live. Otherwise, our authority will be tarnished, and it will be impossible for us to control the endless abyss. I suggest using the Tier 3 hive. With the Tier 3 hive's power, it's entirely possible to suppress his Abyss Lord authority. That way, killing him will be as easy as lifting a finger." The Gamana universe's vanguard lost 1/3 of its vanguard. Once the Gamana universe's upper echelon learns of this crushing defeat, even if the steel mark Quasi-Sage was a half-step saint, he could still be suppressed and killed. Only if the steel mark Quasi-Holy makes heaven-defying contributions before the Gamana universe's upper echelon learn about him can he regain the trust of the upper echelon. The red rhombus race's half-step saint refused coldly, "No. If we are defeated, we will lose our base in the abyss." The steel mark Quasi-Holy roared with an unwilling expression on his face, "The Tier 3 hive can suppress his Abyss Lord authority. If the three of us join forces, can't we kill an Abyssal King?" The Tier 3 hive is the most powerful base in the hands of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. By relying on the Tier 3 hive and drawing support from the 17,000th floor of the abyss, even if a Holy Spirit Warlock enters the 17,000th floor, the Holy Spirit Warlock may not be their opponent. As long as the power of the Tier 3 hive is exerted, Yang Feng's teleportation authority can be suppressed. Without the teleportation authority in the endless abyss, even though Yang Feng possesses quasi-holy step battle prowess thanks to the Floor Lord authority, the Gamana universe's 3 quasi-holy step powerhouses can still kill him. The red rhombus race's half-step saint uttered coldly, "Steel mark quasi-holy, when we came to the abyss, we only took them by surprise. We were only able to occupy this abyssal level when everyone was caught off guard, and we transformed this abyssal level into our forward operating base. If it wasn't for the various powerful forces of this universe restraining and scheming against each other, we would have been wiped out by them long ago. The Tier 3 hive can't leave this plane." The steel mark quasi-holy's eyes twisted. After struggling for a while, he sighed and collapsed on his chair. Even in the Gamana universe, the Tier 3 hive is a top treasure. If a Tier 3 hive is equipped with enough Gamana universe's powerhouses, it can display Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle prowess. It cannot be lost. There's no response. It seems that they're afraid. The Gamana universe's powerhouses are only SOSO. The Floor Lords spying on the Gamana universe's powerhouses through various spells revealed looks of ridicule and sneered in their hearts. The 777th floor of the abyss. The Gamana universe's legion was defeated. What a good defeat. Inside the succubus palace, the corners of the succubus empress's mouth rose into a smile, and she heaved a sigh of relief. If the Gamana universe's powerhouses had won that battle, then even if the succubus empress was unwilling, she would have had to board the Gamana universe's chariot. Otherwise, she would have been destroyed and killed by the Gamana universe's powerhouses. But once she boarded the Gamana universe's chariot, before the Gamana universe's reinforcements arrived, the succubus empress will be crushed to pieces. The succubus empress is a pinnacle infinity warlock rank powerhouse. No matter which floor it is, she is a top powerhouse. With just a curse, he could turn a warlock family into his slaves, and make them go through hell and hell for him. But in a confrontation between universe-level powerhouses, infinity warlock rank powerhouses are nothing. There was a flash of curiosity in the succubus empress's beautiful eyes. "King Warren? His evolution speed is so fast. Who is the big shot behind him?" The 666th floor of the abyss. Under the desperate attack of Yang Feng's Floor Lord authority, the remnants of the Gamana universe's forces were finally annihilated. The number of fallen angels in my hands has dropped to 800,000. However, relying on the souls and power of the Gamana universe's powerhouses, it seems that I can create a batch of fallen angels at the Moonlight Warlock rank and above. In the fallen angel pool, Yang Feng looked at the angel eggs gestating inside the fallen angel pool with excitement in his eyes. The weakest powerhouses of the Gamana universe possess Starry Sky Warlock rank souls. At the same time, there are also many Moonlight Warlock and Glorious Sun Warlock rank souls. After they died, Yang Feng harvested their souls with the Floor Lord authority and turned them into nutrients for the production of fallen angels. In the fallen angel pool, a fallen angel egg suddenly trembled and shot out countless threads that swept towards the surrounding angel eggs. The angel eggs flew towards the fallen angel egg, and all the nutrients were absorbed by the fallen angel egg. Interesting. This is a variant fallen angel egg. Come on, eat more. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he pointed with a finger, and the souls of the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses he collected flew into the fallen angel egg. After the fallen angel egg absorbed the souls of 3 Gamana universe's powerhouses, it felt like it had eaten too much. It can only absorb the souls of 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, that's too weak. Even if it is born, it can only produce 1 Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel at most. Come on, eat this. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he threw a fist-sized Dark Blood Origin stone to the fallen angel egg. After the fallen angel egg easily absorbed the Dark Blood Origin stone, countless runes emerged, its breath became stronger, and it began to devour the surrounding fallen angel eggs. Yang Feng continued to feed the fallen angel egg the souls of the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses he collected in the previous battle. Even if 1,000 Bright World Warlock rank fallen angels are born, they are far less important than cultivating an Infinity Warlock rank fallen angel with unlimited evolution potential. The dark power in the fallen angel pool also continuously gathered towards the fallen angel egg. It seems that this fallen angel egg should give me a pleasant surprise. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng threw all kinds of precious dark materials into the fallen angel pool and let the fallen angel egg absorb them. Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he took out a Tier 2 hive fragment. A fluctuation of desire came from the fallen angel egg. After hesitating for a while, Yang Feng threw all the hive fragments he collected into the fallen angel pool. The fallen angel egg extended countless threads, wrapped around the hive fragment, and frantically devoured its power. Let me give you a hand. With a flash of light, Yang Feng's true body suddenly appeared in this space and pointed with a finger, and light containing the essence of Devour entered the fallen angel egg. After absorbing the knowledge of Yang Feng's essence of Devour, the fallen angel egg emitted cheerful fluctuations and frantically devoured the power in the fallen angel pool. Without hesitation, Yang Feng threw all kinds of treasures that can strengthen angels he collected into the fallen angel pool and let the fallen angel egg absorb them. 3 days and 3 nights later, the fallen angel egg absorbed countless treasures and finally cracked open. Chapter 9:13. A naked beauty with blonde hair, blue eyes, a sexy figure, and a pure appearance slowly walked out of the fallen angel egg. Her skin was as white as jade, as if she was exuding a faint fluorescent light. She was perfect, flawless, and devastatingly beautiful. A trace of junior warlock monarch rank power diffused from the beautiful woman. At the same time, she exuded an indescribable nobility and elegance, as if she was born to be an aloof empress who should be revered by countless people. Traces of purplish gold light flickered, and a set of purplish gold armor appeared on the peerless beauty's body. It made her look majestic and extraordinary, like a goddess of war. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful angel with excitement in his eyes. Great, she was born with warlock monarch rank power. Her evolution potential is really something to look forward to. Yang Feng consumed the souls of virtually all the Gamana universe's powerhouses in this war and consumed a lot of heaven and earth treasures like the Dark Blood Origin Stone to nurture this beautiful and powerful angel. Without the Dark Blood Origin Stone, a peerless treasure that dark powerhouses yearn for, this variant blazing angel would be born in the Bright World Warlock rank at most. It would be impossible for her to become a Warlock monarch rank existence as soon as she was born. The beautiful woman came to in front of Yang Feng with an elegant and noble smile on her face, bowed to Yang Feng, and uttered, "Sir Father, I am Mikalia. Thank you very much for nurturing me." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with satisfaction, and he uttered, "Very well. From today on, you are the leader of my fallen angel legion." After Yang Feng subdued Agnipe and the other two fallen angel marshals, the fallen angel legion was handed over to them to command. Although Yang Feng set up a soul brand on the souls of Agnipe and them, but he still trusts Mikalia, a fallen angel he personally nurtured and branded with his soul brand while in the egg state. Mikalia responded with a noble and elegant smile. "Yes, Sir Father." Black rays of light flashed and Agnipe, the three marshals, and Alexia appeared in the fallen angel pool one after another. Agnipe's group of 3 plus Alexia are the 4 tycoons of Yang Feng's fallen angel legion as well as the only 4 infinity warlock rank powerhouses. Yang Feng said, "Agnipe, Nerissa, Beskia, Alexia, from today on, Mikalia is the commander of the fallen angel legion. You are responsible for assisting her." "Yes." Agnipe and the other beauties frowned slightly, took a deep look at the noble and beautiful Mikalia, who didn't have the fallen wings on her back, and responded coldly with disdain and contempt in their eyes. Although Agnipe and the other 3 powerhouses have a soul brand branded in their souls and have no choice but to obey Yang Feng's orders. However, they also had their own independent will. A newly born fallen angel, because of her beautiful appearance, had a status above them. Naturally, they were very unconvinced. Seeing the unwillingness in the eyes of Agnipe and the other 3, Yang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. His gaze fell on Mikalia. If Mikalia can't subdue Agnipe and the other 3, then Yang Feng can divide the Fallen Angel Legion into 2 and let them command the Fallen Angel Legion. "It seems that you're not convinced." Mikalia glanced at Agnipe's group of 4 with an air of superiority, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. "Very well, then I'll convince you." Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power diffused from Mikalia, a mysterious rune containing endless mysteries emerged from her forehead, and a pair of purple-gold angel wings extended from her back, containing endless mysteries. "Angel Emperor. You are an Angel Emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty." When Agnipe and the other 3 saw this scene, their countenance changed dramatically, they trembled, and their bodies softened involuntarily, and they knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Angel Emperors are beings born from angel mutations. Every Emperor of Angels had the ability to dominate the other lower angels. Unless they possess strength that surpasses that of an Angel Emperor by a great realm, when angels without a master meet an Angel Emperor, they won't be able to display even 10% of their strength. When angels with a master meet an Angel Emperor, their combat power will be weakened by more than 30%. It is extremely difficult for an Angel Emperor to be born. Because the probability of angel mutations is very small, and even if angels do mutate, they may mutate into other types of angels. If Yang Feng hadn't fed Mikalia the soul force of hundreds of infinity warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe and countless other powerhouses of the Gamana universe, as well as a large number of precious dark blood origin stones and countless treasures of heaven and earth, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate an Angel Emperor. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ecstasy. So it's an Angel Emperor. No wonder it possesses Warlock Monarch rank power at birth. What a pleasant surprise. The evolution potential of Angel Emperors is astonishing. In the world of Warlocks, human Warlocks have only encountered 2 Angel Emperors when they went on expeditions to other worlds. The first is the Angel Emperor that the Time Lord encountered when he was injured by the Supreme God. The sword strike that seriously injured the Time Lord was slashed by the Angel Emperor. The second Angel Emperor is a powerful enemy that the Transcendent Lord encountered before he ascended to the throne of Empyrean Emperor. Back then, that Angel Emperor had led the angel army to chase the demon god Lord to the ends of the earth, and he had almost died. Later, after the Transcendent Lord had a fortuitous encounter and his strength soared, he spent a lot of energy and finally suffered serious injuries before he killed the Angel Emperor. The 2 Angel Emperors are the 2 Angel Emperors recorded in the history of human warlocks. Each of them possesses Holy Spirit warlock rank strength, and they are the strongest swords and shields of the gods they serve. When Mikalia saw Agnipe and them submit under her pressure, the corners of her mouth rose into a smile, and the angel wings behind her disappeared, making her look like an ordinary human. Agnipe and them stood up from the ground and looked at Yang Feng with complicated looks in their eyes. Beskia took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, he cultivated an angel emperor. After 3,000 years, it will be even more difficult to leave this man. Among the three marshals, Beskia made an agreement with Yang Feng that once she serves him for 3,000 years, she will be free. However, with the angel emperor Mikalia here, even if the soul brand is removed, Beskia won't choose to leave. The Emperor of Angels was born with affinity and dominance over the other angels. Except for angels who already have a master and have a soul brand branded on their soul, the rest of the angels cannot resist the charm of angel emperors. If a Holy Spirit Warlock rank blazing angel without a master appeared at this time, he or she may be attracted to Mikalia and become her subordinate. Just by standing next to Mikalia, Beskia can feel that the bottleneck to the Warlock Monarch realm that she has been unable to break through has loosened a lot. This is a Dark Blood Origin Stone, a treasure that fallen angels need to advance to the Warlock Monarch realm. Agnipe, all of you have served me well, and you have made great contributions. These are your rewards. Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and fist-sized Dark Blood Origin stones flew into the hands of Agnipe and the other three. Thank you for the reward, my lord. As soon as Agnipe and them grasped the Dark Blood Origin stones, their eyes shimmered with ecstasy, and they bowed to Yang Feng. A steady stream of pure and formidable dark force poured out of the Dark Blood Origin stone. They can sense that by using the Dark Blood Origin stone, their chances of breaking through to the Warlock Monarch realm have increased by a bit. Agnipe hesitated for a while, then clenched her white teeth and said, "My lord, we want to follow Her Majesty Mikalia and practice cultivation for the next few days. Please allow us." Alexia and the other two women looked at Yang Feng with desire in their eyes. In addition to attracting the charm of angels, the Angel Empress can also make the cultivation of the angels around her smoother and greatly increase their chances of breaking through bottlenecks. Yang Feng stroked Mikalia's hair dotingly, and a beautiful fragrance wafted from her. "Mikalia, my babies, I'll leave them to you for the next few days." Mikalia's eyebrows curved, and she revealed an elegant and perfect smile. "Okay, Sir Father. I will train them well and make them stronger." After leaving behind a lot of resources, Yang Feng walked out of the angel pool. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he operated the fate algorithm to look at himself. He was startled at once. The originally rich universe's favor disappeared without a trace. Yang Feng mused, "So that's how it is. I consumed all the universe's favor to give birth to Mikalia. No wonder I was so lucky to be able to nurture an angel queen. Mikalia can advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm." Yang Feng consumed countless resources and barely managed to cultivate her. However, in the history of warlocks, there have been many warlocks with much more resources than Yang Feng. Many Holy Spirit warlocks have also cultivated angels. Clearly, the universe's favor is at work, transforming the angel egg into an angel empress. Of course, this is also related to the huge amount of resources Yang Feng invested. If he didn't invest a huge amount of resources, he would never have been able to cultivate the angel empress. Chapter 9:14. Excitement surfaced in Yang Feng's eyes. This universe's favor is really a good thing. It seems that I have to work harder and kill more powerhouses of the Gumana universe. Although Yang Feng consumed 1/3 of the resources he obtained from the Dark Star Palace to cultivate the Angel Empress Mikalia. However, if he can cultivate another Angel Empress, he will be willing to invest all the resources in the Dark Star Palace. The Angel Empress is a terrifying existence with the potential to evolve into a Holy Spirit Warlock. Even though Mikalia has a junior Warlock Monarch rank cultivation base, her fighting strength is higher than that of Yang Feng's Flesh Golem avatar. It was on the 666th floor that Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar had the power to crush Mikalia. If it was on another floor, his Floor Lord avatar would not be Mikalia's opponent. In theory, Agnipe, Alexia, and other blazing angels have the potential to evolve into the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. However, they were already supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses tens of thousands of years ago. Even after tens of thousands of years, they are still supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The difficulty of evolution can be seen. As long as Yang Feng is willing to invest a large amount of resources into the Angel Empress Mikalia, It will only be a matter of time before she becomes a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Yang Feng glanced at the information obtained from the investigation, and regret flashed in his eyes. Why have the Gamana Universe's powerhouses become well-behaved? It would be great if they attacked in full force. The reason why Yang Feng only displayed the might of an Abyssal King on that day is that he wants to force the Gamana Universe's powerhouses to come to the 666th floor and fight him. If he can wipe out the Gamana Universe's vanguard, Yang Feng will not only get a lot of top materials, but he will also gain a huge amount of universe favor. Your Majesty, Grand Duke Flamini, Grand Duke Frando, Grand Duke Gano, and Grand Duke Goronio request an audience. As soon as Yang Feng entered the Gold Palace, the sexy and beautiful Chloris walked up to him and reported, a fragrance wafting from her. Flamini and the other 3 Grand Dukes are floor lords of the Endless Abyss. They are antiques who have lived for more than 1 million years. Each of them is a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, and they have countless allies in the Endless Abyss. Every time that Sungji Plains human warlocks rose and swept through the Endless Abyss, they were never affected by the 4 antiques. The floor lords speculated that the 4 antiques must be backed by human warlocks or other powerful beings. Yang Feng said, "Let them come to the Gold Temple." Chloris said respectfully, "Yes, Master." In the luxurious Gold Palace, Yang Feng, sitting in the seat of honor, revealed his gold-horned true form, and powerful demon monarch rank power spread in all directions with him as the core. "Greetings, Demon King Warren." The 4 Abyssal Grand Duke avatars walked into the Gold Palace and saluted Yang Feng. No Lord of the Abyss would ever use their true bodies to travel to another abyssal plane that was controlled by another Lord of the Abyss. On one hand, this is because they are worried that they will be suppressed by another Lord of the Abyss. On the other hand, the local Lord of the Abyss wants to guard against the other Lord of the Abyss. The reason why the Endless Abyss is uncountable is that it changes all the time. When floor lords use their floor lord authority to defeat the floor lord of another abyssal plane, they can make the 2 abyssal planes devour each other and merge to form a more powerful abyssal plane. The more powerful the abyssal plane a floor lord is, the more powerful the floor lord authority they can control. Therefore, the fights between floor lords in the Endless Abyss have never stopped. Yang Feng looked at the 4 abyssal Grand Dukes with a dignified look and asked indifferently, "Why did you come to see me?" Grand Duke Flamini's avatar responded, "Demon King Warren, I am Flamini. We hope to establish an offensive and defensive alliance with you, Your Majesty, to resist the offensive of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses together." Derision flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered coldly, "Establish an offensive and defensive alliance. What's in it for me? As long as I stay on this floor, unless there's something wrong with the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, they won't be able to attack me again." The Gamana Universe's powerhouses sent a quasi-holy step powerhouse to command 1/3 of their forces, yet they were suppressed by Yang Feng. Since the Gamana Universe's powerhouses didn't retaliate immediately, they won't retaliate before the next wave of reinforcements arrives. Grand Duke Flamini uttered with a smile, "Demon King Warren, once an offensive and defensive alliance is established, the 4 of us are willing to offer you a grade 4 floor each." The Endless Abyss imitates the division of planes of human warlocks. There are 9 grades in total. The lowest grade is the newly born abyssal planes, which can give birth to great warlock rank abyssal fiends at most. The grade 4 abyssal planes are rich in abyssal resources, which are enough to support the birth of an abyssal Grand Duke. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly, and excitement streaked past them. A grade 4 abyssal plane, as expected of an old monster who has lived for more than 1 million years, the relationship between the Abyss and the Floor Lord is closely related. If the Floor Lord is promoted, it will bring great benefits to the Floor Lord. At the same time, the Abyssal Lord's improvement would also greatly improve the Endless Abyss where he resided. After Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar advanced to an Abyssal King, the 666th floor began to evolve and absorb the darkness force of the Endless Abyss. If nothing unexpected happens, after hundreds of thousands of years, Yang Feng's 666th floor will advance to a grade 3 floor. The Floor Lord authority he grasps will increase sharply, and he will even be able to fight Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. The 4 Grade 4 planes that Flamini and the other 3 Abyssal Grand Dukes offered Yang Feng at once could shorten the process and make the 666th floor advance to a Grade 3 plane in one go. As for the reason why the 4 Grand Dukes didn't absorb the floor they control, it is because they are not strong enough. At present, the floor authority they control is already their limit. If the floor they control is promoted again, they won't be able to fully control their floor authority, and their strength will decline instead. Yang Feng agreed decisively. Okay, as long as you offer me 4 Grade 4 planes, I will sign an alliance with you and advance and retreat together with you. Flamini smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a skull appeared in his hand. Grand Duke Frando spread the fingers of a hand, and a bone scepter appeared in his hand. Grand Duke Gano smiled, and a sea of blood surging with countless rivers of blood and wailing souls appeared in his hand. Grand Duke Goronio pointed lightly, and a bone bowl engraved with the symbol of an abyssal which suddenly appeared. The skull, the bone scepter, the boundless sea of blood, and the bone bowl engraved with the symbol of an abyssal which are the embodiment of the floor lord authority of a floor. With a flash of demonic light, an abyssal crown appeared on Yang Feng's back. As soon as the abyssal crown appeared, it opened its maw and sucked in the skull, the bone scepter, the boundless sea of blood, and the abyssal witch bone bowl. When the crown of Abyssal Lord swallowed the manifestations of the 4 Abyssal Lords, ripples emerged from the crown of Abyssal Lord. Clearly, the authorities of the 4 Abyssal Lords were struggling instinctively. The 4th floor of the abyss trembled slightly, deviated from its original orbit, and moved towards the 666th floor. What's going on? Is this the floors devouring? Didn't Warren just advance to an Abyssal King? When did he take control of the 4 Grade 4 floors? As soon as the 4 floors of the Endless Abyss moved, the Abyssal Lord's gazes fell on the 4 Grade 4 Abyssal Planes, and a solemn glint flashed through their eyes. The Floor Lords are aware that once Yang Feng's floor devours the 4 Grade 4 floors, it will evolve into a Grade 3 floor, and the Floor Lord authority will increase geometrically. Devour the floor. Damn it, when did that beast take control of the 4 Grade 4 floors? Damn it. Damned beast. On the 17,000th floor of the abyss, the steel mark Quasi-Holy was shocked and angered when he saw the 4 Grade 4 abyssal planes moving toward the 666th floor of the abyss. He cursed loudly. He knows very well that once Yang Feng's floor devours the 4 Grade 4 floors, even the Tier 3 hive may not be able to suppress Yang Feng's floor lord authority. The red rhombus race Quasi-Holy stared at the 4 floors with a gloomy shade in his eyes. He's done for. Originally, in the Endless Abyss, the Gamana universe's powerhouses were the most powerful. But after Yang Feng's floor lord avatar advanced to an Abyssal King and then devoured the 4 floors, the Gamana universe will have one more formidable enemy. Boom. Boom. When the 4 Grade 4 abysses slammed into the 666th floor, mountains crumbled and the earth cracked, the earth quaked, and the demonic flames burst. Apart from the Gold Palace, mountains and rivers crumbled, demonic chi surged, demonic flames surged, and countless demonic creatures collapsed and turned into ashes. Yang Feng watched the countless demonic creatures and abyssal fiends die indifferently and pointed with a finger, and the crown of the Floor Lord released brilliant light and quickly devoured the Floor Lord authority. Chapter 9:15. With the support of Yang Feng's power, the crown of the Floor Lord shone brightly, and after just a quarter of an hour of stalemate, it devoured the 4 Floor Lord authorities one by one. After the crown of the Floor Lord devoured the 4 Floor Lord authorities, it radiated resplendent light. In the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss, the abyssal demonic rivers that connected countless planes suddenly became 4 times thicker. The demonic rivers surged and swept countless abyssal magic insects to the shore. Abyssal rivers are the mother rivers of every floor as well as the bases where countless abyssal lifeforms are born. The thicker the abyssal rivers, the more abyssal insects and the more abyssal fiends a floor will get. Rays of demonic light flashed, and most of the areas that had been damaged by the collision of planes were mysteriously healed. With the 666th layer of the abyss as the core, the 5 planes continued to fuse together. The 4 Grade 4 planes continued to crumble, turning into resources for the plane's advancement. The 666th floor of the abyss was also constantly expanding outwards. The plane origin of the 666th level of the abyssal plane was growing at a crazy rate with every passing moment. This huge change lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Only then did the 4 grade 4 planes completely fuse with the 666th floor of the abyss, becoming a part of it. Yang Feng swallowed the crown of the floor lord, and with a thought, everything on the 666th floor came under his control. What's going on? Yang Feng glanced at the depths of the 666th floor's core, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. In the core world of the 666th level of the endless abyss, there was actually an area that even he couldn't see through. As the floor lord of the 666th floor, unless he isn't paying attention, once Yang Feng uses his floor lord authority, there is nothing in the 666th floor that he can't see through unless he isn't paying attention. There is an area in the core world that even Yang Feng can't see through. Even before the floors merged, Yang Feng didn't sense the existence of that area. This is an extremely frightening thing. With a thought from Yang Feng, the 666th floor of the abyss was enveloped by a barrier. As soon as the barrier appeared, the vision of the floor lords of the other floors was obscured, unable to spy on what is happening on the 666th floor. Yang Feng operated the floor lord authority and appeared in the area that he can't see through with a flash. In a certain area in the core world of the 666th floor of the abyss, a black mist surged, emitting strange illusory fluctuations. If Yang Feng hadn't used the floor lord authority, he wouldn't have been able to see the black mist. Yang Feng took a closer look and found that the black mist in the area is absorbing the power of the 666th floor. Interesting. Is this some kind of barrier? Break. Yang Feng's floor lord avatar beckoned with a hand, and a spatial channel suddenly appeared, and a swarm of devourers pounced on the barrier. When the devourers inhaled, the black mist melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the barrier collapsed, a strange, twisted pitch-black coffin engraved with countless mysterious runes floated in the center of a black palace. There are a lot of high and superior grade soul stones around the pitch-black coffin. There are even 10 monarch grade soul stones embedded in the lid of the pitch-black coffin. In the center of the lid of the pitch-black coffin, there is a holy grade soul stone inlaid. Wisps of immortal power diffuse from the holy grade soul stone and enter the coffin. When Yang Feng saw the pitch-black coffin, he was startled, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Who is sleeping in the coffin? To think that they can even get their hands on a holy grade soul stone. There are 3 ways to obtain a holy grade soul stone. One is to slay a holy spirit warlock rank existence, extract their soul, and refine it into a holy grade soul stone. The second way is to use 100,000 monarch grade soul stones plus countless low grade soul stones, and then use a strange secret method to synthesize a holy grade soul stone. The third way is to sacrifice 100 billion intelligent life forms at the level 1 warlock rank and above, use the flesh and soul of those intelligent life forms to condense a trace of immortality, and then refine a holy grade soul stone. Any existence that can take out a holy grade soul stone is a very powerful existence. Otherwise, it is a peerless villain who can sacrifice 100 billion intelligent life forms without a care. No matter which one it is, they are extremely troublesome existences for Yang Feng. Yang Feng willed, and a brilliant star hunter flew out of a spatial passage, activated a powerful energy shield, and flew towards the pitch-black coffin. If it was elsewhere, Yang Feng would not rashly provoke such an existence. But this is the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss, which is one of Yang Feng's bases. He will not allow uncontrollable dangerous existences to stay in his base. The brilliant star hunter has just approached the black coffin, when a vast dark fire capable of devouring moonlight warlock rank powerhouses suddenly emerged and burned the brilliant star hunter. As soon as the terrifying dark flames landed on the brilliant star hunter's protective shield, they were blocked by the shield. The brilliant star hunter pressed its hands on the lid of the black coffin. 2 streams of black gas gushed out from the coffin lid, rapidly eroding the brilliant star hunter. Strange eyes appeared on the brilliant star hunter, and it severed the connection with the level 5 optical computer. The electronic eyes flickered with a ferocious gleam, and it blurred into motion, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and slashed at him with its blade. What a formidable corrosive force! To be able to corrode my brilliant star hunter with just the lid of the coffin, That's really amazing. The eyes of Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar shimmered with enigmatic light, and he sighed in admiration and slapped the brilliant Star Hunter with his palm. With a flash of black light, the brilliant Star Hunter collapsed and turned into powder. Even the smart chip inside the brilliant Star Hunter was shattered by Yang Feng's palm. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then willed, and a bright World Warlock rank dazzling light unit flew out in an instant, appeared in front of the black coffin, and pressed its hand on the lid of the black coffin. Black light extended from the lid of the black coffin in an attempt to erode the bright World Warlock rank dazzling light unit, but it was blocked by the energy shield of the dazzling light unit. Ding! The dazzling light unit pushed the lid of the black coffin away, and it fell to the ground. An overbearing black light shot out from the black coffin and slammed into the dazzling light unit. The dazzling light units suddenly twisted, and countless strange eyes appeared on the surface of the robot. Die! Yang Feng pointed with a finger at the dazzling light units and used the Floor Lord authority, and a fearsome force crushed the bright World Warlock rank dazzling light units and crushed them into ashes. Who is it? Who dares to disturb the slumber of the great abyssal holy Ari Bell? A voice came from the lid of the black coffin, and a backed fiend with a ferocious expression exuding quasi-holy aura opened his eyes, turned into a huge whirlpool, and frantically devoured the floor's endless abyssal force. A quasi-holy step abyssal king, I am the master of this floor. Abyssal king Ari Bell, become my subordinate, or die. Yang Feng smiled coldly and willed the Floor Lord authority to cut off the connection between the abyssal king Ari Bell and the floor's abyssal force. You want me to become your subordinate? You're not worthy. The demon monarch A. Bell glanced at Yang Feng with ridicule in his eyes and pointed at him. In an instant, the crown formed from the Floor Lord authority of the 666th floor flew out of Yang Feng's body inch by inch and floated in the void. As soon as the crown formed from the abyssal ruler authority flew out, the tremendous abyssal force of the 666th floor swept towards Ari Bell like a tidal wave, and Ari Bell's aura rose steadily. A ferocious glint flashed in Demon Monarch Abel Bell's eyes as he roared, I'm the true master of the 666th level of the Abyss Plane. Get out of the 666th level of the Endless Abyss, and I'll spare your worthless life. If I hadn't become an Abyssal Devil King, once you awaken, I would have killed you. The 666th level of the Endless Abyss will fall into your hands. Unfortunately, I have already become an Abyssal Devil King and have the same authority as you. You have been asleep for many years. Even if you were a quasi-holy step powerhouse at the time, how much strength do you have left? Since you don't want to be my subordinate, then go to hell. Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar smiled frigidly, turned into a 100-meter-tall gold horned, and rushed towards Ari Bell with junior warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power. A trifling brat who just promoted to an abyssal king dares to challenge me, then I'll fulfill your wish and eat you. I'll turn you into nourishment for my evolution. With a ferocious smile on his face, Ari Bell shrouded in monstrous demonic chi shot out of the coffin and engaged Yang Feng in battle. Boom! Boom! Earth-shaking explosions reverberated in the area. As a result of the fight between Ari Bell and Yang Feng, the area was blasted to pieces. Chapter 916. The demon monarch Ari Bell is a quasi-holy step powerhouse. Due to his slumber, he lost a tremendous amount of power. In terms of power alone, he is far below Yang Feng. But the demon monarch Ari Bell's use of power is far superior to that of Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar. The two powerhouses fought wildly. Without the blessing of the Floor Lord, Yang Feng was completely suppressed by the demon monarch Ari Bell. Before long, Yang Feng was riddled with wounds, and blood dripped on the ground. The demon monarch Ari Bell only has a dozen-plus wounds. The demon monarch Ari Bell's voice, full of temptation, shook Yang Feng's mind. Warren, the strength of a quasi-holy step powerhouse is beyond your imagination. Even if my strength is only 1/10 of yours, and I lost the Floor Lord avatar, you are not my opponent. Submit to me and work for me. I can give you my insights on advancing to the quasi-holy step as long as you assist me in advancing to an abyssal sage. I will help you promote to a quasi-holy step powerhouse. Unfortunately, it hasn't been long since I advanced to the quasi-holy step. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He has always been the one to challenge those above his rank and defeat enemies stronger than him. The demon monarch Aribel's strength is less than 1/10 that of Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar. Yet, he was beaten into a sorry state, letting Yang Feng see his shortcomings. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Demon monarch Aribel, one-on-one, I am indeed not your opponent. However, the one who will be defeated today is you." A junior warlock monarch rank breath rose, and a black sword ray containing fallen angel fire, which can burn everything, slashed towards the demon monarch Aribel. The demon monarch Aribel flicked his tail, slammed into the black sword ray, and shattered it along with fallen angel fire. A figure retreated briskly, and Agnipe's beautiful and heroic figure appeared. A warlock monarch rank blazing angel. When Demon King Abel saw Agnipe, his pupils constricted slightly, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. King Abel is a pinnacle quasi-holy abyssal king. If he was at his peak, even if he fought two people at once, he would be able to defeat and even kill Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar and Agnipe. However, Demon King Abel Bell had been in slumber for countless years, and the loss of power was extremely severe. According to his original plan, once he woke up, he could forcefully seize the abyssal ruler's authority of this level of the Endless Abyss Plane and absorb the power of this level of the Endless Abyss Plane to recover quickly. However, after Yang Feng advanced to an abyssal king, his control over the abyss is not inferior to his, making it impossible for him to get through the period of weakness quickly. Kill him. There was a flash of cold light in Yang Feng's eyes, and he blurred into motion, turned into a black stream of light, and flew towards the demon monarch Abel. Agnipe also turned into a stream of light and slashed at Demon King Abel with the sword of Fallen Angel in her Fallen Angel armor. "With just you guys? You want to defeat me? Impossible." Eyes shot with blood, Demon King Abel Bell bellowed, surged with demonic chi, rose into the sky, and fought Yang Feng and Agnipe by himself. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions rang incessantly in the sky. Wherever the power of the three powerhouses spread, mountains were blasted apart, rivers evaporated, the earth cracked, and countless spatial rifts appeared. King Abel is indeed a quasi-holy steppe powerhouse. Even though he has been asleep for countless years, he is still ferocious to the extreme. Fighting 1 against 2, yet he still has the upper hand, suppressing Yang Feng and Agnipe's joint attack. Numerous wounds appeared on Yang Feng and Agnipe. Demon King Abel Bell also suffered many wounds that are difficult to heal. Drops of blood rained down from the sky and landed on the ground, forming all sorts of strange supernatural phenomena. Suddenly, 2 junior warlock monarch rank breaths rose, and 2 fallen angel swords descended from the sky and stabbed towards Demon King Abel Bell, who is fighting Yang Feng and Agnipe. 2 warlock monarch rank blazing angels. Demon King Abel Bell inhaled a breath of cold air. His body shone with demonic light, distorted, and 2 arms grew from his back and extended towards the 2 sword rays. With a flash of blood, the 2 arms that grew from Demon King Abel Bell's back were severed by the 2 sword rays, and then the 2 sword rays slashed open 2 huge wounds on Demon King Abel Bell's body. Fallen angel fire, which can burn everything, hit Demon King Abel Bell's wounds, making them unable to heal. After the attack succeeded, the 2 figures appeared. They are Beskia and the other 2 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel Marshals. Agnipe and the other 2 Blazing Angels were already Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses tens of thousands of years ago and have accumulated rich fighting experience and underlying strength. After they obtained Dark Blood Origin Stone, under the protection of the Angel Empress Mikalia, they broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and advanced to the Warlock Monarch realm. As for Alexia, although she received Yang Feng's special care and obtained far more resources than Agnipe and the other 2, but she has only advanced to the Advanced Infinity Warlock realm. Advancing to the Warlock Monarch realm is still a long way off. 3 Warlock Monarch rank blazing angels. Warren, you're really something. I'll remember you. How dare you ruin my plan? When I come back, I'll tear you to pieces. King Abel let out a curse full of resentment. With a sway of his figure, he soared into the sky and flew out of the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss. Demon King Abel Bell is a pinnacle quasi-holy steppe powerhouse. If he was in his heyday, he could defeat Yang Feng's group of 4 even if it was 1 against 4. But if he doesn't escape now, Only death will await him when he is besieged by Yang Feng's group of 4. You want to escape? You'd better die here. Yang Feng smiled coldly, radiated gold light, and suddenly launched an attack on Demon King Abel Bell. Agnipe and the other 2 blazing angels shone with black light, turned into 4 streams of light, and shot towards Demon King Abel Bell. Screw off. A rune appeared in Demon King Abel Bell's eyes, and his body swelled by a size, and a wisp of immortal breath diffused from him. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a strange eyeball appeared on his right hand. As soon as the strange eyeball appeared, endless black radiances shot out from the strange eyeball, shooting towards Yang Feng's group of 4 like a rain of black arrows. The complexion of Yang Feng's group of 4 flickered, and they conjured defensive spells to protect themselves. At the same time, they barreled towards the rain of black arrows. The rain of black arrows, which contains a wisp of holy-grade immortal breath, is extremely sharp and difficult to destroy. Yang Feng only protected his vitals. As for the rest of his body, most of it was still pierced through by the rain of black arrows. Numerous wounds appeared on his body, and black gas surged from the wounds, making it difficult to heal. Agnipe and the other 2 blazing angels were also pierced through, and blood dripped from their wounds. After Demon King Abel Bell cast that spell, his breath weakened by 50%. But he still managed to pull away from Yang Feng's group of 4 and fled frantically. Once he escapes to another plane of the endless abyss, he can quickly recover and make a comeback. Die. A noble, sacred, and majestic aura descended from the sky. The angel Empress Mikalia, radiating pure light of purification, pointed at Demon King Abel Bell with the Empress scepter in her hand. An extremely pure light of purification descended from the sky and blasted towards King Abel. Angel Empress. Damn it. How is this possible? He's just an abyssal king. How could he cultivate a monster like the Angel Empress? Looking at the Angel Empress Mikalia in the sky, King Abel's heart was filled with shock and he cried out involuntarily. Angel Empresses are even rarer than Holy Spirit warlocks. If nothing unexpected happens to the Angel Empress and she gets enough resources, she will have no problem advancing to a Holy Spirit warlock in the future. Holy Spirit warlocks, on the other hand, are the protectors of a race. In the face of that incomparably pure purifying radiance, Demon King Abel clenched his teeth and executed a secret technique. His body strangely split into 2 and flew in 2 different directions. That was the great sundering spell that King Abel had mastered. The 2 people who split into 2 were both King Abel. As long as one of them didn't die, he wouldn't truly perish. When the dazzling light of purification slammed into one Demon King Abel Bell, it purified bit by bit and turned into ashes. The other Demon King Abel Bell burned his life force and origin power, twisted, passed by Mikalia, and flew towards the outside of the plane. The eyes of Demon King Abel Bell flashed with the flames of anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I'm afraid that I'll have to practice cultivation for 3,000 years before I can recover my full strength. Damn it. Damn you, Warren. Once I recover my strength, I'll definitely tear you to shred." King Abel had already made preparations to absorb the power of the countless soul stones in his slumber. With the help of the abyssal plane's origin energy, he would undergo a metamorphosis and ascend to the level of a devil sage. But Yang Feng's appearance ruined his plan and severely damaged his origin. When he escapes from here, his strength will fall to the pinnacle warlock monarch realm. This naturally filled him with anger and killing intent. "In that case, you'd better die here." Along with a sneer, a warlock monarch rank breath spread in the sky, and Yang Feng's warlock monarch rank flesh golem avatar descended from the sky and slammed its palm into Demon King Abel Bell, and a fearsome force blasted the Demon King Abel Bell towards the ground. Chapter 9:17. The Demon Monarch Abel cast escape secret methods one after another, and his origin was severely damaged. Besieged by Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar and 3 warlock monarch rank blazing angels, he was easily suppressed. Yang Feng's true body is standing proudly in the void. Behind him, there is a huge fleet of dazzling light units under the command of the dazzling ruler hidden in the void. The 666th floor is a Nail Yang Feng buried in the abyss. Naturally, no one is allowed to destroy it. Even if the Demon Monarch Abel passes through Yang Feng's Warlock Monarch rank Flesh Golem avatar, What awaits him is the siege of Yang Feng's true body and a huge mechanical legion. Yang Feng looked at the suppressed demon monarch Abel with killing intent in his eyes. A quasi-holy step powerhouse really deserves his reputation. If I hadn't made thorough preparations, I wouldn't have been able to suppress him. After the 666th floor devoured the other 4 floors, its potential increased sharply. There can be no hidden dangers in the Floor Lord authority. I can only refine him. The demon monarch Abel is the master of the 666th floor to begin with. It was unknown what secret technique he had used to intercept a portion of the Abyssal Lord's authority and hide it in the core of the 666th level of the Endless Abyss. If he wanted to obtain the complete authority of the 666th level of the Endless Abyss, he would have to kill King Abel directly or make him willingly give up the power of the Plain Origin. With a thought from Yang Feng, the Phantom Ruler suddenly flew out and arrived in front of the suppressed demon monarch Abel, and countless transparent tentacles pierced into the demon monarch Abel in an attempt to dominate the mind of the demon monarch Abel. As soon as the wisps of illusory fluctuations entered King Abel's body, they collapsed and disappeared. The demon monarch Abel uttered with a wicked smile, "It's no use, Warren. I am a quasi-holy and have comprehended a trace of holy mysteries. My soul has transformed into an abyssal holy. No illusion can dominate me. Let me live, and I will tell you my treasure trove. In my treasure trove, there are secrets to the promotion to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. The more powerful an existence was, the more difficult it was to control them. Yang Feng's liquid metal nano-robot elixir has no effect on Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. Demon King Aribel was a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the Half-Saint realm. Even though his power had been reduced to less than 10%, his soul had already begun to transform into that of a demon saint. Most spells that can control warlock monarchs have lost their effect on him. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Then go to hell." Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar smiled ferociously, took a step forward, and arrived in front of Abyssal Monarch Bell. Ari Bell roared in horror, "Demon King Warren, I'm not lying to you. I really do have a treasure. Once I return, I can use those treasures to quickly recover my strength. Those treasures contain the mysteries of becoming a sage." Yang Feng said leisurely, "I believe that you're not lying." Demon King Ari Bell issued screams, and then began to be devoured by Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar. Unfortunately, Abyssal Kings are extremely cunning. Who knows how many contingencies they left behind. Once you leave here alive, I'll have another quasi-holy step enemy. Only a dead enemy is the best enemy, and there are no future troubles. Therefore, Demon King Ari Bell, please go to hell and become food for my avatar's evolution. Yang Feng watched coldly as Demon King Ari Bell was devoured and refined by his Floor Lord avatar. After Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar devoured Ari Bell, it inhaled, and the crown representing the Floor Lord authority of the 666th floor flew back into its body. This time, a feeling of perfection came from the crown formed from the Floor Lord authority. Yang Feng suddenly felt that his control over the 666th floor has become stronger. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a carefree smile. Now, even a Holy Spirit Warlock can't deprive me of the Floor Lord authority. The reason why Demon King Ari Bell was able to deprive Yang Feng of the Floor Lord authority with a finger is because he himself is the Floor Lord of the 666th floor. He only intercepted a part of the floor's authority and left it outside, pretending that the floor has no Floor Lord. Poidal and Yang Feng have never truly become the Floor Lord of a floor. Naturally, it is difficult for them to detect that a part of the Floor Lord authority has been taken away. But at the moment of the floor fusion, Yang Feng used the Floor Lord authority he gained after advancing to a Floor Lord authority to see some clues and eliminate this scourge. Countless rays of dark light shone and turned into a huge black hole that frantically devoured the surrounding abyssal force. The abyssal force of the newly born Grade 3 floor poured into Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar, causing his cultivation base to rise steadily until it broke through to the intermediate Warlock Monarch realm in one fell swoop. Yang Feng looked at the Floor Lord avatar devouring abyssal force with delight in his eyes. After devouring the quasi-holy step powerhouse Ari Bell, as long as there are enough resources, it will only be a matter of time before this Floor Lord avatar advances to the pinnacle Warlock Monarch realm. Its potential is much greater than that of other floor lords. In the world of warlocks, the further a powerful existence evolves, the more difficult it becomes. Yang Feng's floor lord avatar, who uses the King Fiend heart to evolve, can only evolve to the intermediate warlock monarch realm at most. However, after Yang Feng's floor lord avatar devoured Ari Bell, a living quasi-holy step abyssal king with a complete soul, its evolutionary potential suddenly increased. It won't encounter any difficulty until it evolves to the pinnacle abyssal king realm. The swarm of battle robots quickly flew into the warp gate built on the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss and disappeared. Using the Floor Lord authority, Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar blurred, and then appeared on the throne of the Gold Hall. Looking at the 4 Abyssal Grand Duke avatars, intermediate Abyssal King rank fluctuations of power spread from him and enveloped the 4 Abyssal Grand Duke avatars. As soon as Grand Duke Flamini sensed the terrifying breath, his face changed dramatically, and stormy waves set off in his heart. Intermediate Abyssal King. He actually advanced to the Intermediate Abyssal King realm. How is this possible? How can his advancement speed be so fast? Dumbfounded, Grand Duke Frando's eyes shimmered with astonishment. Intermediate Abyssal King. How is this possible? Even if he merged with the 4 grade 4 floors, it shouldn't be possible for him to progress so fast, right? The faces of Grand Duke Gano and Grand Duke Goronio's avatars also revealed looks of shock. It is very difficult for powerful existences above the Infinity Warlock realm to make progress. Grand Duke Flamini and the other 3 Abyssal Grand Dukes have been trapped at the pinnacle Abyssal Grand Duke rank for more than 1 million years. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to advance. The difficulty for junior Abyssal King rank powerhouses to advance to the intermediate Abyssal King rank is only slightly lower than that of Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses to advance to the Warlock Monarch rank. Many Abyssal Kings have spent tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years to break through the bottleneck and advance to the intermediate Abyssal King rank from the junior Abyssal King rank. If Yang Feng's Abyssal King avatar wanted to evolve to the intermediate Abyssal King rank, he would have to devour the surrounding abyssal planes and enhance the plane's power. Then, with the help of the plane's promotion, he would have to spend tens of thousands of years to promote to an intermediate Abyssal King. Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng looked at the 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes with shocked expressions on their faces, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, saying, "According to the covenant, from today on, the 5 of us are allies." The eyes of the 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes shimmered with joy, and they uttered, "Thank you, Your Majesty." If it wasn't for the threat of the Gamana universe's powerful enemies, the Abyssal Grand Dukes would have joined forces to curb Yang Feng's development. But now that they have formed an alliance, the stronger Yang Feng is, the better. The reason why the 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes can live for more than 1 million years is not only because they are strong and have a deep background, but also because they know how to curry favor with others. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I heard that the Succubus Empress colluded with the Gamana universe's powerhouses." Grand Duke Frando answered, "That's right. The Gamana universe's powerhouses went to the Succubus Palace to propose marriage to the Succubus Empress. The Divine Eyes Eternal wants to marry her. The 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes have lived for a long time. Although they haven't been able to advance to Abyssal Kings, but they have hidden forces all over the Endless Abyss. Who knows how many spies they have set up in the Endless Abyss? Even in the Succubus Palace, the 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes have set up eyes and ears." Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, and he uttered, "Pass down my order. Summon the Floor Lords of the Endless Abyss to my plane to discuss the conquest of the Succubus Empress and her henchmen." After Yang Feng advanced to the intermediate Abyssal King rank, he can continue to devour the Endless Abyss and use this method to enhance the evolutionary potential of his plane. The Succubus Empress and her henchmen are Yang Feng's targets. The eyes of the 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes flickered with enigmatic light, and they responded respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Invitations were delivered to the Floor Lords of the Endless Abyss. Not long after, the entire Endless Abyss knew that Abyssal Demon King Warren of the 666th level of the Abyss had summoned the Abyssal Lords of the Endless Abyss to attack the Succubus Empress and her subsidiary forces of the 777th level of the Endless Abyss. Some Floor Lords chose to respond to Yang Feng's call decisively, while even more Floor Lords, with strange thoughts, didn't respond. They just waited to see Yang Feng and the succubus empress fight. Chapter 9:18. In the central city of the 679th floor of the Endless Abyss, in the Black Skeleton Imperial City, the abyssal ruler of this floor, the Skeleton Grand Duke, casually crushed the skull of a skeleton knight, opened his mouth, and directly sucked the soul fire of the skeleton knight into his mouth, revealing a look of intoxication. "My lord, the emissary sent by King Warren has urged you to go to the 666th floor of the abyss." An abyssal Earl skeleton knight knelt on the ground and respectfully said to the 100-meter-tall skeleton Grand Duke. The skeleton Grand Duke's body was made of countless bones, each bone engraved with countless mysterious runes, and its eyes burned with demonic fire. The eyes of the skeleton Grand Duke shimmered with disdain, and he sneered, "King Warren? That outsider who was born less than 1,000 years ago? He wants to order me around. Ridiculous. Tell his emissary to scram. If he sends another emissary, I will turn him into a skeleton." The skeleton Grand Duke was the abyssal ruler of the 679th level of the Endless Abyss plane. He controlled the abyssal power of the 679th level of the Endless Abyss plane. In his plane, even an abyssal demon king was no match for him. "Grand Duke Feta, get out here." At this moment, the cold and cruel voice of Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar, the Gold Horned, burst in the area. In the Black Skeleton Imperial City, countless skeleton devils exploded from the shock of the voice, turning into countless pieces that scattered in all directions. "King, an abyssal king. That's King Warren." The soul fire of the abyssal Earl rank skeleton knight trembled slightly, his eyes shimmered with fear, and he cried out. With this roar, countless low-level skeletons were shattered, and even the abyssal Earl rank skeleton knight was injured. This is the terror of an abyssal king. Grand Duke Feta's eyes burned with the flames of anger, and he used the Floor Lord authority to look at the sky, and his heart sank at once. He saw 6 people standing in the endless void. The one in the lead is Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar. Beside him stand the angel Empress Mikalia, Agnipe, and Alexia. 5 abyssal devil kings. Damn it, where did that bastard Warren recruit so many abyssal demon king-level powerhouses? Grand Duke Feta had a bad premonition in his heart. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the teleportation authority of the Abyss Lord Authority. A black light appeared in Grand Duke Feta's body, and then collapsed. The activation of the Abyss Teleportation Authority had failed. In a plane with a Lord of the Abyss, if one wanted to deal with a Lord of the Abyss, one had to first cripple the other party's teleportation ability. Otherwise, a Lord of the Abyss would be able to teleport endlessly in his own dimension. Even if he could defeat the Lord of the Abyss, it would be difficult to kill him. Grand Duke Feta's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated the Abyssal Authority, and a tremendous amount of abyssal force poured into him, enabling him to break through the bottleneck and advance to the Junior Warlock Monarch realm. Stepping on a 100-meter-tall bone dragon, he flew out of the Dark Skeleton Imperial Court and proudly flew into the void. Standing atop the bone dragon, Grand Duke Feta stared coldly at Yang Feng and company and asked frigidly, "King Warren, what brings you to my plane?" Yang Feng replied coldly, "Grand Duke Feta, since you disobeyed my orders, you must be colluding with the Gumana universe. Hand over your soul origin and the Floor Lord authority, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, go to hell." Grand Duke Feta laughed wildly and uttered, "Haha, King Warren, colluding with the Gumana universe? You just want to steal my abyssal ruler's plane. Why do you have to make such an unnecessary move and find such an excuse?" Yang Feng admitted calmly, "No matter what you do, it's better to have a righteous cause. If I want to deter the many Floor Lords of the Abyss, then I must make an example of you. You're the chicken that I've chosen. If you want to kill me, then let's see if you have the ability." Grand Duke Feta's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he roared, launched the Floor Lord authority, and pointed at Yang Feng. In an instant, a seemingly endless repulsive force pressed down on Yang Feng, separating him from the Abyss's abyssal force. No spells can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, making him feel as if he is in a magic band domain. In the face of this fearsome pressure, Yang Feng's every move consumes 100 times the power of an abyssal king, making it impossible for him to display his fighting prowess. "You damned skull, How dare you make a move against your father? Die. Standing loftily before young Feng, whose complexion changed, Mikalia frowned slightly, shouted, and pointed at Grand Duke Feta with the scepter in her hand. A black hole containing the essence of Devour, which looks like it can devour all power, suddenly appeared and barreled towards Grand Duke Feta. Grand Duke Feta's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and spat out a black beam of light, blasting into the terrifying black hole. That black pillar of light only delayed the terrifying black hole's flight, but all of its power was still completely devoured by the terrifying black hole. Grand Duke Feta's complexion changed dramatically. With a thought, the abyssal Grand Duke rank bone dragon under his feet suddenly flew out and sent a claw barreling towards the black hole. The black hole erupted with a fearsome attractive force and sucked the abyssal Grand Duke rank bone dragon into it. The bone dragon trembled slightly, and countless bone fragments sprayed out of the black hole. A look of horror and despair on his face, Grand Duke Feta screamed, "I am willing to surrender. Spare my life." The terror of the angel Empress Mikalia is far beyond Grand Duke Feta's imagination. In front of Mikalia, he, an abyssal king who advanced to the abyssal king rank by relying on the Floor Lord authority, cannot withstand a single blow. If it was one-on-one, Grand Duke Feta would have some chance of winning by relying on the Floor Lord authority to suppress Mikalia. But the Floor Lord authority has already suppressed Yang Feng's abyssal king avatar, so it is unable to suppress Mikalia. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "It's too late. If I want to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, I have to kill a chicken first." The terrifying black hole slammed into Grand Duke Feta and swallowed him. "Warren, you will die a horrible death. I curse you." Grand Duke Feta's screams came from the black hole, and then, after a few breaths of time, there was no more sound. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a black ray entered the black skeleton imperial palace. An eerie skeletal finger suddenly appeared. It was the manifestation of the abyssal ruler's authority on this level of the abyssal plane. The abyssal crown appeared on Yang Feng, and he opened his mouth and swallowed the skeletal finger. Boom! The 679th floor of the endless abyss trembled slightly, and suddenly flew towards the 666th floor of the endless abyss. "You're out of luck. To see our faces, then go to hell." Mikalia glanced at the black skeleton imperial palace, issued a bell-like laugh, and pointed down with the angel empress scepter. Pure angel light containing the power of purification fell from the sky and shone on the black skeleton imperial palace. Amidst a series of screams, all the skeleton demons in the black skeleton imperial palace collapsed inch by inch in the light of evolution and turned into flying ashes. As expected of an angel empress, how amazing! The more Yang Feng looked at Mikalia, the more he liked her. Mikalia is not only beautiful and noble, but also has boundless evolutionary potential. Moreover, she is an angel empress that Yang Feng cultivated from an egg. In addition to the soul brand, they are innately close, and their feelings for each other are far from what Agnipe and the other two marshals can compare to. This is the 679th floor of the abyss. What's going on? The 679th floor of the endless abyss is flying towards the 666th floor of the endless abyss. Could it be that Grand Duke Feda has already been killed? How is that possible? Grand Duke Fedar is a Grand Duke of the abyss, and within his own plane, even the abyssal demon king is no match for him. So fast. How can it be so fast? The abyssal sovereigns watched, through their abyssal sovereign authority, as the 679th level of the abyss flew towards the 666th level, their eyes flashing with astonishment. One of the most important reasons why the Floor Lords ignored Yang Feng's orders is that in their own plane, even an abyssal king may not be their opponent. But the 679th floor was devoured by Yang Feng, which means that the Floor Lord of the 679th floor has either been killed or has submitted to Yang Feng. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the 679th floor fell onto the 666th floor and merged with it. During the process of merging the two floors, Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar gained tremendous benefits. How on earth did he do it? What should we do now? Bewildered, the Floor Lords fell into a state of panic. Not long after, the 634th level of the endless abyss trembled slightly and turned into a meteor that flew toward the 666th level of the endless abyss. That's the 634th floor. Has Grand Duke Bowie been murdered as well? What a fast speed. King Warren must have a powerhouse of the same rank helping him. What do we do now? It seems that we can only submit to him, or we'll lose our lives. The fall of the 634th floor became the last straw that crushed the Abyssal Kings. The attitude of the originally unruly floor lords who ignored Yang Feng's emissaries changed dramatically. They treated Yang Feng's emissaries as distinguished guests, patted their chests, and pledged to join Yang Feng's alliance to suppress the Succubus Empress. Chapter 919. One floor lord after another joined Yang Feng's alliance to suppress the Succubus Empress, making the alliance huge. However, more than half of the floor lords in the Endless Abyss still looked on coldly, not joining Yang Feng's alliance. The Endless Abyss seems to be very deep. After all, this is a place where the negative force of the universe converges. It's not unusual for one or two abyssal saints to be lurking here. Within the Gold Palace, Yang Feng's floor lord avatar sitting on the throne made calculations in his mind. The Endless Abyss is a plane that once gave birth to Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. The Endless Abyss has given birth to a total of 3 Abyssal Lords, each of which is a Warlock Emperor rank existence. The first Abyssal Lord died because his lifespan was exhausted and his soul decayed. The second Abyssal Lord is said to have died because his lifespan was exhausted and his soul decayed. The third Abyssal Demon King had once fought with the Time Lord. Although he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Time Lord and was killed by the Time Lord, he had also heavily injured the Time Lord. After the third Abyssal Lord was killed by the Time Lord, the human 8 Warlock dynasties emerged. Every time they dominate the world, they will come to the Endless Abyss to wipe out all floor lords above the Infinity Warlock rank. Each floor lord above the Infinity Warlock rank is extremely ferocious. Besides, they are good materials for refining various top-secret treasures. At the same time, every time they kill a floor lord, they can seize the treasures collected by the floor lord for 10,000 years. Naturally, the human top powerhouses never get tired of it. Ever since the human warlock dynasties emerged, the Endless Abyss hasn't given birth to a 4th floor lord. However, even without the birth of a 4th floor lord, the powerful existences in the Endless Abyss are very cunning. By dividing up part of the floor authority, Abyssal Monarch Ari Bell hid on the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss and avoided the sharp edge of human warlocks. The floor lords who are unwilling to submit to Yang Feng naturally have their own powerful trump cards. Yang Feng looked at the list in his hand with regret in his eyes. It's a pity that those guys reacted so quickly. The guys who could have taken action have already joined the alliance. Grand Duke Frando and the other 3 Grand Dukes joined Yang Feng's alliance, and their intelligence system was opened to Yang Feng. Because of this, Yang Feng was able to accurately select the 679th floor and the 634th floor, kill the floor lords of the 2 floors, and devour their floors. In the Endless Abyss, there were many planes hiding countless secrets. Even Grand Duke Frando and the other 3 couldn't reach deep into those planes. Yang Feng isn't willing to provoke the Abyss. If he provokes a quasi-holy step floor lord, then he will suffer a big loss. Yang Feng's Warren Avatar and the Succubus Empress are floor lords with no background. Such floor lords are easy to bully, which is why the Gamana universe chose them as targets to bully. Suddenly, a skull ring with a communication ability on Yang Feng's hand heated up slightly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. I've been waiting for you. On the 17,000th floor of the Endless Abyss, inside the palace of the only Tier 3 hive. The steel mark Quasi-Holy's face was gloomy as he slowly said, 7 days later, Warren decided to attack the 777th floor and kill the Succubus Empress who had submitted to us. This is our only chance to kill Warren. Red Sea Quasi-Holy, please let me atone for my crimes by leading an army to kill Warren. The Red Sea Quasi-Holy's face sank. No way. King Warren is extremely cunning. Not long ago, he set up a trap to defeat you. This time, if you are defeated again, it will be very difficult for us to even defend the base. Like a gambler, the steel mark Quasi-Holy said gravely, That time, it was because his floor lord authority couldn't be contained on the 666th floor, not because we weren't strong enough. This time, he won't be a match for us on the 777th level of the Endless Abyss without the authority of the Abyss Lord. The Steel Mark Quasi-Holy is in a very bad situation at this time. His status in the vanguard has declined sharply. Except for himself, there are no troops directly under his command that obey his orders. Even the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses he rescued have been divided up by others. He is very eager to seize any opportunity to render meritorious service. The Red Sea Quasi-Holy uttered coldly, "No, our biggest task is to defend this place, establish a base that we can establish a foothold on, and wait for reinforcements." The Steel Mark Quasi-Holy gritted his teeth and uttered, "Then can't we just transfer the secret army? As long as we transfer the secret army to defend this place, we can get rid of King Warren." In the battle on the 666th floor, virtually all of the Steel Mark Quasi-Holy's subordinates died at Yang Feng's hands. As a result, the Steel Mark Quasi-Holy's status in the Gamana universe's vanguard has plummeted. He wishes he could tear Yang Feng to pieces. The Red Sea Quasi-Holy's face changed dramatically, and he uttered coldly, "Idiot, the secret army is of great importance. How can it be exposed here?" The Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy uttered coldly, "Steel Mark Quasi-Holy, calm down. Don't be blinded by hatred." The Steel Mark Quasi-Holy took a deep breath and uttered coldly, "The Succubus Empress has already admitted that she is not Warren's opponent. Are we just going to watch Warren devour the Succubus Empress plain and become even more powerful?" The Red Sea Quasi-Holy and the Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy frowned and remained silent. If Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar annexes the Succubus Empress's plane, his strength will increase greatly. At the same time, because they can't help their allies, the Gamana universe's powerhouses will be rejected by the other Floor Lords of the Endless Abyss. Before their main forces arrive, Yang Feng will run amok in the Endless Abyss. A cold ray flashed in the Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy's eyes, and killing intent surged. "I think that the Steel Mark Quasi-Holy is right. Let's snipe Warren and let those lowly insects experience the power of the Gamana universe." The Red Sea Quasi-Holy looked at the Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy in surprise, frowned slightly, and quietly listened to the Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy's analysis. After pondering for a while, he agreed. On the 17,000th floor of the Endless Abyss, hives flew out of various nodes. With a Tier 2 hive in the lead and 18 Tier 1 hives as support, the Hive Legion flew toward the 777th floor. "It's the Gamana universe's army, they've set out. Sure enough, they haven't given up on the Succubus Empress. Interesting. In this way, will King Warren attack or not? If he attacks, he will suffer a crushing defeat. But if he doesn't, his prestige in the Abyss will drop by a large margin." As the Floor Lords watched the Gamana universe's powerhouses fly into the 777th floor of the Abyss, they revealed looks of schadenfreude. The Succubus Empress Crusade Alliance established by Yang Feng gathered hundreds of Floor Lords in one fell swoop and formed a huge force. The Floor Lords, who evolved from abyssal life forms with chaotic natures, have never stopped scheming and fighting each other. Now that they see Yang Feng's King Warren Avatar fighting the Gamana universe's powerhouses, the Floor Lords naturally became excited. The hives flew into the 777th floor and landed near the Succubus Palace. As soon as the hives landed, countless roots grew, pierced into the earth, and extracted the 777th floor's abyssal force. The armors and other treasures worn by the Red Rhombus Race and Purple Rhombus Race powerhouses, which can promote their strength by a major realm, also need to be converted by the hives. Moreover, the hives also consume a large amount of energy to set up barriers and heal the wounds of the soldiers. A figure flew out of the Tier 2 hive, and Quasi-Holy Step breath suddenly enveloped the Succubus Palace, and a voice enveloped the Succubus Palace. "Succubus Empress, come out and see me." With a flash of black light, the devastatingly beautiful Succubus Empress dressed in a black evening dress flew out of the Succubus Palace and bowed respectfully to the owner of the figure, saying, "Greetings, Blade Steel Quasi-Holy, I am the Succubus Emperor." The Blade Steel Quasi-Holy took a look at the Succubus Empress and exclaimed in admiration, "Not bad, you're really outstanding." As expected of the divine consort chosen by Sir Wing Eternal, You flatter me. The succubus empress smiled sweetly and welcomed the blade steel quasi-holy into the palace. Although the succubus empress is a prop chosen by the wing eternal at will, but she is a divine consort after all. Even the blade steel quasi-holy doesn't dare to disrespect her too much. The wing eternal is one of the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns. With just a hint, an existence like the blade steel quasi-holy will be crushed to pieces. Among bigwigs like eternal sovereigns, only Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences are worthy of their attention. Only Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can make them pay attention to them. The other existences were all ants, not even worth mentioning. The 666th floor of the Abyss, inside the Gold Palace. Yang Feng is sitting on a throne, and there are hundreds of Floor Lord avatars sitting below him. The eyes of these Floor Lord avatars shimmered with unease. An Abyssal Marquis rank Floor Lord said cautiously, "Your Majesty, since the Gamana universe's powerhouses have already entered the 777th floor, shouldn't we choose another time to attack the 777th floor?" The other Floor Lords also looked at Yang Feng cautiously. Most of these Floor Lords have no background, and there is no lack of Abyssal Earl and Abyssal Marquis rank Floor Lords. Everyone has witnessed the strength of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. The last time Yang Feng defeated the other party in his own abyss, everyone believed that Yang Feng used the Floor Lord authority to achieve this miracle. Chapter 920. However, the 777th floor is the territory of the succubus empress, the Floor Lord. Coupled with the Gamana universe's quasi-holy step powerhouses, even though Yang Feng has gathered the power of hundreds of Floor Lords, it will still be extremely difficult to capture the 777th floor. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he said flatly, "I have made up my mind to attack the 777th floor in 3 days. All of you, gather the army immediately. Don't delay." "Yes, Your Majesty." The hundreds of Floor Lords looked at each other, and their eyes shimmered with helplessness, and they gritted their teeth and responded. The Abyss is different from other floors. Although the Abyss has 17,000 floors, and floors are divided into ranks like the Tsangji plane and the Feisuo plane. However, even an Abyssal King would be able to enter the lowest level Abyssal plane, which was a 9th tier plane, and wouldn't be restricted by the Abyssal plane's essential will. Since the hundreds of Floor Lords surrendered to Yang Feng, they naturally aren't very strong. They can only grit their teeth and obey Yang Feng's orders, hoping that he can suppress and subdue the freaks. Under Yang Feng's order, warships full of abyssal armies flew out of the abyss one after another and gathered on Yang Feng's 666th floor. 3 days later, a terrifying fleet of battleships flew towards the 777th level of the Endless Abyss. Attack! Sitting aboard a bone dragon warship made of infinity warlock rank dragon bones, Yang Feng looked at the succubus palace on the 777th floor and ordered coldly. A nearly endless number of abyssal freaks and abyssal fiends formed a chaotic abyssal army that swept towards the 777th floor like a tide. Countless abyssal freaks and abyssal fiends poured out of the succubus palace and fought the chaotic abyssal army. In the center of the battlefield, countless casualties appeared in an instant. As if it has turned into hell on earth, the scene is too horrible to look at. If an ordinary person takes a look at this scene, they will vomit. The abyssal army pouring out of the succubus palace is far more orderly than the abyssal army dispatched by the hundreds of Floor Lords. However, the number of abyssal fiends sent out by the hundreds of abyssal fiend sovereigns was far greater than that of the succubus palace. Even though the exchange ratio had reached 3-1, the abyss fiend legion that surged out of the succubus palace was gradually being nibbled away, retreating step by step. A trace of black demonic light flashed, and strange ripples reverberated on the battlefield. Enveloped by the ripples, the abyssal fiend legion sent by Yang Feng was repelled by the abyssal force of the Endless Abyss, and their recovery ability dropped to a terrifying level. The succubus palace's abyssal fiend legion had indeed obtained the support of abyssal power, and their combat strength had more than doubled. Buffed and weakened by the abyssal authority, the succubus palace's abyssal fiend legion remained motionless as if a reef being battered by countless tides. With an indifferent look in his eyes, Yang Feng quietly watched the abyssal legion and the succubus palace's abyssal legion fight. Although the Succubus Palace's Abyssal Fiend Legion was incomparably elite and powerful, their numbers were too small. Even if they obtained the support of the Abyssal Plane, they would eventually be exhausted to death. A bunch of trash. A voice full of disdain reverberated on the battlefield. 9 hives suddenly appeared, and 9 elite legions formed from the Gamana Universe's powerhouses broke into the battlefield from 9 different directions. Each legion of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses is commanded by 7 supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Coupled with the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, when they broke into the battlefield, they easily sliced apart the Abyssal Fiend Legion like a sharp knife and slaughtered the Abyssal Fiend Legion. Even though the Abyssal Fiend Legion fought back desperately, but when their attacks slammed into the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, they could only barely kill some Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana Universe. When the Gamana Universe's powerhouses entered the battlefield, as if an avalanche, countless Abyssal Fiends fled in all directions. The Abyssal Lords sent by the Floor Lords to preside over the legions were killed one by the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. The face of the Floor Lords hiding aboard the warships turned pale, their hearts dripped blood, and their eyes shimmered with fear. So strong. These are the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. They're really strong. How scary. Last time, Warren used the Floor Lord authority of an Abyssal King rank Abyssal Lord to defeat them by a fluke. Without the Floor Lord authority, the Gamana Universe's powerhouses are really formidable. As expected of the other universe's powerhouses, they're really strong. The 777th floor of the Abyss has no concealment. When the Floor Lords saw the Gamana Universe's legion easily wipe out the army formed by hundreds of Floor Lords, their faces turned gloomy at once. The hundreds of Floor Lords are basically a motley crew, and they aren't very strong. But when faced with the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, even the Succubus Empress's Abyssal Legion is not their opponent. But when faced with the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, the huge Abyssal Legion is unable to withstand a single blow. This immediately made the spectating Floor Lords shudder. King Warren, come in and fight if you have the gut. The steel mark Quasi-Holy's figure fluttered, and he appeared above the Succubus Palace. His gaze pierced through the 777th floor and locked on Yang Feng's flagship, and he smiled coldly, and his eyes shimmered with resentment. All eyes focused on Yang Feng, wanting to see what cards he had up his sleeve. The Floor Lords know that Yang Feng's avatar of King Warren is no fool. Since he dared to attack the 777th floor, he must have a trump card of his own. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "In that case, let me show you the power of my ally." The bows of the 3 warships floating in the rear of the fleet shrouded in shadows, looking like spectre ships, flashed, and 3 earth-shattering beams slammed into 3 hives in an instant. Under the bombardment of the 3 earth-shaking beams, the 3 hives were vaporized, and countless fragments splashed about and scattered on the ground. The figures of the 3 spectre ships appeared. They are 3 Starfield battlestars. After Yang Feng obtained a large amount of resources, all construction units began to operate in tandem and build dazzling light units and Starfield battlestars day and night. That is one of his trump cards to contend against the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Like raindrops, beams of light flew out of the fleet and landed on the ground. Bombarded by the beams, the Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana Universe were blasted apart like ants. Under the guidance of the Level 5 optical computer, the huge fleet's shots are extremely accurate. On average, 3 beams of light can blast a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse of the Gamana Universe to pieces. Mechanical weapons, Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng. His ally is the Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master Yang Feng. No. Warren is Yang Feng is Warren, and King Warren is one of the avatars of the Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master Yang Feng. His ally turns out to be the Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master Yang Feng. The underlying strength of the Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master Yang Feng is really amazing, as expected of the person ranked first on the Human Infinity Merit Stele. The sovereigns of the Abyss were all extremely crafty and cunning. As soon as they saw the massive mechanical army, they guessed the truth, and their hearts were filled with shock. Yang Feng himself is just a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank existence. Yet, a Floor Lord avatar has already advanced to the intermediate Abyssal King realm. This evolution speed is simply heaven-defying. In the Succubus Palace, the steel mark Quasi-Holy looked up at the sky, gnashed his teeth, and roared fiercely, "Yang Feng, it's you. You damned bastard, I'll remember you. I will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces." A swarm of strengthened fourth-generation battle robots descended from the sky like a tide, flew towards the 777th floor of the abyss, and engaged the Gamana Universe's legions in close combat. The sound of explosions rang incessantly. At every moment, fourth-generation battle robots are destroyed by the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. At the same time, a large number of Gamana Universe's powerhouses die. A dense swarm of fifth-generation battle robots formed a mechanical legion, entered the battlefield, stabbed into the rear of the Gamana Universe's legion like a sharp knife, and cut open the Gamana Universe's legion. The Gamana Universe's legion engaged in a frenzied battle. The mechanical legion sent by Yang Feng is practically endless. If the steel mark Quasi-Holy doesn't step in, then the Gamana Universe's powerhouses are not the opponent of Yang Feng's legion. The steel mark Quasi-Holy roared, and the hidden Tier 2 hive suddenly emerged. Tier 1 hives flew out and entered the vicinity of the Tier 2 hive. Countless tentacles extended out of the Tier 2 hive and pierced into the Tier 1 hive. Countless alloys extended out of the Tier 2 hive and covered the Tier 1 hive. The Tier 2 hive squirmed and turned into a 1,000-meter-tall steel giant, which exudes fearsome fluctuations of power and is covered in cannons. Along with flashes of light, the steel giant incarnation of the Tier 2 hive fired countless beams that slammed into the fifth-generation battle robots and blasted a fifth-generation battle robot into smithereens. The core chip of the fifth-generation battle robot was shattered, giving it no chance to reassemble and regenerate.